Good morning and welcome everyone to the Amazon University Esports Masters quarterfinals brought to you by Twitch and Intel. I'm Kachka and joined by Black Bloxer. We have a double Polish versus German matchup starting off with PG Lions versus AX Schwer.
Oh yeah, we've got that German versus Polish day today. We've got some more games coming to you tomorrow as well, but those are a little bit more diverse in terms of the teams that we're actually seeing. Today we've got German versus Polish twice in a row, so it's going to be incredibly hype in terms of the country rivalries, but also in terms of just the rivalries between these teams.
That is true. I mean, those are the last two teams from both of their respective regions that we'll be seeing today. So, there's a chance. Like, what you're playing for, of course, is pulling in a semifinal. It plays to go further in tournament and hopefully win. But also, if you get a double Polish or double German semifinal, you guarantee your region is pulling in the finals, and you also eliminate the other one. So, it's a 2-in-1 thing.
Yeah, that's a fantastic little thing to, work your way towards. But also, if it ends up being so we get one team from each, it's going to be the rematch of the Polish versus German regions, and that will also be incredibly hyped. So whatever ends up happening, this will be fantastic. We've been playing for months at this point, and things have been absolutely insane the entire way through. Both of these teams have made it through an absolute gauntlet, and so seeing what they're going to be able to bring to the table, going to be very interesting.
Take a look at what they are playing for. I believe the prize pool will be coming up. We have said it many times, but in case it's your first time watching, these teams are playing for a prize pool of 14,500 euros. They're already in the top 8, so you win here, you double your money essentially.
Oh yeah, if you lose here, you are still in for 750 euros per team, which is fantastic, but you're putting yourself into a much better spot if you continue on. Obviously, everybody is playing, to win the glory of being the best team, but also a big, chunky 14,500 euro prize pool is certainly nothing to sniff at, so everybody battling for that 5,000 euro for top spot, but everything is to play for.
Yeah, and with, a single elimination bracket, we kind of went for it last week. It's just a series of wins, and we are, almost at the end of this long roadmap. We started all the way in March. We are now in the last bit of playoffs before the finals, which, are going to happen in the second half of June. So you win here, you've got a bit of a break, you'll have plenty of time to prepare.
Yeah, plenty of time to actually get yourselves into that mindset of, hey, we're playing in this finals weekend. It's going to be a proper finals weekend as well, where you get multiple teams playing against each other in the first day and then the big finals on the second day. So a big event that everybody's going to be exceptionally excited to go to. And winning here gets you on.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the matches that are going to be happening this weekend. Today, as we said, it's a double Poland versus Germany. PG Lions against AIX Schwer. KSC White versus AZSAK. I mean, I'm hyped for this one because it's literally the rematch of last year's finals.
Yeah, these two teams both played in last year's finals. It was an insane matchup and actually closer than the scoreline would indicate. KSC White ended up coming out of that day with a 3-0 victory, completing their undefeated run at the 2021 UE Masters. So a fantastic run out of them. But it wasn't a complete stomp, as a 3-0 would indicate. AGH actually put up a fantastic fight, and I'd say they're even stronger this time around. They've played through a lot of games so far, and they've done a very good job for themselves. And then also tomorrow, as you can see, we're going to see Spain versus Turkey, and then Netherlands versus France. So a lot of different teams to see tomorrow. So once we have completed all of this, we'll be on to see who's in the finals weekend.
Yeah, taking a look at how the bracket shapes up. Today, of course, we're looking at the left-hand side of the bracket. So the winners of today's matches will be playing each other for the semi-final spot. Likewise, on the other side, the winners of those matches will be playing for the second semi-final. And, I mean... just how stacked the nationalities are on one side of it kind of looks funny to me.
It does. You can really see that there's a lot of strength coming in out of these German and Polish regions. It is one of these regions will certainly get to the grand final, so it is not the end of everything for today, but absolutely insane for so many to get through. You can see who the teams that we are seeing today have beaten. AXISU are managing to take out BME. PG Lions, they had their little bit of a break week because they ended up winning Group C. And then KSC White from Group B coming through with their break. But AGH came through Uladag Esports in what was a very clean, very fast game. And so all of these teams have had a big gauntlet to get here and are kind of playing at the top of their game.
And I'm sure tomorrow, when you'll be tuning in for the second half of the quarterfinals, the casters will go over that. But Yenel Mesler, I mean, that was a stomp against Braves UMA. And Esports Sigma versus KTU, that was probably the closest quarterfinal. So tomorrow there are some great matches as well. But yeah, we will be focusing on the left-hand side and taking a look at the rosters for this first match today, starting with the PG Lions. We have Chulapper in the top lane, Starry in the jungle, who is a substitute, Shuri in the mid lane, Harry and Radular will be taking the bot lane.
As you said, Starry is going to be a substitute into this jungle role, which is a completely unfortunate thing, I'd say, for PG Lions. We do not know how good Starry is, but the old jungler that was there was incredibly strong and kind of the linchpin of the team.
Yeah, Pitya definitely stepping up multiple times in the Group C with some strong carry performances, and Starry in solo queue is a mid lane player. Has played some jungle champions for sure, but you know, you don't have that same kind of degree of comfortability as most other junglers at this level, where, you know, they just spam those champions in solo queue and they're really damn good at a few picks.
Yeah, that's where we would have been expecting to focus all of our attention into that jungle with Pitya. Because Pitya's not there, actually, we're changing up our focus. Chulapper was fantastic during group stage, absolutely running through people and loves those carry champions. The Fiora specifically is absolutely insane. Everybody needs to watch out for that. And so we'll see if this has changed the actual structure of this team, if everything is going to be different now because there's a different jungler, or if Starry will slot in and the team will continue functioning just as they had done.
Yeah, but I believe we will take a look at their opposition now with AIX, SJ, Shades, Relative, SG, and Jadimi. That's the roster that we have seen in the group stage. That's the roster we have seen last week as well, I believe. And, well, Shades and Relative, they're the duo to watch.
Oh yeah, they are absolutely insane. SJ is unlikely to be coming forward and actually, you know, finding those great matchups versus someone as good as Chulapper. They're not a bad top laner, sorry, but probably not going to be pulling through those victories. Neither is SJ and Jadimi. SG and Jadimi are a fantastic bot lane in terms of keeping pressure from being too much, but they're not going to be the carries. If you want carries, Shadies and Relative. Relative specifically on the Azir was just running through people last week, did the same thing during the group stage as well. And because this team came through the group of death in Group D, we know that they're fantastically strong, and so it's going to be really interesting to see how they match up against PG Lions, who I'd say have a bit easier of a time of it during group stage.
That is true, and I mean, technically it is a second versus first seed matchup, as you said, AIX finishing second in that Group D, but because Group D was so stacked, how much does it really tell us? It's really difficult to say, so I'd say the first game is going to be a huge test, you know, to feel ourselves, how we're looking in this series, and I mean, looking at a more holistic picture, I think it's going to be jungle mid for AIX versus... Let's see if Chulapper can step up, or Harry and Radular. We haven't mentioned them because they haven't really had to step up in the group stage too much. But maybe you shift your focus and start playing around the bot lane.
They are not a bad enough bot lane that you can't shift your focus there. They're very good. Harry and Radular would be absolutely fine to be able to play through them, actually focus your attention. But the issue is when you're up against SG and Jadimi, they are great at absorbing pressure because all of the focus is going towards the mid lane, you know, towards the jungle, and occasionally towards the top lane. There isn't a lot of focus down there other than when, you know, Relative actually needs somewhere to get kills and decides actually there's two warm bodies down in the bottom lane to go for.
That's actually kind of a question because we have seen Relative in the group stage play the supportive mid laners as well, and Shuri on the other side likes to play a lot of Akshan in solo queue, hasn't yet played it in UEM, but has been sticking a lot to champions like Zillion in the group stage. So mid lane, it's got that potential to be an explosive 1v1 carry matchup, but it also has the potential to just be, you know, Karma Zillion.
Yeah, it could be incredibly boring. It would be very annoying if it was this boring. We've just had confirmation that PG Lions are going to be playing on the red side as well, so that's going to open up the draft counter picks for them quite heavily. But, you know, it could be a little bit boring, or it could be absolutely insane and explosive.
So, as you said, PG Lions will be on the red side coming into the first game. Where would you expect the counter pick to go, given, you know, what we talked about this team?
I mean, it has to be Chulapper, right? That is where all of the strength is, and a lot of the time you want to give your counter pick either to the mid lane or to the top lane, and when your top lane is so high powered as Chulapper is, that's kind of the perfect position to put that counter pick into. You know, picking a Fiora blind is a little bit scary. There are good things that you can pick into a Fiora to counter it up, but being able to pick something as a carry, as a counter pick, then allows you to definitely win that matchup, because we expect Chulapper to be good enough to win matchups that are in the favour of him, and so if you're able to put that counter pick there, I don't see why you'd put it anywhere else. The other option, I guess, would be actually giving it to Starry. If you want to make sure that Starry's not in a bad matchup, giving it over there so you know, hey, we're not going to be in a disadvantage through the draft.
Fair enough. Of course, PG Lions being on red side does mean AIX will be taking the blue side first picks. We've usually seen jungle and AD carry get those. Would you say there is any room to see something else take that blue one first pick, or are we just expecting the normal?
Probably the jungle or the bot lane. You could possibly give it over to the top lane if you just want to get SJ something really safe. Maybe take that Ornn if it slips through the bans. SJ will be able to be absolutely fine and sort of neutralize everything else by playing that Ornn or other big tanky carries as they usually tend to. But you could also put it over towards the jungle or the mid lane, perhaps, if you really want to play something spicy. I'm not really expecting Relative to get it, though, to be honest. The mid lane here is a bit better for the counter pick, and if you're expecting for, the actual counter pick being given over towards Tulipa, then all of a sudden you will be able to get a counter pick onto Shuri.
All right, I mean, I think that outlines it pretty well. And yeah, one more thing that I want to see is what kind of champions will Starry play. We haven't seen them play in the jungle, really, in the solo queue, a few games, but they are mostly meta junglers, things like, Jarvan, Lee Sin, some Kindred. So maybe we will see some of that, but a lot of unknowns, really. This game one will clear up a lot of doubts.
Yeah, exactly. It's the age-old question of, do you focus around your strongest member or do you focus around, your weakest member? If you are expecting for Starry not necessarily to be a bad player, but just not to know the role particularly well and not to be particularly well gelled with the team, do you focus all of your attention around there, or do you say, hey, we're not particularly going to have jungle intervention, put them on something they can just sit in the jungle and farm up on, and we try to win through our lanes, because individually they are very strong players on PG Lions.
They are indeed. I mean, the only lane where we have question is Shuri into Relative, and that's not big to doubt Shuri. Shuri is a great player. Relative last time, when I checked last night, he was ranked 221 on the US. So, yeah, I don't think Shuri is gonna stomp him.
No, there's a point where you're like, I think that plenty of these players are fantastic. I think they could do well. And then you look over to the other side and it's like, oh, but Relative is that kind of player, the sort of player that you're actually terrified of, not for any specific reason, just that they are so strong. Overall, we saw two very different styles being played also out of Relative, because Shades decided to pick up that Diana in the jungle last time around versus BME. We ended up seeing the Yasuo in the mid lane out of Relative, and it absolutely pops off. And then in the next game came in with the Azir and also destroyed people. So, very different styles. It's unlikely you're going to be able to ban out Relative. It's just, what are you willing to concede?
Yeah, and what can you ban out? As you said, you can't ban out those combos, because we saw Diana Yasuo, then Kindred Azir, and both of those duos destroyed. And, if you're decent at maths, you can count that that's 4 champions. And you have only 3 bans, and 4 tends to be more than 3. So you literally can't ban it all out if you're PG Lions, so you're gonna have to make concessions, you're gonna have to double down on what's good, and I think the better strategy is probably to focus on what you want to play through. If you want to get Tuliper the best matchup, ban out top lane. If you want to play through bot lane, ban out bot lane. And I do believe we will be heading into the draft, so a lot of that speculation is going to be answered right now as, okay, Tuliper is not getting any of his main champions. Jesus.
Yeah, that is a lot of focus onto Tulipa. Nobody wants to see anything good onto this man because he is so very strong up in the top lane, the main carry we're expecting for PG Lions. But you can see the other focus that's coming out of PG Lions is also the top lane. Don't want SJ to be on something safe and easy. The Ornn is off of the board. We'll see if this next ban also goes towards the top lane, or if Relative does actually get any focus.
You got rid of the Ornn, that's the safest champion that could be picked up into you. That is a blank ban. We'll get confirmation on what that will be
Blank
in
bans
a
tend to
second.
be the latest champion, so it might be a Renata?
I mean, Jadimi, I think, does play Renata.
Yes,
so...
Jadimi does play it, and so we'll get some confirmation out of production once we know what this is. But we'll see what else is coming off of the board. It looks like AIX are going to ban out Starry as well, with that Jarvan taken off the board. It's a safe jungler that can have a lot of impact, and is pretty easy to play, so if you have somebody... it was genuinely a blank ban out of PG Lions, a mistake right there, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you have to assume. I don't think there is any legitimate tactical reason why you would leave a blank ban, so probably just ran out of time. Getting rid of the Lucian now, that could be potentially played in the mid lane by Relative as well. Yes. Just worth noting.
It could well be, and the first pick is going to be this Karma. We probably should have talked about it. It's been in so many different lanes, been played by so many different people. Relative can play it. We're expecting it more to go into the hands of Jadimi, but also it is totally valid for SJ to pick it up, as it's going to be an Ahri and a Wukong insta pick right here.
Strong mid lane to jungle 2v2. Picked up right there from PG Lions. They're going to try and max Shades and Relative, regardless of what they're going to be playing. And it's a lot of engage, a lot of pick potential. So I like this angle from PG Lions, especially given how much attention Choliper got in the bans.
There we go. This is a pick that we saw last time
Okay.
around as well. The Talia likely going into the mid lane, despite the fact we've seen a lot of jungle for it recently. And then the Ezreal build knocked in. If that is going to be a Karma Ezreal bot lane, that's highly poking. And then you've got a lot of roam potential out of Relative, who we know is good on those kinds of champions. This is a very strong first round of picks out of AIX. We'll see what the response is going to be out of PG Lions. Do you go towards your bot lane perhaps right here? Or maybe you want to round out with your top lane? Unlikely considering you have counter pick.
I mean, there is a chance of picking top lane, banning it out, but I think either of those two options are about as likely. Let's see, PG Lions, they are opting in for the Callista. That is something Harry played a lot in the solo queue recently.
And the Callista has been exceptionally strong recently as well, because we've seen the big hypercarry scaling picks that we started out this tournament with completely gone. We're now seeing things more like the Ezreal and more like the Callista. Absolutely love the Callista. Will need to be paired up with a very aggressive bot laner. Otherwise, you know, you're not going to have a very good time if you're trying to fling a Yuumi into the backline. Probably going to want to pick up an Alistar or a Braum. That's what we've been seeing paired with it recently, as we're going to get the Malphite and the Jax off of the board as well. Still, the top lane focus continues.
I mean, honestly, why not? PG Lions are looking to pick up support and top lane. I don't know if Radular has many picks you want to really ban out. Mostly an Enchanter player, so go towards Choliper and AIX. I mean, Karma can go anywhere. Talia can go jungle or mid lane, so yeah, top lane really is the only one you're kind of worried about.
Yeah, exactly. We are also going to see this Viego come off of the board. So also the expectation for this Talia to go into the middle lane, as the Nautilus is the final ban. A little bit of focus finally onto somebody other than the top laner. And so we're going to see what the pick is right here. We're expecting this pick right now to be the bot lane. You're going to want to pick up your support, considering we can see the entire bot lane for AIX, and you want to keep your counter pick for Tulipa. It's going to be the Leona, a perfectly reasonable thing to pair up with that Callista, can be flung into the back line and getting a lot of engage already. A great matchup right here into the bottom lane. Very aggressive. We'll see what the pick up here is going to be. If
You
that's
think that's
locked
what they
in.
hover? Nah, just hovering for now. But yeah, good engage on the side of PG Lions. They've got literally all the engage they could ever need. Now you either lock in more damage or more engage if you're a Choliper, or you could go for the split push angle as well as, come on, lock in the champion. It's an Aurelia, and that can either be powered by Relative or SJ.
Yeah, that is either or right now. We'll see what the decision is going to be. If this Science locked in, then this will be an Aurelia in the mid lane, meaning it will be a Talia in the jungle. I love this. It's going to be some AP in the jungle plus some AD in the mid lane. Always a fantastic little pickup right there. And then this will be a safe, big, tanky champion in the top lane. It makes sense to round out this poking plus team fighting composition, and it is. Alright, the AXI roster is going to be locked in. I think this is a well-rounded composition, so we'll see what the response is, and the Aatrox instantly.
It's a pick that Choliper falls back on many times in the group stage, and he picks it up against SJ Cyan. Now, SJ is a great weak side player. He knows how to play the tanks, he knows how to neutralize the threat, so despite, how strong Choliper is as a top laner, I'm still having question marks about, what he'll be able to get out of this matchup.
Yeah, it might not be as easy as, is usually expected for Tulipa. This Aatrox is not a particularly tank-shredding champion. The Aatrox does good sustained damage eventually, but does not really go through big tanky champions, and eventually SJ is going to be almost unkillable. That paired with the fact that you've got some AP in the jungle, meaning that those top lane ganks are going to be able to be neutralized with a lot of aggression. And then you just have to be careful. Relative on this Aurelia, especially versus an Ahri who, once you get on top of the Aria, is not going to be a good time. Yeah, this is going to be a difficult game for PG Lions, but they've definitely drafted themselves avenues to play through.
And AIX, they drafted almost exactly like we predicted in the pregame. SJ on a safe top laner, SG and Jadimi, Ezreal Karma, Ezreal has cleanse. Like, you're not killing them realistically. And then all the focus is on Shades and Relative. Talia, Aurelia, like, this duo absolutely must snowball, and when they hit 2 items, all hell will break loose.
It will be a ridiculous time right there. You can see the fact that it's going to be so much damage. If you have the Aurelia flying in, then all of a sudden you've got the Talia throwing those rocks from the back line. We saw it in the last week of games as well. the Talia doesn't feel great. It doesn't look like it's doing a lot of damage, but then you check the graph at the end and oh my god, they dealt the most damage in the team because it's constant chip damage and there's a lot of poke on this AIX roster. It's going to be able to constantly mean that PG Lions are coming into team fights with a little bit less health than they possibly would have liked to, but if the Ahri does manage to even stay even or get ahead, and then this bot lane is incredibly high powered for PG Lions, they definitely can begin to win out and snowball things despite the fact that the mid jungle duo is going to be very strong for AIX.
Here's the thing, we're on 12.9. I am pretty sure that is the patch where Talia got her changes. I actually, will just double check that very quickly. But if it's the case, then Talia is a great anti-dash champion. And what do PG Lions have? They've got an Ahri, they've got an Aatrox, they've got a Wukong, they've got a Kalista, they've got a Leona. Literally all of those champions have some sort of dash.
Yeah. This will be a slightly ridiculous little counter pick, and it's just a fantastic pick into the hands of Shades anyway. Shades really likes these AP junglers, possibly because it allows Relative to be unlocked onto other types of champions. And this means that all of a sudden you have such high-powered champions on top of the highest-powered players of AIX. You need to be careful if you're PG Lions. But, as we've been saying, this bot lane has the definite ability to begin to snowball. You're unlikely to get solo kills versus, a Karma Ezreal. But it's not completely impossible. There is a lot of lockdown, especially once you hit 6. A lot of chase that PG Lions is able to put down.
I think also worth noting is the fact that PG Lions have kill threat in basically every lane. I mean, Aatrox, Ahri, Kalista, Leona, there is no weak side in this composition. So if they start rolling, they will start rolling very hard as we're going on to the Rift for the first game of the quarter-finals. AIX taking on PG Lions. Let's see who will come out on top.
Instantly getting into this game, and you can see a 5-man stack down in the bottom lane coming out of AIX. They've decided to get quite aggressive with it, not going to find anybody. If either of the PG Lions bot lane had decided to walk into that bush, they would have died instantly, but as it stands, nothing happens, and so we're coming into this first game completely even.
No shenanigans at a level 1. And yeah, just a kind of standard setup resets coming in across the board from the side of AIX. Relative opting for the Ignite. We're sure he does have the teleport, so we will be looking for solo kills from the side of Relative potentially.
Yes, quite possibly. Need to be very careful if you are Shuri. Shuri is pretty good, can play aggressive, can also play a more defensive style and allow Tulipa to really get themselves ahead. And so a pretty good champion to actually be wanting to stay safe. Unfortunately, pre-6, a pretty immobile champion in the Ahri. The dashes that come out of the Aurelia can get away from those charms pretty easily, and so you need to be a little bit careful. But for the minute, this is a ranged versus melee matchup, so Shuri will be able to get the immediate push if they want it, and an engage already.
Yeah, Jadimi walking out for a poke and getting punished for it. However, range advantage from SG, and Jadimi makes it roughly even at the end of the day.
A lot of damage being done already, so if either of these junglers want to come down here, there is the definite possibility. You can see Starry has decided to go with a full clear on this Wukong, and then over on the side of Shades, gonna go for another full clear. Could possibly skip the Krugs though if they want to get down into this bottom lane and start the action.
See how it turns out. We'll have the tempo advantage over Starry, as he said, if he decides to skip the Krugs. As level 2 hit first by SG and Jadimi means Ezreal Karma gets to commence the bullying, but that's just how the first few levels of this bot lane goes.
Yeah, this is exactly how it should be going. You can see the ward already placed down by Shuri, gonna spot out where Shades is, means that, full vision gonna happen right here. PG's not gonna be surprised by where AIX's jungler ends up. So everything should remain calm for the minute, allowing Starry to just keep jungling. And I think it's important to note with this Wukong that we've not seen it work particularly well recently because it needs to get ahead early, but does not have the tools itself to get itself ahead early. You need high gank priority lanes. And luckily for Starry, all of these lanes have great gank setup CC.
Yeah, we'll see if the story of Wukong and UEM is going to be different this game, of course. As looking at how the lanes are positioning themselves, Harry and Radular playing back, trying to allow SG and Jadimi to walk forward, which, is opening up for potential gank setup, but look at what Relative is doing.
Relative knows where Starry is, and this Wukong's not going to be able to have the nicest time attempting to take out the Gromp. Will take a lot of damage from it, and so there is a possibility if Relative wants to go in, but because Relative had disappeared into the fog of war, everybody from the bot lane of PG Lions decided to also come up, get involved. Got a little bit of a posturing fight over this scuttle in the jungle. Not going to be stolen away though. Will go over to the blue side, and Harry
is in a lot of trouble. We'll have to flash over the wall, and AIX, they've got all the vision on the PG Lions that they could ever want, and you can see how they use it effectively. They walk down into the jungle, PG Lions can't do anything, and it's a small win for AIX.
Just a little bit of one. Sure, you're going to have to run away here, not going to get caught out, but this amount of pressure will continue to allow Relative to do what we just saw, which is where the Irelia is going to push in the lane. Once it's pushed in, all of a sudden you can walk away just into Fog of War. You don't even need to go for that roam. Just get out of vision, and then all of a sudden everybody on PG Lions needs to back off, needs to be like, hey, if we step too far forwards, there will be an Irelia coming flying out of the bush. Must be careful. But because it is melee versus ranged, it could be a little bit harder as Relative deciding to flash.
Yeah, I don't exactly see the play that was happening right there. So yeah, flash down from the mid lane of AIX does mean that Starry, like, bro, come on, you've got a free lane to gank right now.
Yeah, it really needs to happen. Starry has to get in and try to shut down Relative. If you're able to shut down the main point of power for this AIX roster, then why would you not do that? As we're seeing, it's going to be a Hextech Drake as the first one up and available. You love this as an individual Drake.
Oh yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, attack speed, ability haste, by far the best single dragon stat that you could get. That being said, ball lane priority is going to dictate that. Harry and Regular do have the earlier recall and tier 2 boots picked up for the Kalista, which means that if SG and Jadimi want to go back now, there is a window for PG Lions to go for it, but they're not going to because Starry's top lane.
Starry could make their way down here, but yeah, it's unlikely that this is going to be the play. This Drake will sit up and available for a little bit longer at least. And because there is no Rift Herald for the minute, there's not going to be anything to trade back, so fighting around this Drake could well happen. Teams have tended to actually quite like these early skirmishes around these Drakes, something that we didn't see so much during the group stage, but as we came into the last chance qualifier and into the rounds of playoffs that we've seen previously, people actually skirmishing around early Drakes, you know, with 4 or even 5 members pre-10 minutes, it's become more often the case than we've really seen any previous time.
Uri does have level 6 as Shades and Jadimi are sticking around the middle bit. Here's the thing about Talia. You get to stun Shuri if he spirit dashes through the unraveled earth. So, yeah, we'll see how that one goes. But there's dive being set up in the top lane by Starry. He is level 4, so no Cyclone available. And the world ender is going to be popped aggro, picked up by Starry. Tuliper goes for the first blood with a turret shot. They are going to trade the kills. It's a 1-for-1.
It's a 1-for-1, and because of the Undead Scion form, SJ is going to pick up a good amount of that wave as well, but because the jungler has been seen in the top laner, Starry is up in the top lane, all of a sudden AIX are going to pull the trigger and go for this Drake. They're going to pick themselves up the lovely stats, as you previously mentioned, coming out of the Hextech Drake, and so overall a good trade for AIX on a play that was initiated by PG.
SJ gets a kill, yes, he is put behind in CS, but not going to be terrible, and have the Hextech, you lose the 100 gold for the first blood versus kill difference. Actually, yeah, it's slightly more because there is also an assist on the side of PG Lions, but the overall impact on this game isn't necessarily too big.
No, it could be the beginning of things beginning to snowball for AIX, for PG. Tuliper getting that kill will be able to put even more pressure down onto SJ, and because Starry was in and involved, we can see that they actually are able to get involved with these fights, has the confidence to gank, the confidence even to dive, and so, you know, it's not a bad play at all, but because of what was traded around the rest of the map, it's not as impactful as it perhaps could have been, but still, a nice window, a nice gank. We'll see what else can be found.
Yeah, Shuri does not have the flash or the ultimate available and is locked behind the Weaver as well. The charm is going to connect onto Relative, and the turret shot is not going to be enough. Relative takes the kill.
Relative a little bit lucky there with having that Triumph healing up. Probably would not have died, but nearly was quite close. You can see more trading in the bot lane.
Yeah, Starry is down there, and Harry picks up the kill onto Jadimi. SG now in a lot of trouble on the turret. The wind is not going to be enough, and that's the flash away. Well, 2 flashes down the bot lane and the kill going the way of Kalista.
You can see all across the map action very suddenly in the mid lane. Relative going to manage to pick up that kill. That's a very good save for AIX. But the bot lane, where we're expecting a lot of focus to be over on the side of PG Lions, picking themselves up a kill alongside Starry. So Starry's getting involved with ganks, is actually trying to do things as Tulip are fighting onto SJ.
Oh god, that's a lot of damage. I think SJ is just going to die here. Solo kill from the top lane of PG Lions, and sure, it will still the Herald as Shades does not have the flash. Double kill picked up by Tuliper, and this Aatrox is huge.
Yeah, this Aatrox has just gotten a massive injection of gold. That first kill in the dive, and now 2 picked up around the Herald. This is going to be a massive Aatrox, going to have to be very careful stepping up to them. And SJ just melted, which is not what you expect to see out of a big tanky Scion.
I mean, admittedly, it is very early game, only the Bramble Vest to speak of. I feel like before the recall, that cloth armor wasn't there. We are going to go into the pause. So, 9 minutes in, 1,000 gold lead for PG Lions, and Tuliper, oh boy, he just picked up a double kill with those components, and he has the Herald.
Yeah, this is going to be a slightly insane amount of gold going right into the pocket of this Aatrox. Everybody on the side of AIX are going to have to be careful. And it was a really unfortunate play right there out of Shades. An uncharacteristic error. Not having the smite up and available to be able to pick up that Rift Herald. Basically just donating it over. And SJ tried to get over and involved, help out. And it just went so very horribly wrong, got melted down by the Aatrox, and that was pre the Aatrox picking up 2 kills, so now going to be such a big boy.
This is what we wanted to see coming into the day, knowing that Pity isn't playing. We wanted to see Tuliper pick up the mantle, step up to be the main carry. Starry is still ganking, as you said. He's getting efficiency around the map. Got a kill in the top lane, got a kill in the bot lane. Not too much in terms of objectives, right? But, you know, you only lost the Hexing Dragon, so actually not too much to criticize there either. The real question is, AIX, what's the call here? Do you try to stand the bleeding in the top lane, or do you try to snowball elsewhere?
I don't think you really can stem the bleeding properly and effectively in this top lane now that SJ has fallen quite so far behind. You can see using the ultimate to just pick up more of a wave. That's a little bit of a sad state of affairs for SJ, but there are still pressure points across the rest of the map. Shades had an unfortunate play around the Rift Herald, still going to be strong on this Talia though, and obviously Relative is doing very well for themselves, so, you know, it's not all said and done. There is still a lot to play for right here, but everybody on the side of AX now needs to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, careful but measured in aggression, I feel like, is what I want to see, because I mean, I don't know if you just want to let PG Lions have the mid game. I don't think that will end well for you. You need something going for you, and I'm looking at Relative with the 24 CS advantage and a kill in the mid lane. That just looks like your prime focus if you're AIX.
It kind of has to be where you're focusing. The Irelia can't fall behind. Behind Irelia does not do a lot of damage at all, and it will just be a very sad state of affairs indeed for AIX. And so more pressure needs to be given to this mid lane, as once again into a pause. Somebody is probably having connection issues with the, you know, frequency of these pauses. We'll see if this will be a quick one, just like the last.
Gold Drinker picked up by Tuliper. We haven't yet mentioned this. It's the first mythic in the game quite early on, 10 minutes in, though did sacrifice the boots to get it, so not insane territory of a lead yet.
Not yet. Once the boots are in, it will be a lot stronger. Tulip are still going to deal a ridiculous amount of damage and going to heal a ridiculous amount. There's already a lot of inbuilt healing into an Aatrox. All of a sudden, you now also have it in your mythic item. We'll be able to fight into the middle of these team fights just fine. It is a question of whether SJ is going to try to match Tuliper in these team fights, or if they'd rather actually just stay around into these sidelines, split push and create map pressure. That means PG Lions can't afford to take too many fights.
It is an option. I mean, you'd rather not side lane against an Aatrox, but if Tuliper is the one initiating the roams, then I think SJ will not have too much of a problem. I think I heard ping issues as the reason for why the pause is happening, so we'll have to wait, see if they get resolved. Obviously, this is a quarterfinal. It's a lot to play for. It's also a best of 3, something that we haven't said explicitly yet, as have been all around, so it's not a best of 5. You only have one chance to mess up.
Yeah, you do not get to come in with a lot of differences as, a little bit of engage in the bot lane. See if we'll find this fight.
Everyone moving down. In the meantime, Tuliper just takes the full plate tower in the top lane using that Herald as, okay, I did not quite see where SG died, but Harry picked up the kill.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an engage out of Radula and Harry. Unfortunately, we did not see this one as this. Herald is going to get a second charge in, and at this point, I think you have to send somebody to try stem the bleeding in this top lane. If you do send Relative, I think you can actually fight into this Aatrox decently well when paired with the Scion as well. So there is an option, but you just have to be careful, because if you keep letting Tulipa do whatever they want, things are going to get worse and worse.
In the meantime, Relative did kill Shui. 2-0 on the Irelia, has got the Blade of the Ruined King. So yes, Tulipa is huge, but Relative is starting to get out of control. Shuroi unable to contain him. It was one of the questions we had coming into today of, how will Shuroi match up to Relative? The answer is not very well at the moment.
No, it's not going very well. It was never going to go particularly well because of the power of an Irelia versus an Ahri, especially once that early kill had gone over. There's a lot of ability for the Irelia to dash in and match the dashes that come out of the Ahri, as this is going to be another fight, but
yeah, Relative is just going in and he kills Shuri, does not care about Tulipa. Here comes SJ, right under the tower, that forces the flash away from the top laner of PG.
That flash being forced could be huge. All of a sudden, Tulipa does not have the ability to get in onto these fights. More members of PG Lions are arriving, though. This could turn.
He is going in. Shades does finally unravel the earth, stopping him right in the tracks, and he's now getting a low flash away from the solar flare, and Shades still on the chase. The Cyclone followed by Starry, but the pebbles are flying in. PG zone away from the dragon. I feel like whenever I'm trying to be conservative around Relative and give him an element of doubt, he just comes out with performances like this.
Yeah, I was not expecting him to cut through the Ahri quite as quickly, especially not once he saw that Tulipa was there. I was entirely wrong on that one, dealing so much damage. This is now a 3-0-0 Irelia versus a very strong Aatrox on the other team, so there's a lot of power all across the board. The only issue is it's the bot lane where things are beginning to swing. There's multiple strong members, one on each side of AX and PG, but then the bot lane of PG Lions is a lot stronger than their counterparts.
That is true. Tulipa being the one ahead means that AIX have a much easier time of influencing that bot lane. And you can in fact see Shades just sitting here with the ultimate ready, waiting for Ragil or Harry to overstep.
And this is what I was hoping for coming out of AIX, deciding to put SJ versus the Ahri, both of the champions who are doing quite... well, they're not having the best game of it, let's say, in the top and the mid lane, and so then put your highest powered carry in Relative up against the problem that you have in Tulipa. It's a good way to stem the bleeding as an engage.
Solar flare, but Shuri is not quite close enough to follow up. It's just an ultimate in support of PG Lions and nothing gained for it.
No, nothing gained at all, and so... things continue. It's very tense. If you take a look over to the right-hand side of the screen for PG Lions, there are 2 teleports up and available that will be unleashing in 8 seconds at this point. There's only 1 on the side of AX, so big fights will often include more members from PG. And if you do want to put your Irelia up into the top lane, this kind of takes them out of the fight. Not in the best spot to be constantly able to actually, get involved, which is what you want from your highest powered member.
Indeed. Pickups on the mythics, I do want to just touch on them. Everfrost has been sitting on Shades for quite a while now, but Triforce picked up by SG. We now have Everfrost coming in from Shuri and Starry sitting on the Divine Sunder, so no great disparity. Tulipa still being the difference maker, as talking about him, Shades is going to engage. There's the knockback, Relative finds the stun, and Tulipa is trying to heal up, but it's a shutdown going to Relative.
You can see the amount of damage that Tulipa is able to do, and it doesn't even matter when Relative's doing that plus more, and more members swings that fight. Now, Shuri teleported into the top lane, needs to be careful. SJ is hovering around. Shades also needs to be careful, though. There is action across the board.
High flash forward, Cyclone, knock out the smite, will find some healing, but Starry finds the solo kill onto Shades. Good response play from PG Lions. Now, do you get away? Exhaust down to Starry to slow him down. He will try for the bait with the clone, but doesn't quite work out. This Medic Smash finds the stun, and Relative still looking for the stun of his own. Will not quite be able to get it.
It was a long chase coming out of the AIX members, but still ends up going nicely in the favour of them, picking up that kill onto Tulipa, and unfortunately the return kill onto Shades, who was caught out in the jungle, but still, nice little play. There is a 1k gold lead, though, for PG Lions. They are doing well for themselves, still within, a good place in this game. The interesting thing right here, though, is when everybody roams away from the bot lane, SJ is safe enough that despite the fact that Harry has a good advantage over the top of them, able to just sit back. Finally, the mythic is complete for Harry, as well as 2 extra daggers, so this Kalista going to be dealing ridiculous amounts of damage, dashing around plenty. But really, you're having a hard time trying to kill onto an Ezreal, especially without your support.
Yeah, and you look at the targets potentially for Harry. You are a short-range ADC. Relative and SJ are going to be the people in your face most of the time, and you don't want to be anywhere near Relative. Not now, probably not later either. So, unless that Irelia is stopped right now, the Golded might say PG are ahead. I don't know how much weight I want to give to that.
No, not when the Irelia is at 4 kills, has already picked up that Blade of the Ruined King, is now working towards the Mythic and just gonna be so very high powered. You can see that in the pure Tulipa versus relative matchup, it is going to be relative favored, but in big team fights, you know, a lot of damage can come from an Aatrox.
Relative caught up by CC, but you can see the rest of AIX are right there, and there the Seismic shove the Vanguard's edge going wide. Ultimate traded, and at the end of the day, no one dies, no one uses any summoners. This dragon spawning in 30 seconds, you can see both squads positioning around it.
Everybody wants this one. If you're the side of PG Lions, you want to pick this up to stop the Drake stacking out of AIX. If you're AIX, you're putting yourself on soul point at 17 minutes into the game. A lot of pressure, and Tulipa needs to be careful. Walking very far forwards, does have vision of the members of AIX, but still being very bold with it, and this Aatrox has to heal in order to survive. Other than that, quite tanky, quite squishy at the moment.
NG is sitting on very low mana. If a fight breaks out, I don't know how much effectiveness you're gonna get out of the Ezreal, so it should be a 4 versus 5 effectively. But Relative is alive, Relative is level 12, and SG is still here. He can get a few Mystic shots in. The Dragon has been started. Shades goes over the wall. There's the two-shot barrage attack again. It's stolen by Shades, and Story falls down. PG Lions, you gotta get out of here because you lost everything you were fighting for here. Shuri is dead, with Jadimi getting the gold.
It was a lovely little steal coming here out of Shades, jumps into the pit, manages to pick it up as well as the kill onto Starry. This is what happens when you have a non-jungler in the jungle. Unfortunately, smite fights that would have been 50-50 perhaps are not so. Still, it was a nice attempt out of PG Lions. They had priority into the pit, but they were collapsed upon from every single angle, and as such just fell down, and Tulipa never got into that fight. It was everybody from PG Lions running away, and on the chase, AIX have so much poke and ability to be able to run forwards that it is terrifying to be on the flee.
I mean, engage has to be found from PG Lions. If we look at how this composition works, if you don't kill someone, then Shades, SG, they're just going to pick you off, and you've got Jadimi to speed you up as well. But the problem with that is the only person that's really fed on your team is Choliper, and then Harry. Sure, we haven't seen him unleash in the fights yet. That's a potential, you know, X factor. But PG Lions, they just haven't shown us how their team fights will work.
No, they decided not to take the fight there once they'd already lost out on Starry, and so we need to see a fight where they initiate the actual aggression, because they were just interested in getting the Drake and getting out. Unfortunately, they do not manage either of those goals, put themselves in a little bit of a hole. They were ahead beforehand, now they are just very slightly behind. It's basically even though, so AX have pulled themselves back into a nice spot in the game, which was incredibly necessary because a lot of the members of PG Lions spike in this mid game once they pick up their first and second items.
Oh, that's true. Relative, that shield bow can't be too far away. He's been sitting on these components for a long time. A recall is coming through right now. Let's see if that's going to be it.
Yes, indeed. Alrighty, so this is now a massive problem for PG Lions. With this picked up, all of a sudden, you're going to have to be so very careful. If this Irelia gets into the backline, there's not a lot you can do about it. This means that you're gonna have Radula in the backline, constantly attempting to stun up and stop the Irelia. Once the Irelia is stunned up, there is the ability to burst them out. But once they're running around and landing any damage whatsoever, there is so much healing in both the kit and also in what items have been built that you will not be able to take out this Irelia. So stuns are necessary, but that means that you don't have Radula being the engage, you're having Radula as a disengage tool. So where does the engage actually come from?
I feel like it's going to be a combo. I mean, Fate's Call, come on, we haven't talked about this ability yet because it just wasn't useful this game so far. But Harry's got the massive ultimate. I assume he's connected to Radula. Again, we haven't seen it used too much. So you've got that, and then Starry Shuri. While Shades is playing a Talia. I don't think a single Unraveled Earth can stop an engagement from 4 members of PG Lions.
No, it would be, it is unlikely to work out that way around. For the most part, things should be a little bit more even as, SJ needs to run, needs to use the ultimate and run.
Where are you going? He goes into the wall, he is going to fall down. Where does the kill go? Harry picking it up. That being said, AIX on the other side of the map, they're going to get the turrets, not going for the Baron, so at least the big prize is still up on the table, but mid lane tier 1 going the way of SG, and we mentioned Harry being ahead in the lane. Right now, looking pretty strong as Shui getting dove in the top lane, and so much burst damage. The charm will stop us for a moment. Chuliper arrives in the top lane. No more Unraveled Earth, which means no more stuns that can find him, but Relative, he's a massive double kill going the way of Irelia's 6th kill of this game. AIX, they eliminate Chuliper, and they're just gonna get the whole topside jungle.
They can pick up the whole topside jungle, they can go for the Baron if they want it. There is also the Drake spawning in 1 minute's time. Reset to Drake is likely the decision right here for AIX, and it looked so very bad for the members of AIX. They'd lost their top laner down in the bottom side of the map. Things, weren't looking great. All of a sudden they decide, you know what, we want towers, and because there was an attempted tower defense out of Shuri and then Chuliper teleporting in, they lose multiple members there as well, and so it's going to be another big team fight around this Drake, you'd have to imagine. It is sole point for AIX. They're looking to pick up their first win of this quarterfinal. The winner of this game will go on to the finals weekend. The loser is done for, and so there's everything to play for, and things may well come to a head around this Drake.
Both teams walking down, not even using the teleport, just making sure you've got the whole 5v5 set up and ready. AIX with the priority on the mid wave, starting going in for the engage. Shades is going to get called out and charmed up, but where is the damage? Second Cyclone comes through, but no one on AIX is getting low. Regular is taken down by Relative. Harry's trying to hop around on the Callista, but will be forced to flash away, and PG in full disengage. Shut down, picked up by SG, and the charm lands onto Relative. The flawless duet finds the stun, and Relative goes legendary, gets shut down in the end by Chuliper, but it's an ace for AIX.
4 members alive remaining for AIX. They're going to be able to pick themselves up this mid lane tower and the Baron and the Drake with the Soul. A fantastic fight right there. Nobody could deal with Relative when it mattered and was able to just run through the backline. The damage coming out of SJ and Jadimi as well. Constant poke. Just a beautiful fight right there out of all members of AIX, and only issue that they faced was Relative died after diving a tower for about a minute.
Yeah, and that is not good fortune if you're the Polar squad. Now the Ocean Soul going the way of AIX. I was going to ask you a question, Blackboxer, before this fight. I'm still going to ask you this question, but you're allowed to answer there is no way. How do PG Lions kill Relative?
Okay, you have a decent amount of CC on your squad if you're PG Lions. It would be very nice to be able to spread your CC across the entire AX roster. Unfortunately, that is not something you're able to do. You have got to full focus this Aurelia. You basically have to ignore everybody else. It may end up in your death anyway because the rest of the members are pretty strong. But at this point, if Relative gets into the backline, you will die. You've got to deal with them. Also, attempt to put pressure through these side lanes as well. If you can do, try to draw Relative away from the whole team and gang up on them. Try to kill them in a 3 versus 1 situation. Still, it will be difficult considering how far ahead. But if you bring in a couple of the strong members of PG Lions, it is definitely possible. Once you're in these big hectic team fights, I think it's a little bit too difficult to take out Relative without full focus, which is leaving the rest of the map exposed.
Alright, well then, that's the game plan for PG Lions. But you can see AIX, they're just grouping up as a team. They're going objective after objective. They're not leaving anyone too far away from everyone else to get backup. And also Death Stance is now sitting in Relative's inventory. That's also an item that is notoriously difficult to cut through. Teleport is being channeled. PG Lions are going for this engage. We can see AIX, they're all here again. This is a 5v5. SJ in the front line. He's going to get cut out. Relative, he's going into the backside. Can he find the damage? The shields are coming through from Jadimi. Relative is healing up, but he can't get enough. It's a shutdown picked up by Harry. And PG Lions, they killed Relative. Can they clean up the fight? That is 2 kills already. Jadimi has got the shield for the disengage. It's so hard. And the kiting game has begun with Shades going on a killing spree. Starry is next. SG is on the killing spree, and Regular trying to get out No, can he do it? Yes, he'll just be able to do some. No, never mind. Double kill going the way of SG. And it just was a 5v5. You killed Relative, but the rest of the team was there.
It could have been so very good for PG Lions. Unfortunately, once you get rid of the in-your-face threat that is the man called Relative, you still have the unfortunate scenario where the amount of poke and disengage that is on the AIX roster is very hard to deal with. As soon as you try to chase onto them, they are constantly able to throw out spells behind them. It's very difficult. You need to catch them on a true flank. Starry nearly did, but everybody had disengaged to the point where he was trying to run towards them rather than getting in on top of them or from behind. And so it was a nice attempt. It was, life is still being shown by PG Lions. They still have ways back into this game. But yeah, it was still a very nice fight out of AIX. They've picked up all but one of the inner towers. Going to be cracking into the base pretty soon as well. And so you have to continue to be careful. But clearly Relative is mortal. You just have to find the right fight.
Yeah, and when you find the kill to Relative, you're playing into an Ocean Soul, Ezreal to Leah Carm. Okay, Chorper, he's taking way too much damage. Shade's already on a killing spree, and the big carry of PG Lions is dead. Does that leave the base open? There is no minion wave for AIX to play through, but the gold lead is starting to stack, the kills back to back to back, and Shades is looking for more. The Weaver's Wall cutting PG Lions off. That's the second inhibitor talent, and the mid inhib to follow.
It was a very nice little engage onto Tulip, who steps just a little bit too far forwards, and it looks like AX might be trying to end the game here. Don't want to overstep and throw things away.
The Chulipper is still 20 more seconds. Who's going to be dealing damage? It will be Harry, but he is dead already with Relative, taking him out of the equation. Jumping around the backline as the Aurelius tend to do. SG on the side, picking of Radular, and AIX. They will take the game one of the back of Relative into SG and Shade's hands. The team will beat PG Lions. They'll go 1-0 up in the quarterfinal.
Relative is a disgusting, disgusting man. That was an absolutely beautiful game out of him all the way through. Was fantastic. Only died when diving towers massively. Was standing over them and healing up for about 30 seconds before finally that ramping damage became too much. And it looked good. It looked really good for PG Lions at the beginning of the game. Top lane was going well. Bot lane was going well. Your mid lane was losing, but it wasn't a complete and utter bleed out. And then things changed all of a sudden.
I mean, the mid lane was losing. That's the problem.
Yeah.
We need to address it. Relative is a monster. We do have replays for the game one coming up either soon. Probably not right now. So either way, let me continue. Relative, I mean, he is the carry of this team. This was kind of what we were expecting, but after this, Chulipper getting a kill, later on picking up the double, it filled us with hope that maybe PG Lions will be able to upset that.
Yeah, it was a nice pickup out of Tulipper. Unfortunately, it does go down here, and SJ is able to pick up the majority of the minion wave, but this is the point at which it looks fantastic for PG Lions. You can see how quickly SJ goes down, and then Shades, I'm guessing, does not have the smite. No, it is not up and available, gets it stolen away, and ends up getting killed as well. Just a really horrible little play right there, but as soon as big team fights actually start, you can see the power that comes out of Shades on this Talia, and this wasn't even Relative getting involved.
Yeah, this was literally just Talia, Ezreal, and Karma trio keeping everyone far away. And yeah, when Relative gets involved, you can see things go very poorly very quickly for PG Lions. This was basically the start of the game. If Relative got into your backline, you're not walking away alive.
And it was a lovely little draft here out of AIX. As we can see, once again, it looks like a good engage. PG Lions are fine, but all of a sudden you have Relative into the back line, gets to take out Radula, and then goes back for more, continually chasing in. And the chase was also fantastic out of AIX. They were great on the runaway, they were great on the engage as well, because they had so much poke, and then Relative could just go flying into the back line. Lovely stun up on the flawless duet there. Indeed was flawless. Unfortunately stands on the tower a little bit too long, gets taken out, but still, just fantastic play right there out of Relative the whole way through, and just fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, as a support player, shout out to Jadini, because that Karma performance in teamfights was flawless. The shield's always there to save the rest of the squad, and yeah, there's a reason why AX aren't taking damage. It's called a Karma. It's a really strong champion when it comes to teamfights, but we are going to throw over to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back to see if AIX will go all the way through to the semifinals, or if PG Lions will take us to game 3. Welcome back after the break, everyone, to UEM, brought to you by Twitch and Intel. AIX took a commanding Game 1 victory. It wasn't flawless from the start, but I think we can both agree that Relative must be contained.
Yeah, you cannot just allow this man to do whatever he wants. On the Irelia in the last game was just running through people, having an absolutely flawless time of it, other than a couple deaths where he dove onto towers ridiculously far, getting taken down massively by the tower, and really not by champion damage at all. And so you have to do something about Relative. But what do? This man plays AD, this man plays AP, so you can't just ban out one type, you have to be worried about all of it. When paired with Shades is fantastic as well. You know, this is a mid-jungle duo that's just running through kids together as well as individually. And so what do you actually do to contain this man? You can't give him the Azir, you can't give him the Aurelia, you can't give him the Yasuo. That's all 3 of your first round bans then, and because the sides have swapped around now, meaning that AIX are going to be onto the red side, he now has counterpick.
It's definitely a tough position if you're PG Lions. Shuroi time and time again in group stage has fallen back on the Zillion. I feel like I'm not impressed by the Ahri. I'm just gonna straight up go out and say he did not really do anything this game, so maybe the supportive pick is the answer.
Quite possibly, we've seen the Zillion pop up throughout the entire tournament, one of the most played during every single stage that we've seen so far, and there's a reason for that, because it can absorb so much pressure. We've got lots of high-powered mid laners in this tournament, and then all of a sudden you could say, actually, I don't want to deal with that. I don't care. I don't want to have to think about your mid laner at all, and even if I do lose a little bit in terms of CS, or maybe a kill that I lose to a gank or something, that's fine. I'm still useful. It allows the rest of your team to play with immunity, to be able to be as aggressive as you want to. When paired up with the aggression that we see out of Tulipa, whatever Tulipa ends up picking this time around, it will be a fantastic matchup. So that's definitely an angle that could be gone towards for PG Lions, but if you are the side of AIX, you have to know that. So do you maybe ban it out?
Oh, it's a potential answer, and also there is a second thing that kind of became a problem later on, is that AIX bot lane was just so good at absorbing pressure.
Yeah.
SG and Jadimi could not be broken. Harry Radula went for Kalista Leona, which is a huge kill lane, and they got kills. They had 2 kills by the end of that laning phase, but it kind of didn't matter in the end. So the strategy from PG Lions, it almost feels like AIX has them in a deadlock.
You have got to be careful. If you're trying to put all of your pressure down towards the bottom lane, clearly it doesn't work that well. You can bend but not break this bottom lane for AIX. If you put more pressure down there, perhaps it could be better. I actually was relatively impressed with Starry. Unfortunate smite fight miss during a Drake fight, but other than that, was getting involved with kills, with fights, ganks were working, and so maybe an even higher powered ganking laner. I don't like the Wukong. I'm sorry, I think it doesn't allow enough for what it needs to do. You need it to get ahead, but it can't get itself ahead. It doesn't give you enough agency as a jungler. Maybe a Volibear. That's been a very big pickup that we've seen throughout the tournament, and it gives that agency to the jungler whilst also being able to absorb enough pressure if you go down a tankier route. That would be a good pickup for Starry, perhaps. And it's also, again, relatively simple. Starry is not a big jungle player, plays more of the mid lane, so it would be a possibility there. Because Starry wasn't the problem in that team fight. Actually, Shuri, unfortunately, was, who we were not expecting to be so. Shuri's been fantastic, so you need to absorb the pressure that's going to be laid down by Tulipa and by Relative for both of these teams. How do they do it? We'll see in a second.
Going into the picks and bans for the second game, potentially the last one for the PG Lions squad, the first seed out of Poland, the first seed out of Group C, now tearing elimination in the face. And I like the Karma ban. AIX, they're saying we're not going to let you first pick that one.
No, and they're also going to ban out that Vladimir. We said that's a top lane ban towards Tulipa. A very interesting though is the PG Lions bans. Gonna take out the Ornn as well. Don't want to give SJ that. Sorry, is that a first pick Nami?
That is a first pick Nami. It is a pick that both supports play Radula and Jadimi, and it's a great disengage champion. So honestly, I'm here for it.
I like it. It's not what you expect out of the first pick, but because jungle and the bot lane has been the main focus of first rounds of picks, I mean, why not pick it up? It gives you more time to see other things that are coming through in order to get some more counter picks. If this is picked up, it was banned in the last game, is going to be taken now for AIX, a high-powered bot lane for SG. So clearly the bot lane says, hey, we can absorb pressure, you saw it, why don't you allow us to put down the pressure this time around?
Another way to look at it, and that's what I first thought about it, is it forces the Lucian pick out of SG. You can't allow it to go through, so you essentially, well, if that is going to be Lucian bot lane, I still think we could see it piloted by Relative, but if SG goes down the Lucian route, you no longer have a safe bot lane that can just absorb pressure. You essentially throw down the gold lane and say, alright, SG Jadimi, let's dance, let's see how you do.
That said, you have now got the Renata Lucian in the bot lane, if that is indeed the pickup, which is a very high-powered bot lane anyway. Very good at absorbing the pressure, but talking of absorbing pressure, the Veigar, fantastic at that. If you want to sprint towards a Veigar, lay down the baby cage and there's nothing to be done.
Could be a bot lane or a mid pick. I will add that caveat to it. Okay, it's a mid pick, never mind. Misfortune locked in for PG Lions. I like the kind of comp they have, a lot of slows, a lot of disruption. However, hard engage is what you need to answer, then we have a Malphite lock-in.
I mean, if you want hard engage, Malphite. And you know what? I think that also kind of forces the hand of if you are PG Lions. You now need to ban out that Yasuo. You can't let the Yasuo Malphite go over, especially not when there's so much AP available for Shades to play as well. The Diana's still up on the board. You want to play against a Diana Malphite Yasuo? I don't think anybody wants to play up against that set of champions, especially not in the hands of these players. So possible bans right there. Over on the other side, the Sylas going to be banned. Yeah, you do not want to be giving over those ultimates.
And here's the relative problem. You have so many picks, this man can play Azirus another one. So now Diana or a Yasuo are going through, if that is indeed what AIX are looking at. And I don't see why not. Talia, banned away. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say not as much priority because not as many dashes. It's just not this game. And let's see what AIX want to get rid of. I mean, we still need some sort of hard engage here on PG Lions. Right now, all I'm seeing is disengage and MF ult.
Yeah, fantastic disengage to counter the engage that is going to come out of AIX. So, you know, a good pickup, but you need to have something that you can actually do proactively. I still think that the Volibear up and available right now might be a good pick. They're also going to be able to see who the, you know, final pickups are going to be. Possibly the jungler picked up next if you do want to give over the counter pick to relatives. So we'll see the direction. If it's AP, then we kind of know what the likely ban is going to be. But there is the Yasuo taken off of the board. Nobody wanted to play against it, you'd have to imagine. And so there it is.
While Aurelia is still open, I think the reason PG Lions are doing it is it doesn't feel like a great pick this game. I mean, Vigar, Nami, they're all just going to absolutely ruin the pick the moment they dash into the backside, but we have the Vex.
Alrighty, that's a little bit different coming out of Relative. We know that Relative is good on this pickup, but it's a bit tankier. More of an engaged champion than cleaning up the rest of the fight. I like it. Paired very well with that Malphite, and I mean, it does now mean we're going to see Lucian, Renata in the bot lane. That's a high-powered bot lane too. Going to need a strong jungler to be able to tie all of this together. We'll see what the finishing composition is for PG Lions. Oh, there we go. That is a nice pickup into the Malphite and the Vex, able to stop any of that big engage by putting down the Lamb's Respite.
Here's the thing, either Choloper needs to lock in a tank or you've got a very squishy composition here from PG Lions. And I think none of these scenarios are ideal. Something like Set maybe comes to my mind if you're looking for a middle ground, but what really are you looking for, Choloper? Okay, he's going full tanky.
Oh boy, I actually love that. It's not the kind of engage that we were really hoping for. The Cho'Gath can do engage, but it's more of a disengage champion with those spikes being quite a slow form of engage, as we'll see the final pickup out of Shades. If it is this Xin Zhao, a very high-powered early ganking jungler would be fantastic at stopping that Kindred before it gets strong, is going to be locked in. And so here are our compositions. You've got a disengaged composition out of PG Lions, and over the side of AIX, they want to go full forwards.
Usually team compositions take a shade of grey in between. It's never this black and white, but it literally is in this case. We've got PG Lions full on disengage. I don't see a shred of engage in there. The only thing maybe is Cho'Gath flash Q into Vigar cage into MF ult, but I mean, something's gonna miss along the way if you try to do that. Whereas AIX, your only disengage is the Renata ultimate.
Which also can be used as an engage during a big fight if you've already thrown your Malphite in and your Vex in, all of a sudden throwing through that Renata ultimate. I mean, you do not want to be turning that Kindred onto your own team, nor that MF. All of a sudden you'll be dealing so much damage to your own champions. Not what you want to happen, and so yeah, we have such a clear divide right here. I think it's basically imperative for PG Lions to get themselves leads in their individual lanes, because once they get to team fights, if they're behind, they're not going to be able to start anything.
Yeah, it's all about playing the disengage, and whereas we had a disengage core for AIX in the Talia Karma Ezreal last game, they had Relative who was fed and who could go in. I don't really see that person on the PG Lions other than Starion Kindred. A lot of focus is going to be on this player coming and subbing for Pythia, who we would expect to pilot the Kindred to a great success. Now, it's a lot of pressure on this player and no room for mistakes.
No, Losing right here is the end of PG Lions' road. They will end up with that lowest bit of the prize pool. Still a nice chunk of money, 750 euros, but not going to be able to compete in the finals weekend. Losing means that they are done, they are out. There is no losers bracket right now. If you are AXI Sure, you have the ability to falter here, but you want that 2-0. You want to be coming into that finals weekend strong, saying, hey, I am here and I am ready to battle.
And also picking up the first dub for the Germany versus Poland day. You're also fighting for region pride, and you know, the second German team that's playing, that's KSC White. You're feeling pretty confident in their chances. So yeah, AIX scoring the dub here would be massive, knocking down PG Lions, putting a German team in the semi-finals, and well, it's a lot to play for. We still have at least one whole game of League of Legends ahead of us. Let's see if PG Lions can bring it back as we're heading into the Rift.
We get onto the Rift for what could be the final game in this matchup. We'll see if PG Lions are able to send us to a Game 3, bring us to a best of 1 to see who goes on to the finals weekend and whose tournament ends right here. No shenanigans in the early game, so our focus, I think, needs to be on Starry and on Shades, because Starry needs to scale, whereas Shades is going to be able to get into people's faces instantly on this Xin Zhao.
Absolutely, a lot of early game power with that. But Kindred players, the thing that differentiates the good from the great ones is how effective you are at getting your early game stacks. If you can go for the invades, you can go for the kills, you can go for the risky plays, and they pay off, suddenly, you know, you're insane. And at the game, there's almost no way you lose. And that is kind of what PG Lions need. They need Starry to pop off.
Yes, absolutely. It's agency, but in a different way. We were asking for agency in terms of ganking, but this is agency within themselves right here. Starry's whole fortunes in this game rest upon their own shoulders, how far forwards that Starry is able to get themselves, as Kindred can deal so much damage and has the ability to save everybody on the team. We were asking perhaps, for a Zillion. Well, more revives are up and available now because of this Kindred ultimate can stop any big engage. You just have to be careful to hold everything until the big engage happens from AIX, which is what we're expecting later on in the game. For the minute though, standard jungle path lane, both junglers starting towards the top side, so we may see some action in the bottom lane, which makes sense because there is a lot of damage down here.
Yeah, you can see Harry and Rajul are already trying to unleash the damage, but good responses from SG and Jadimi. Of course, let's not forget around the mid lane, Relative was able to absolutely manhandle Shurui last time around. Not sure if it will happen in the Fakes versus Viper matchup. However, it's important to track it, because whenever I underestimate Relative, he just always shuts me up.
Yeah, it's very difficult to actually overestimate this man. Every time you think, well, I might be thinking too much, no. Relative is fine. Relative will beat your expectations and some, and so got to continue to be careful if you're PG Lions. Do not allow this man to get ahead. The Vex is not the same kind of carry champion as we've seen previously. Still does a ton of damage, do not get me wrong, but has a lot of ability to survive through fights as well with those shields and engage opportunities. We can see situations where landing the Shadow, Relative goes flying into the backline, which will be incredibly exciting. And so everybody on the side of PG Lions has got to play safe, play careful, but their composition is exactly what you want for that.
Harry pathing aggressively. He is going to just miss Shades. Both the junglers going for the ganks in the opposite bushes. I don't know if they know that is going on. Now they're going in. They're going to find out. Harry is going to be flashing away. He's so low. The guy is down. But so is SG. And the jump on from Starry. He picks up the first blood, but will fall down to Shades. And Harry needs to be careful because Shades will be looking. And Relative is roaming down from the mid lane as well. No summoners on the Misfortune, and also did not scale the W. So no extra movement speed. Flash, Fear, connects, and Shades takes the second kill.
Boom, a beautiful fight down in the bottom lane. The early aggression out of Starry does end up landing themselves a kill. It was nice, but falls down as well. Relative roams down, gets involved, and so that's already an assist onto Relative, not what you want, but more importantly, that is 2 quick kills onto Shades on a very high-powered jungler.
Yeah, and Starry got a kill, but no stack, which means it's all the way in favor of AIX and Shades as a jungler specifically. Gold-wise, not reflected yet, but Xin Zhao, it's been a pick that's been playing us for, the best part of last year and a half, and we know that if he gets ahead...
Rajula needs to be careful.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Lucky that they placed a ward as they were walking into that bush, otherwise it may well have been a very dead fish in the bottom lane. You can just see the power, as you said. you know, the Xin Zhao has been plaguing us for forever. A very high-powered ganking jungler in the early game into Skirlish jungler in the mid game. Falls off a little bit towards the late game, something that the Kindred most certainly does not do. And so, you know, it has the ability to weather the storm, but it's how well you're able to do up until that point.
Yeah, the wave has pushed up too far. SJ now going to get ganked, burns the flash, and I feel like that will be it. Starry, though, does consider going in for more. The first dragon will be spawning. It is a mountain, full bot side vision going the way of AIX, but Harry and Badular contesting the priority aggressively.
You can see the bottom lane for PG Lions still playing well, still doing good in this bottom lane, despite the fact that the early fighting did not go entirely in their favor. But behind them, they have a jungler.
Yeah, Shades will be looking for this gank. Flash only available for Radular, and he will use it right now. There we go. Summoner forced out. 1-for-1 actually, as Jadimi also has to flash away.
Still though, getting that flash off of the Nami makes it a very, very vulnerable Nami. Need to be careful constantly, and now you have more pressure to go for this Drake if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, can continue trying to pressure onto Harry and Radula. It looks like the decision is going to be the Drake, but Starry is down here. Relative to, we're going to have a bit of a brawl around this unless Starry decides to just concede, which they do.
Relative is level 6, Shiroi is under the tower. There is little reason why you would want to throw your life for the first dragon. That being said, Harry was very far forward in the lane.
Oh, he's gone in!
Relative is coming down. Okay, Starry does go in, loses the smite fight to Shades, and that's the first dragon going away of AIX. Harry under the tower is going to go down to SG.
That was a nice little engage as well out of AIX in the bottom lane. It was a decent try out of Starry. I don't disagree with the attempt, but it left the bot lane quite vulnerable as well, as SJ needs to be careful here.
Philipper just walks in, eats him up. Easy as that. I mean, top lane still going the same way it did in game 1.
Yeah, this was the direction we were expecting it to go, but still, this is what you want if you are Tulipa, getting yourself high-powered. I mean, if it's a big Cho'Gath running around the map and just eating people, all of a sudden there will be an issue. There's not too much pure shred. I mean, obviously, the Lucian will be able to shred through a big tank, but the Lucian's unlikely to be able to just stand and do damage when there is so much of up and available for PG Lions in return. And so a big tanky Cho'Gath could be turning these fights, but still, SJ will be useful no matter what happens. Even if SJ is, you know, pushed back to the role of go in, ultimate, die, go in, ultimate, die, it's still useful. That is still everything that you really wanted out of this Malphite.
That's true, but I mean, the Everfrost Cho'Gath build, it can just take over a side lane in a very similar way a Fed Aatrox would, in the sense that no one's really going to kill you, and you do deal ridiculous damage. So if Chulipper keeps going like that, especially that we didn't point out, he's got the Hail of Blades. Yeah, that's a silent build. Shuri is roaming down, finds the cage, finds the stun, and the damage onto SG as well. The revive is dropped, but no kill found. 2 kills for PG in the bot lane.
A lovely little gank set up right there. Out of Starry decided to go in early. Shuri was there too, and a big collapse. No, nets 2 kills for PG Lions. A lovely little fight there. And this is what they needed. This was what they wanted, a bit more pressure down in the bottom lane. They have pressure in the bottom lane, pressure in the top lane. They just have to be careful that this mid lane doesn't spiral.
No way, but it doesn't matter. The CC chain connects, and that Shade's going on a killing spree.
Lovely pickup right there again. Fighting and action all across the map. The Herald is the next objective. Starry is here, but down a couple of members. Now you won't have Tulipa up and available for 4 more seconds. Needs to walk back as well. Starry.
Flash from Shades onto Starry. Over the wall he goes, and Relative pops in with the ultimate. He's going to get himself the shutdown, and AIX, they are responding strong. Look at the presence they have in the top side. The jungle, the Herald, is up for picking as well, and Shades Relative. It all comes down to this duo.
The duo is so incredibly strong, especially now that you have the ability for both of them to go leaping into the backline. Whatever happens, if you hit the wind, becomes lightning for the Xin Zhao, or if you end up hitting that Shadow for Relative, can go flying into the backline. Going to pick themselves up this Herald as well. Pop this into the mid lane, perhaps put even more power onto Relative, or perhaps into the top lane if you want to stem the bleeding.
Potentially. We'll see where it ends up going. Still, we've got 2 minutes until the Infernal Dragon could be used to get priority over that. The Drake stacking from AIX came through last game. Early Ocean Soul, it just made those fights so much more difficult for PG Lions.
They were not able to, continue to fight after a couple of seconds because there was enough healing over onto AIX that things were very difficult. Still though, within touching distance, only 1k gold behind, still can deal a lot of damage. We saw the collapse down onto the bottom lane that worked quite well, and we've not seen Starry be able to just unleash yet. Does plenty of damage right now, has picked up a couple of marks, still working towards that 4 mark point, but still going to be able to do enough that everybody has to be respectful and careful. And on an over-engage out of AIX, the draft comp that PG Lions have picked themselves up will do excellently.
If AIX don't get too far ahead, I need to say this, because last game is still giving me, the vibes, let's just call them. It's not Relative getting all the kills, it is Shades, but that's his Xin Zhao anyways, and Vex is getting assists, and the two going in together are going to decimate your squad. So PG Lions, you gotta be careful. Gold is even 30 seconds until this dragon. We have recalls coming in. I feel like this might swing the game more decisively into either direction.
Yeah, we talked about swing factors last week, where teams tended to play pretty evenly for the first 10-15 minutes, and then one big decisive fight around a Drake swung things, and once that swing happened, unlikely was it for another team to come back into the game. We saw a couple of comebacks, or attempted comebacks, but still, it didn't work that well, so you don't want to lose out early on. Everybody is close enough right now to the point where actually the gold lead has been closed back up by PG Lions. So, around this Drake, will it be a big fight? I mean, no. Look at that. Starry is recalling, and they're just going to concede it.
Yeah, second dragon given over to AIX for free. Let's see what the soul is going to be. Cloud. Admittedly, PG Lions kind of got lucky with the RNG here.
It's a little bit of a letdown. Cloud Drake still can be impactful. There's a lot of champions that would deal well with a bit more movement speed, as Harry and Radula need to be very careful. An attempted dive possibly, although there is a lot of vision in this bush. Everything is going to be stopped. This is the, great thing about good vision. You can stop these big ganks from coming in, and everybody walks themselves back off, but still, Starry's not been very good at picking up those marks that are in the enemy jungle, only the ones that are in their own, still working towards that 4 mark point at which the attack's range increases and the damage increases quite massively.
Yeah, it does have the mythic though, but both junglers around the ball lane, Relative is roaming down as well. And you can see AIX, they're just ready for the play. They're waiting for the setup, they're waiting for the first piece of CC to land. And Radula is still level 5. No tidal wave for the disengage. That is a huge part of PG Lions disengage. So it not having that cooldown might be the difference between surviving and dying on this dive, as Herald will be summoned in the bot lane.
Oh, interesting. Deciding to go with the bot lane pressure, possibly a dive angle right here. Relative is here, TP coming in. That is going to be the TP from the Vigar. It's just going to stop the play, and that's a TP blown to stop a tower going down. Not particularly worthwhile.
The play still went the way of AIX. AIX are just out macroing PG right now, and sure, we might get caught in rotation. Walking into Shades, and Relative flashes away from the fear. He will stay alive for a few more seconds, but can't get into the Lamb's respite. And now Story is caught in a 1 versus 3 bullet time coming in, but Shades eats it all up with the Crescent Guard. Double kill for the jungler of AIX.
Shades does not care. The Crescent Guard, fantastic, stopping all of that damage going down. As, oh boy, what a fight in the bottom lane. That is multiple kills and plates picked up for AIX. You can see if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. Constant pressure, and all of a sudden it's even harder. And if all of your, hopes and dreams of staying alive in this series are resting upon a Cho'Gath who's managed to pick themselves up 1 kill and a decent CS lead, I don't think you're in a particularly nice spot.
I agree. I mean, not to take anything away from Chuliper, as you said, great top lane 1v1, but he is on an island, and unfortunately, as top lane island enjoyers know, if you win your lane, that doesn't necessarily mean you win the game, and right now, it is Shades. That's looking scary. 5-0-1, got the Gold Drinker, and Relative picked up the Ludens now.
Relatives are also doing fantastically. You can see the 5-0-1 score on the Xin Zhao and the 1-0-5 score on the Vex. This is a roaming death squad that comes together. You have to shut them both down in order to win, and that makes it twice as hard to actually come out on top in any of these fights. You don't just have to think, oh, need to get rid of Relative. No, you have to get rid of both Relative and Shades. And currently a big collapse out of multiple AIX members. There is everybody but the bot laners around in this fight. Unlikely for a full-blown fight to occur right here. I think, unfortunately, Star is just going to have to concede.
Yeah, AIX, that's their game plan so far. They walk in somewhere, and they've got the numbers. And if they don't, then it's even at best. They're never down. But they have the threat of an engage. Shades and Relative are huge, and especially if SG is around as well. If you're PG Lions, you've got no choice but to just concede almost everything.
Yeah, you cannot actually step up. This is the issue with drafting an entirely defensive disengage composition. You don't have that engage to all of a sudden start fights by yourself. Tulip are trying, but oh boy, is there the cavalry coming in.
1-on-4. Let's see if he gets out. Knock up into Flash. Well played.
Yeah, that was nice. Landed both of the ruptures that needed to go down. Manages to flash away as well. But again, that's disengage. Good disengage. No engage. Nothing happening off the back of actual PG Lions plays other than in the bot lane.
Yeah, that is actually big. I'm not sure if Starry had the mark, but this is definitely a mark going the way of the Kindred. And, wait, is that a 7 that I'm seeing at the bottom there? The graphic kind of cuts it off.
7?
If someone in the production can confirm how many stacks Kindred has, that would be great. But it looks like 7.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, 3.
There we go. That makes a lot more sense. I was going to say,
okay, yeah.
did not expect for this Kindred to be as high-powered as that.
Yeah, that saved me a heart attack.
Yeah, otherwise, oh boy, we were putting a lot too much shade onto Starry when they did not deserve it. But yeah, still 3, so that was an extra one picked up right there. One more, and then all of a sudden this Kindred will be very much useful during these fights. AX, though, pushing forwards with this Herald, going to manage to charge through twice. Lots of damage being laid down, and the pressure all across the map is insane for AIX, but there are still avenues for PG to get back in this game.
You need to start finding picks and objectives in order to do that. And you can see the pressure laid down by AIX right in time for this dragon. They've got all the vision control, and PG Lions will be trying to, you know, contest or get something on the other side of the map. But Chuliper is just splitting in the top lane. They are giving up this dragon, letting AIX get on a Cloud Soul point. Again, not egregious. But with that many ultimates, having the extra, you know, move speed after you cast it if you're Xin Zhao or Lucian, you know, it's gonna give a lot of mobility to people who you really don't want to be dashing around.
Yeah, it's fantastic if you are AIX, but it is not the end of the world. This is not a cardinal sin right here out of the Polish squad. They are absolutely fine to do this, and they are, you know, not putting themselves out of this game by doing so. And, you know, as we saw in the last game, going in was what ended up going wrong. Shadies.
Going to get caught out there is this stun. Starry looking for the damage, but the turnaround, and SG is getting his second kill this game. Oh, that feels painful if you're PG.
It was such a nice pick attempt. Regula managing to land both the wave and the bubble. Fantastic play. But this Kindred, pre-4 stacks, doesn't actually deal that much damage, despite having the completed mythic as well as part of the next item. You know, without that 4th stack where all of a sudden the Kindred gets a bit more attack damage, a bit more attack range, and a bit more attack speed, it's not that strong. You need that 4th mark, which currently still Starry is struggling to get. And you saw how quickly Starry died. Didn't even manage to pop the Lamb's Respite. Just went down instantaneously.
The top lane turret is now going to be up for picking. AIX walking in, and again, PG Lions, they don't have the numbers to respond to this. The wave will be cut short. Shades on the side is going to be spotted out. Down goes the cage, forces the flash.
That was nice. That was a nice little bit of aggression right there. They were trying to defend the tower, managed to do so, and also managed to get a flash out of Shades. That's a lot of engage now gone. Very many members up in this top lane. Actually, as Harry walks their way up here, also going to be a 5 versus 5. I think this will just fizzle out because there's nothing really to fight around. We are still a minute and a half away from Baron.
It's AIX just showing PG Lions that they could engage. I feel like they're almost like taunting them as we have another engage happening in the top lane. Lamb's Respite is going to come through, but the hostile takeover making PG Lions turn on each other. Shuri will take down SG. Teleport completed from Relative. PG Lions do have the numbers advantage. Tidal Wave slides up onto the Jadini, and the Radular picks up the kill. Bullet time laid down the damage. SJ forced to flash away, but PG Lions still on the chase. The knock-up goes wide, but Shades and Relative. No, the surrender shelter! Relative, you can't do it to him! Triple kill picked up immediately in the back line. And Shuri and Chuliper will be trying to save this fight, but Relative just dashes the hope of PG Lions.
Relative, my man, going into the backline, manages to pick up a triple kill within, I think, about half a second, turning what was a terrible fight for AIX onto its head. All of a sudden, what could have been a full-blown disaster for the German squad turns into a pretty even fight. And oh my god, even on the Vex, Relative is disgusting.
Well then, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Are we gonna see a Magi? I kind of want it now because, yeah, Relative is online. Welcome back to the series, everyone. In case you haven't been here before, in case you don't know who Relative is, I'm willing to put him down as probably the best mechanical mid laner in this tournament. And,
I would have to agree with you here. Every single champion Relative has picked up so far has been piloted to perfection. This Vex is being played just fantastically up in CS, obviously up in kills, especially after that triple kill up in the top lane. But we have to temper this with the fact that PG Lions, that was a good fight out of them. We've not seen such a good fight out of them basically all series long at this point. Good engage, good amount of damage. Without Relative being a madman, that would have ended in disaster for the German squad. So, you know, Poland's still up and fighting and finding things across the map.
That's true, actually. Yeah, if Relative didn't step up there, then it would be a straight-up win for PG Lions. The problem is he did. The goal is still even, it's still good. But I'm staring at a death cap at Black Boxer. I don't know how to feel about this if I'm a fan of PG Lions.
Badly. Just badly. That is a lot of damage that's come out of Relative, and because that shield on top of Relative also comes through based on AP, that's going to be a big shield as well. Very difficult to take out this Vex, especially once they go flying into the backline. SJ needs to be careful here. Possible engage. The wave does get thrown forwards. Everybody around for this Drake fight. It is sole point for the German squad. So you can see all of the members of PG Lion have already set themselves up around it. 16 seconds till the Drake spawns. Everybody needs to be careful here. This could be the swing factor. Whoever wins this fight may well win the game, and it is even in gold.
SJ did get back in the base, has got the teleport right in the middle of the river. No tidal wave for Radula. One of the big disengage tools is in there. SJ is going to get chunked, and the calling comes out. Bullet time in response. SJ needs to be careful. Relative on the side, chunking down Harry. The dragon has been started, but the health bars of AIX are looking lower than those of PG Lions. Ultimates though still up and available. Relative is gonna be looking for the flank. He is on vision. Shade's going into the backside, and Shuri takes him down. Relative loops around. He's going for the Shadow Surge. He connects, and the engage from SJ onto the back line of PG Lions will destroy their carries. And Relative is running circles yet again. Another triple kill. Double for SJ, and ace for AIX, and they will get the Cloud Sword.
That is a very nice fight right there out of AIX. It looks so very bad for them as well towards the beginning, but once Relative decides to get involved, things go well. That really is the name of the game right here. If Relative wants to play, then all of a sudden the German squad win. Before that point though, Tulipa was able to take down Jadibi, and then also, all of a sudden, you know, Shades was caught in the pit, decided to go flying in, and gets popped within a second.
The damage is there, the disengage works for PG Lions. The problem is Relative just always finds the angle. You could see half the fight he was just walking around. Yeah, he was on vision, but once you're in the middle of combat, there isn't that much PG Lions can really do to stop him finding that Shadow Surge in. And these fights, they're all gonna come down to whether Relative can find the angle to go in.
This may well be the narrative we run with for the rest of this tournament if it is indeed AIX that win here and move on to the finals weekend. Can you deal with Relative? There are some teams with high-powered mid laners that might be able to, but still, Relative has been playing out of his damn mind. It's been a beautiful show, and you can see IX have decided to go in for this Baron. Is there any real response that can come out of PG Lions? By Shuri.
Shadow Surge does go wide, the Relative however goes legendary. He quite simply does not care. Bullet time does good damage in the backside, and Shuri was looking for the kill onto SG. Despite PG Lions losing their jungler, AIX need to play carefully. Relative doesn't have the ult to go in. SJ going over the wall onto Harry. with the ult, and now he's stuck in no man's land. Will be shut down. Zhonya's from Shuri, and down comes the stun. PG Alliance, is this the turnaround? They were looking for Relative is shut down, and Harry picks up 1,000 gold. Double kill, picked up by the Misfortune, but Chase is looking to turn it around. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. He's still running away. Shuri flashes forward and takes him out. Finally, it's only Jadimi left for AIX. He's caught by the baby cage, but Shuri doesn't have too much mana. PG Alliance, they do win the fight.
Finally managing to land the CC onto Relative. When Relative's in the backline, there's not a lot you can do, but the baby cage lands all of a sudden. Chulapa dealing a ton of damage as well. And it was just too many fights on too many different fronts for the German squad, not able to pick themselves up that fight. And all of a sudden, things begin to look a little bit worse for them. It's now back to even gold once again. Things were beginning to swing into the German squad's favour. PG Lions are fighting for this. You can tell that they're fighting for their lives in this tournament, doing their absolute best to make sure we go on to a game 3. It's so very difficult, but you can see PG Lions definitely have ways into this game.
Yeah, and allow me to be a reductionist, but the ultimate miss from a Relative just means that there isn't enough to overcome the engage. SJ found the knockup only onto Harry, and I don't think Shades ever really went in outside of that last bit of the fight. So it's disengage versus engage. Back to the draft, back to what we said in the first minute of the game. If the engage lands from AIX, they win the fight. But we're now at a point where if it doesn't, or if PG Lions manage to outplay, oh, they will beat you up.
You're gonna get just destroyed. The amount of damage PG Lions have is insane. Now Starry is gonna have that 4 mark as well. Definitely going to be able to do a lot of damage, as a lot of damage that gets laid down by Chulapa. You can tell with this build, as you said, with the Everfrost into Draconic Embrace, so much damage.
Yep. Oh well then. Baron Dance, that's just the name of the game. Bit of an ARAM going on right now. Though, if you're AIX, you want to play around pockets of vision. That's understandable. You want to stack up, you want to see if someone's going to walk forward, and props to PG Lions for not giving that opportunity.
And they're doing well for themselves, finally able to get into the pit and actually destroy out the damage, out the vision, sorry, which has been plaguing them. They've been down in vision for most of the game. Finally, though, actually in a pretty even spot. We're going to see another big engage coming in just a second. Everybody wants to get up and involved, and if this dance continues long enough, all of a sudden we're going to be in a situation with a Baron on one side of the map and the Elder Dragon on the other side. We've not seen games go long enough and Drake's taken quick enough to have actually seen very many Elders this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual one. Usually, as you said, we had the swings last week. That was the dominant narrative for that day, where it was an early game fight and teams just didn't tend to come back. Now PG Lions picking up a fight and AIX going for the death brush. Starry on the side, not going to get caught away. Chulapa doing good damage onto SG, and everyone apart from Relative steps out of the bush. Immediately PG Lions pull back. Okay, SJ is going in for the engage. Star's going to the target, but you've got that Lamp's respite, and here comes Relative. He picks out the first kill of the fight. Bullet time, Relative flashes away. He shuts down both. Marksmen are dead, and Relative finds another Shadow Surge. He is hopping and skipping and killing PG Lions, and that is 3 kills. This might just be the Baron buff going the way of AIX. Took him long enough, but they finally connect with the engage.
Finally, and with still 40 seconds before the Elder spawns, going to be able to pick this one up quickly enough to actually be able to get over to that Elder Dragon, make sure it doesn't go down on the other side. Relative going to teleport into this bush, into this pit as well, sorry. And you can see the power, I'm sorry, but you can see the power right here of the Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Soul is actually pretty good on this composition. Relative able to just duck and dive and weave their way through these fights. Beautiful plays out of the AIX members, and just constantly on the run are PG Lions, and their disengage composition can't disengage hard enough.
Iron buff going the way.
Oh, they pulled it. They pulled the trigger.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, you've got Relative on 3 items, 20 Magi stacks. Everyone else is starting to stack up as well. HG 3.5 items, and yeah, if you lose the Elder, you essentially lose the game here. If you're PG Lions, the Elder is going low, no smite to contest, and it has been secured by Chulapa. Can they get away? Shadow Surge connects. But wait, actually, I think if you got 8 by Age of Night, you can recast it.
Nope.
Okay,
Does
fair
keep
enough.
going. That's a nice little play right there. Very good. Eaten by Edge of Night is the reason that has been picked up right here for Harry. Doesn't want to get popped like they did in the last fight, but a lovely decision right here out of PG Lions. They could well have put themselves into a bad spot right here by just, going flying in and, just conceding that fight, actually pulling the trigger, picking up that Elder Dragon. Now they will be able to win these fights if they play them correctly. There have been plenty of low health bars on AIX, not being able to finish the deal. Well, the Elder Dragon will finish the deal for you.
Here's the problem. PG Lions have the disengage composition. AIX don't have to fight them.
Nope.
And you can see they're struggling to find the angles. They did send Chuliper down to the bot lane to try and pressure some towers. But it's AIX that have got the Baron wave, so you will be behind on a push. Oh yeah, PG Lions picked up the Elder, but I really don't know what they'll be able to get done with it.
I think the biggest thing about picking up the Elder is not giving it over to AIX. At that point, you lose the game. Because the engage composition now has Baron and Elder, there is very little that you can do. But because they have the... Oh, Shade is going in!
Yeah, Shades is gonna pump the Crescent Guard. He is going to be revived, but there goes the Lamb's Respite, which actually means Shade survives for a long time, but Starry finally gets the kill.
Way too aggressive out of Shade. So you can see actually there is the ability. Having the Elder Dragon means more that you can't just get those engages off that you wanted to previously by AX. They are having to flee. This is pressure being relieved by PG Lions. They lost themselves the tier 2 in the mid lane, but they're now on the push themselves against the Baron buff, which is not what you usually expect. So I'd say hats off to them. They are still fighting in this game.
Yeah, level 16 hit by relative though. Rank 3 Shadow Surge available. This is going to be tough. Also, objective bounties are still around. They're going to be falling off soon, but this swing means that PG Lions are now 3,000 gold in the lead. It's worth pointing out because they're starting to hit the late game. We didn't talk about the late game, but you've got a Vigar, you've got a Kindred, you've got a Cho'Gath. I mean, there's just so much scaling for PG
So
Lions.
much scaling. You've got to be very, very careful if you are AIX that you don't fall off in this game. The Elder buff will be falling off in just a second. So that's...
Hold on. Chuliper is actually about to solo kill relative. Let's see going golden, but no, just sidesteps in. Oh yeah, you can see the double AP items Cho'Gath. It hurts, guys. Like, it really isn't fun. However, PG Lions lost their top lane. If they're gonna lose any more, they risk losing the game here. And Starry is getting caught out by SJ. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. SG looking for the kill, and sure enough, we'll be able to get it.
All of a sudden, this is a big swing right here for AIX. It looks nearly good for PG Lions, but things are going very badly for them. No Baron buff, so the push is a little bit more difficult, and there's a lot of wave clear on the side of PG Lions, but AIX with such pressure that when this Baron spawns up in 2 minutes' time, they will be able to just peel back to it if they do want to keep it up. Still 24
seconds, yeah, as you said, until Starry comes up. Bullet time clears a bit of the wave, and Harry stays alive. That is crucial. If any more people die from PG Lions, it could be a disaster, as Harry is caught out. The Shadow Surge finishes the job. SJ getting the kill. Shuri is dead as well. The stun is funneled to relative. Taken down by Chuliper. Starry up in 4 seconds. This will not be the end of this game. Not right now, but AIX will take top lane inhib as their prize and disengage.
A little bit too far forward for AIX still, though. They managed to pick themselves up that inhibitor, like you said. Also, massive damage going down into the mid lane tower as well. Just pressure across the entire board right here for AIX, but still, you can see Chuliper is disgusting, dealing ridiculous amounts of damage. Also has the gargoyles at this point, so going to be able to survive for a long time amidst members as well. I think what we need to see is another straight 5v5, because we've seen a lot of picks, a lot of places where it's been an uneven fight. Someone has Baron, someone has the Elder Dragon. It's not entirely even, but if we take a look at the gold, it's even. This is about as even as you can get at 32 minutes into the game. PG Lions putting up the best stand that they can against being 2-0'd in this quarterfinals. AX looking to punch their ticket to the finals weekend and move on.
Yeah, well, we've got about a minute into the next objective, so I just want to throw out one quick point. Is that we have more and more tanky members. The target selection for relative becomes so much difficult. Shuri has got the Force of Nature and is building towards Banshees, I believe. But either way, more MR. You can't burst him down. You can't burst down Starry because of the Lamb's Respite, and Chuliper is also, well, tanky. Here comes the ball time. SG is dropped dead. Shutdown going to way of PG Lions, and there is the knockout found on Shades as well. Is destroyed by Chuliper as a Jadimi finds the kill with the hostile takeover. 2 for 1, jungler dead for AIX, but the objective timers are long enough that I don't know if PG Lions are going to get anything of it.
Hey, Starry does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Starry does a lot of damage against his own team because of that hostile takeover. Jadimi landed it just lovely, and that puts multiple members a little bit further behind than PG Lions would have wanted to be. Still though, as you said, jungler dead for another 19 seconds. I think PG Lions will be able to fight in onto this Baron. The scaling is beginning to come through, and the good engages have not been found recently for AIX.
Yeah, but there is no front line against Relatives effects. You can see he is hunting and throwing the spells in, but not going to fully commit. Giving up the Baron, AIX decide they will make their last stand at the Elder.
It makes sense. You don't want to give things away before you have your jungler. There's no real need to go in. Just throw through some spells if you're relative. You do enough damage. Last stand, as you said. Will PG Lions be able to continue on in this series, or will it go the way of AIX? Everything resting on this fight right here. Who's going to find the engage?
Oliver in the front line is going to be eating up a lot of damage with dishing some in return, and SG needs to find a kill, otherwise he is dead. There we go, that is the AD carry down. All eyes on the Relative. Anoka finds in the backline by the Shadow Surge. He can't find any way in, and they are called out. Their carry is separated from the rest of the team, and PG Lions find a 4-4-0 Chuliper. The top laner, the one we hyped up in the moment that matters, will kill SG and pave the way for PG for a potential comeback.
Chuliper flashes forwards, insta-uses the Nom, nearly takes out SG completely. The revive comes through out of Jadimi, doesn't matter. Not able to pick up a kill in order to clear that burn. And now the full push coming in out of all of the members of PG Lions, only Relative up and available. 8 seconds until SG is here. This will not be the end of the game, but it will be very close.
Relative, you haven't had a pop-up moment for a while now, and PG Lions, they're looking to get themselves to game 3. If you're AIX here, if you lose, it's not the end of the world. You will have one more chance to fight, but this game, you were almost there. You almost secured yourself a spot in the semi-final, and it would be a tough loss if it goes quick. But PG Lions, they've got no such worries. They need to win this game, and they are playing their hearts out. That being said, I think Chuliper is about to die. How the hell did he just kill SG? I mean, why? How is that even allowed? Jadimi's still on the chase though. Chuliper, low on health, SJ on his way as well, has got that ultimate for a gap closing if necessary, but no, they will just let him walk away.
Chuliper, just ridiculous, able to pick up that kill. Unfortunately, fighting into a Cho'Gath with the Elder buff is not a particularly fun time. You're able to just pop down people basically for free. You're able to just use your ultimate, and that's going to take enough damage off of Squishies for that low health pop to come through out of the Elder. So a nice combo right there. It would have been a big swing if SG had managed to pick up that kill onto Chuliper. That's most of the power of PG Lions dead, but for the minute, everybody on AIX need to sit back, try to concede as little as possible, but you can't fight while this Elder is still alive.
Yeah, and if you're a Relative, who do you look for as your target? It's a point I tried to raise earlier, but more people are having more resistances. Harry is your ideal target, but if he's got the Age of Night, you can go in. And I think everyone else will probably survive all Radular if you can blow him up, but he's going to be stepping back.
There's a couple members that you could go for. Starry, perhaps, if you're able to burst them down quicker than that Lamb's Respite can come through, but still, not the particular target everybody would want. Chuliper playing very aggressive, doesn't even matter, the tower's going to go down almost instantly. All of a sudden, so much damage to the base coming through, and nobody on AIX can do anything about it, not while that Elder buff is still on.
The engage can be found in the... Okay, teleport going in. That is a bold call. Relative is the base as well. All that AIX have to do is stop the recalls. They're going in for the finish, and PG Lions, they need to run back. They need to run fast because Relative is just dealing so much damage. I think it's over AIX. They couldn't win the fight, but they will backdoor and punch their ticket to the semi-final.
Oh, that's got to feel bad if you're PG Lions. It all looked so good. You were in the base, 2 inhibitors down, and it doesn't matter. Double teleport into the base out of the AIX members, and the game is won for Germany. Oh my god.
That is not the way I expected this game to finish, but AIX in the clutch moment, they realize there are no teleports for PG Lions. They can't TP back to their base. They are way too far in, no Baron buff recalls, and yeah, good spot. I mean, right, in a moment we will have an interview. I really like, one thing that I can't wait for is to know what the hell happened in that moment. But before that,
I want to know the comms during that fight. What was the call? Was it just base? I mean, oh my god, we're gonna take a look at these fights in the beginning of the game. Everything looks pretty good for AX during the initial stages, and then PG Lions pulled themselves back. This initial fight ends up being a 2-for-1. And you can see already the power of the Shades plus relative duo.
Yeah, I mean, they're just roaming around getting kills whichever way. And Shuri did a good job this game, following the roams with the Predator. I really liked his performance on the Vigard, to be fair. And honestly, I don't even remember which fight we're looking at. I think that's the... Oh no, that's the one where Shades almost dies. And as you can see, this game is just all over the place.
Yeah, there is fighting all the way through. This is going to be the big triple kill that came out of Relative. A lovely fight. Unfortunately, what ends up happening after this fight is everything is back to even, and so teams are not able to find their way forward. You can see SJ goes a little bit too deep here and ends up giving over the kill to Shuri. And then the issue is the big stuns end up landing through that Everfrost, through those abilities, and then, I mean, once Relative is dead, it's much easier for the members of PG to continue running through. Shades picks up a little bit back here, but not that much. And just overall, you can see it was back and forth the whole way through. This is a lovely fight that comes out of AIX.
Yep. That's the triple kill for Relative. I mean, this play right there, flashing, just not to take the damage from the bullet time. Like, the team fights were on the knife's edge. Like, right now, you're looking at this replay, we're 27 minutes in, and the gold only just swung the way of AIX. And this is where PG Lions, I thought they would win the game right now. Great play from Chuliper, knock up onto Relative. Relative can't get in, because he didn't land the ult. There's no way for the Vex to dish out the damage, and it's a free teamfight win for PG Lions. But after that, we saw, in the one moment that mattered, teleports were called. AIX take the 2-0 win. They knock out PG Lions from the tournament, and they themselves will put themselves in the semi-final.
Yeah, this is going to be the team we see in the semi-finals. We'll see in the next game if it's going to be another Poland versus Germany matchup, or if instead we're going to see a Germany on Germany matchup, quite possible when we have Kit SC White in the next round. But in this round, I think we're going to have to say congratulations and I'm sorry to PG Lions, because they played fantastically. I think they had good bits in all of those games. Chulipa, you don't deserve it, man. You played an excellent series the whole way through.
Absolutely, but I feel like focusing more on AIX as well is this team feels so strong, because yes, Relative is the main carry, but the rest of the team is always there around him. The bot lane is playing extremely stable. SJ always has an impact from this top lane, it feels like. Doesn't matter how far behind he is, those Malphite's ults are coming in, and beginning to tackle the question of how do you dismantle this team is going to be something that is going to cause a lot of head scratches for the teams in playoffs.
It's what do you do right here. SJ clearly can take a beating in the top lane and still be fine. So can SG and Jadimi in the bottom lane. It doesn't really matter. The rest of the map can fall down as long as Shades and Relative do well. And at this point, they will do well. It's so very difficult to do anything about it.
Yeah, as I do believe we're going to have an interview coming up with Jadimi. Hello, Jadimi. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Alright, that's great. Well, first of all, massive congratulations on a 2-0 win. How does it feel like securing at least one German team in the semi-finals?
I mean, it's gonna be 2, but we'll see that later. And yeah, it's pretty nice. We struggled a bit in the second game, I think. Some miscommunication, but we still won because of awesome calls from Relative.
Yeah, I mean, can you talk a little bit about that Relative plus Shades duo? It's been insane throughout the entire tournament, and we've seen it again today, those performances out of Relative specifically. Some of those plays on Vex were just nasty, and I mean, all the way through being insane. What do you have to say about this player who clearly is one of the best on your team?
I mean, his back has to hurt a little bit now after the games, but yeah, we are very happy to have him, and so we're very gifted for his work, or he's very gifted in League of Legends. So we're very happy to have him, and we probably wouldn't be here without him.
I mean, he does pull up some insane performances. I do want to ask about the end of game 2. What were the comms like? What I want to know specifically, whose call was it to go for the base?
Yeah, of course, relative, but
Okay.
we were like, Shades, I think, said they have no Baron anymore, so they have long recalls. We have double TP. They have no inhib anymore, top lane, and then we just said, yeah, chase. We have we had a GA, I think. I had Renata, so I was able to stall long enough, and then also Delusion with some poke. So yeah, it was pretty clear. The kid special, we call it.
It was fantastic. I mean, it was the perfect call in that moment. You guys were stalling out a little bit, not having the absolute best time of it, but as you said, fantastic mid laner and great calls also coming out of Relative. Could you talk to me a little bit about your top lane and your bot lane? Clearly playing weak side a lot of the time when there's so much power in that mid lane jungle duo, but bot lane specifically, you'll absorbed a lot of pressure and were still absolutely fine.
Yeah, well, we always play bot lane like a prior lane just to get drakes or to get moving into the enemy jungle. So that's our mission in the team. So when we have prior, we just use our resources for the other lanes, and that most of the time works well. And that's just how we play, I think.
Fair enough. I'm still gonna ask you this question, even though you already answered it in the very first thing you said in this interview. Predictions for the next match: Kid SCY versus AZS AGH. Who you think you'll be facing in the semi-final?
We played against AZS in groups, and we also played a lot against Kid. And I think Kid is also always that team that can come back even though you are 10k gold ahead. So it's very hard to play against them. You have to play really good and not make any mistakes, otherwise you get punished. So I think they always have like, even though they're 5-10k gold behind, they still can win. And AZS relies a lot around some cheese picks, I think. So I think if Kid just plays it safe, plays it well, if they just give 5 kills in the early game, not 20, they should be able to come back.
Fantastic. Well, like the confidence for the German squads, if it is a Germany versus Germany semi-finals, do you think that would be a pretty hype matchup? We'd be very interested in it. Do you think you have a shot versus Kit? You guys have been playing so very well recently.
I mean, we've already won against Kit in another tournament, so I think we can win. But it's just nice because we're also friends with the guys from Kit, so it would be a really, really fun game, I think, to watch. A lot of Fiesta. So I would be happy to meet them there, but also the Polish players. So other guys, it's always nice to meet other guys from other nations.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that just makes me excited for both the next match and the semi-final. But before we wrap it up, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to? Anything you want to say out there on stream right now?
Yeah, well, always thanks to the guys listening. Thanks for Crincy for casting on the German, and also for Himberid Wu for casting on the German stream. Thanks you for casting, and then also thanks to Jan who's standing there where I can play because I'm on holidays. So I captured his brother's PC to play, and I think it worked well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory. We'll see you again in the finals weekend in the next round, and we'll see who's going to be your opponents in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm very thrilled. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. That was Jadimi, the support of AIX, who have knocked down PG Lions and will be the first German representatives in the semi-final. But after that, we've got a rematch of the nations again. Polish AZS AGH versus the German Kid SCY. It's a rematch of last year's finals. Fighting for that all-German semi-final, Poland fighting for their lives. We've got a rematch of last final. A lot to look forward to, but before that, we'll be going to a break. Welcome back after the break, everyone, to the Amazon University Esports Masters, brought to you by Twitch and Intel. I'm Kachka, joined by Black Boxer again, and we've got Kidesi White taking on AZS AGH. It's last year's finals rematch, this time in the quarterfinals, and the winner will face on AIX Schwer.
Oh yeah, we just saw AIX absolutely dismantle the poor PG Lions. Their tournament is over, so now we're on to the second game today. In terms of this left-hand side of the bracket, whoever wins here, like you said, faces up against AIX. They're going to have their work cut out for them then, but everybody in this matchup has their work cut out for them. We've got the best team of UEM ever versus the Rising Stars coming through the last chance qualifier in AGH.
AGH were the team that KDC beat in the finals last year. It was a 3-0. The games weren't one-sided. I mean, the first one maybe. The other two, KDC did win both of them, but it's not like AGH didn't have any fight in them. And now, coming into this tournament, AGH, same roster, KDC, they have a different AD carry, so... I mean, a lot of question marks, especially that AGH came back through the last chance qualifier, so they got a lot more momentum in this tournament.
Absolutely, so much momentum coming through here. We're going to have a look at the KSC White roster. This is a fantastic group of players right here. You know, you've got Gentleman here in the top lane, Striker, Redeemed, Noah, who might be called Matthew, we're not entirely sure which account is being played on right now, and then Cat IRL down in the support.
Yeah, this is basically the same roster, other than in 2021 it was Taewon in the AD carry, now swapped out for Noah. And I don't expect them to be any weaker, is the TLDR. They went 8-0 in Group B, looked unstoppable, and this is their first round of playoffs. They are, of course, against their last year's finals rivals, but well, it's still KSC. We cannot ignore the kind of legacy these guys have in UEM.
No, you really can't. They have done so well for themselves. Second place 3 years ago, and then 2 consecutive wins in UEM. Such a strong roster. As you said, 4 out of the 5 players are returning. We've seen some interviews from them previously as well, where they're saying, hey, we're going to run it back. We believe that we can win, and until I'm proven otherwise, I'm going to believe it too. KTC White are so strong. During the group stage, I'm not sure if any of you at home watched, but if you did, you'll have seen some dismantlements that happened in about 15 minutes. They were absolute destructions of their Group B oppositions, and so AGH, I think they'll provide far more of a speed bump than that, but can they be more than just a speed bump?
That's really the big question, is will we have the Polish roster coming up at some point soon? There we go. Alchemy, Crazy, Magister, Life, and Tomage will be standing in the way of KDC White to, well, fight really for the hopes of Poland. After PG Lions is out earlier today, they are the last Polish team, and it's not gonna be easy, but KDC White are undefeated in this tournament, yes. But Group B, probably the weakest group. The 3 teams that got eliminated did not make it back through last chance qualifier, and Braves UMA got destroyed in the preliminary round.
Yeah, Braves did not have a very good time of it, unfortunately, and so this is the last hope right here of Group B versus somebody who got knocked out of Group D in AGH, but have fought their way back. They got knocked out of what was the group of death, including both AIX, who we just saw dismantle the PG Lions, as well as Esports Team 20, who ended up winning that group, coming out of nowhere. We were not expecting them to do as well as they did, just ran through people. Third place seed, got knocked down to the last chance qualifier, came back cleanly, did not drop a single game there, and then won 2-0 versus Euladog in the previous round. This roster is so strong, and if you're looking to, you know, follow along, Crazy. You need to have your eyes on Crazy. This man is insane.
Yeah, the main carry, junglers, you know, tend to do that, and in this tournament at least. And yeah, AGH have played well through that. That being said, I do want to kind of throw back, in case any of you were watching the end of last game, we had an interview with Jadimi, the support of AIX, and he provided some really useful insight that AGH, they tend to rely on cheese picks, and I don't really disagree. Life and Tomage, they're not your orthodox bot lane. They're going to play whatever. Everyone else on the map, okay, they play somewhat standard, maybe Magister, you know, kind of, not the most common of the mid lane picks, but I think it still stands that if AGH want to pave their way to success, they need to surprise KSC.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that they play certainly is up for that. I mean, if you want to pull the Karthus or the Vigard down into the bottom lane, not exactly what you're expecting versus Kid SC. And I mean, you've got to play your style versus such a strong team versus such as Kit, they are ridiculous. And so if you just play scared, don't play your own way, you're going to get run over anyway. You might as well lay down the absolute best that you have to offer, and the best that they have to offer oftentimes is AP in the bot lane. There certainly are standard AD carries being played down there, but overall, it's been a little bit of a weird roster coming out of AGH. I've really enjoyed watching it happen though. Alchemic during the group stage actually played a lot more tanks, has not been doing that recently, played some fantastic games of Olaf in the previous round, also played Camille to perfection basically. So there's an option right there to play through, and Gentleman Hero also loves those split pushing, high powered, highly aggressive champions, and so this might be an explosive matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, top lane definitely on the top of my list for matchups that could really go either way, because I said Gentleman Hero, those split pushers, he loves to play those, and Alchemic has shown us in the last chance qualifier and playoffs that, yeah, he can destroy people in top lane, he's not just a tank player. Jungle is another interesting one with Striker. Let's just say he's the unorthodox one, I feel like. Moon Domain in 2022. We're likely to see that Band has played things like Shyvana and Kayn in this tournament already, as well as in previous years. In fact, since 2020, when he was still with KDC White, like Shyvana, Mundo are the two consistent pick you will see Striker on every time. And compare that to Crazy, who's more of an orthodox carry, that's gonna be another, highlight matchup.
Could well be. I mean, as you just said, Striker, a little bit ridiculous in terms of the champion pool. I don't think you're going to try ban it out too much because these picks are not that big in the meta, but they are definitely big in Striker's meta. Absolutely loves these insane pickups, and so this is going to be another top jungle duo right here. Both of these teams like their top jungle. Both of these teams' mid laners are a little bit chiller, going to be a lot more of those sort of control mages, most likely. The only difference really could be is that Magister really likes those supportive picks in the mid lane. The Galio, the Karma, or the Zillion, whereas over on the side of Redeemed, there are a few AD carries into that mid lane, the Lucian or the Kai'Sa. I've not seen a much Kai'Sa AD in the mid lane, some Kai'Sa AP recently, but seems to play it in both styles, so could be a little bit of a mismatch there. And then the bot lanes are not the true carries, really, other than when you get something really weird, really, really weird out of AGH.
Yeah, I feel like the bottom of KDSC, the AD carry is the new guy after the 2021 run, and in the group stage, I don't feel like they were played around that much, whereas Life and Tom H are the guys. If you see something weird in draft, it's probably them. So I'm honestly just looking forward to the series. Game 1, again, is going to tell us a lot, because here are the stakes. AGH, they clawed their way back, they didn't even make it out of the group, so you could say they are kind of worse. And KDC, you have to respect their legacy in this tournament. In fact, fun fact for you guys, KDC White are on a 25-game winning streak in University Esports Masters. That started back in 2020. They haven't lost a game in UEM since. But of course, as we found out from the interview at the end of last game, they are beatable. So are they gonna finally drop a game? I mean, I'm probably more hyped for that, honestly. Are they gonna drop a game?
It's a real show of how strong KSC White are from Germany, that if AGH were to pick up a game, even if they lose the series but they still win a game, then that is something to absolutely applaud. AGH told us when they were in their interview after winning last round that they were confident. They thought that they could do good things versus KSC. They thought that they had gotten themselves a lot stronger since they had last appeared. Same roster, but had really been able to play around what they wanted to do more. And so there's confidence on both sides, you'd have to imagine. But yeah, even picking up a game for AGH will be incredibly impressive. If they're able to take the series, all of a sudden, that puts them as the favourites in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I'm looking forward to the semi-final matchup from what we saw from AIX. Either winner of this is going to be insane. And it's that... I wonder if the players of AGH are even thinking about how... the fact that taking off a game already puts you as the first team to do so in almost 2 years, is that even in the back of your head? Because, KDC, they're a big name on the block.
Yeah, and this is the highest level of competition at the university level. This is the point at which you prove yourself, and if you are AGH, you're now the final representatives out of Poland. You're the last remaining Polish squad. Can you put Poland back into those semi-finals, return them versus Germany once again, see if we can, run this matchup again? We'll jump into draft in just a second and see what AGH's strategy is for dealing with KSC.
And Fiora, step one, fair enough. We do have AGH on the blue side, so they will have the benefit of the first pick, and Kid SC will have themselves that last pick. Senna! So Tomage is not going to be getting his hands on that.
Yeah, both Life and Tomage like to play Senna. Tomage specifically loves it. We're seeing more focus onto Striker and Gentleman Hero coming out of AGH, getting rid of that Kindred. We saw the power of it in the last game. Even though it didn't win, was still very strong, able to keep people alive. And then more focus onto Life and Tomage. Clearly, this is where Kiss SC White see a little bit of vulnerability, possible place to actually play through.
I mean, Matthew and Cat IRL, they are, as I said, they weren't really the standout carries. They did really well in terms of the group stage. I mean, you can't go 8-0 without everyone on the team chipping in. But as you said, if Life and Tomage throw a curveball, then you might be in trouble. There we go with the Shyvana ban. Striker not getting his hands on this pick.
And the Talia off the board finally for Kit SC White. Both Crazy and Magister have the ability to pull that one out, so getting it off the board makes a lot of sense. What will that first pick be? It could well be a pick for Alchemic, or for Magister maybe, if you just want to stabilize this mid lane matchup. Crazy is another possibility, perhaps picking up one of the final remaining high-powered junglers. But it looks like a little bit of a flexibility is what AGH want. This can go both into the mid lane and the bot lane.
Yeah, the Lucian first pick, usually you want to take away the Nami right now if you're Kid SC White, so, kind of forces the hand of the German squad early on in the draft. We have seen the reverse of that strategy be used by PG Lions in Game 2 last time, where they first locked the Nami and forced the Lucian to come through for AIX.
Yeah, it didn't work out quite so well for PG Lions, but there is a possibility oh, go on. Yeah,
Yay!
there we go. This is a flex between Gentleman Hero and Striker.
It's Striker.
Really.
It's
Strikers. It very much is Striker's Mundo in the jungle, their signature pick, something that has pulled Kit SC White to absolute success. We'll see what this is paired with. You want a lot of setup as well to constantly be able to find those ganks. The possibility of the Kai'Sa. We said that this could both go into the mid lane or into the bot lane, and it is locked in.
Yeah, bit of a flex. If it's gonna be a mid-lane Kai'Sa, I feel like it has to be AD. I mean, hybrid builds are still around, even through the nerfs. Some people build some AP, and you do deal a decent amount of AP damage either way. So, honestly, Kid SC coming out with the flex. And what is going to be the response? Do you commit for the Nami here if you're AGH, or they will go for the Wukong to secure themselves the engage?
Alright, the Wukong can go either into the top lane or the jungle. Both of these like to play it. Alchemic has had more success on it, and we've not seen Wukong in the jungle do too well, not got enough priority and engage. You have to set yourself up well with lanes if you want to have Crazy find any success on this Wukong. So, high gank setup for multiple members of AGH needed, as there we go, there is the Zillion. Something we said might come through. Magister most likely piloting that, and it unlocks the rest of the map.
Yeah, even though I fully expect Magister to be on the Zillion, something is still telling me what if it's going to be going towards Tomage. What if we're gonna see something like Zillion Lucian bot, with the Lucian just zooming around? It's possible.
It is definitely
We're gonna have to wait and see. With that, however, we have Gentleman Hero piloting the Camille, and that leaves Kid SC with the possibility of just banning out top laners.
You could just put as much focus onto the top lane as you could possibly want, unless the Wukong is going up there, which is not particularly likely. Gonna see that Olaf taken off the board. Alchemic played it beautifully. The Camille was also a pick that Alchemic liked, so taking away a lot of priority from Alchemic. Life and Tomage might well have been picked for, or may well not have been, depending on where everything else goes. You can see the Silas off the board, makes a lot of sense. There's some good ultimates right there on the side of AGH. And now a little bit more focus perhaps onto the top lane out of Kid SC White. They clearly don't want to deal with Alchemic. He can be the main carry if things begin to go well.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see something like an Ornn ban, or maybe another carry in Alchemic's arsenal, or maybe even a support ban if you think about it. Yep, still expecting the Zillion to go to Magister's hands.
Yeah, Magister loves the Zillion, has played it an insane amount throughout the group, as well as the last chance qualifier, and then into the playoffs. Every single stage of this tournament has enjoyed the Zillion. So taking off the Nami, making sure that there's not going to be any Lucian Nami. Still the ability of a Lucian Braum, if you wanted that, to stop some of the engage that is coming out of Kid SC White. Wouldn't necessarily be bad at the moment. And taking out the Nautilus, who does quite well into the Braum, perhaps the way you want to go, if not something with a lot more speed ups to put with the Lucian.
Something like Karma is still open. We are going to see the Corki going the way of Redeemed in the mid lane. And yeah, that puts the Kaiser automatically in the bot lane for KSC White.
Which is what you were probably expecting. Seeing the Kaiser in the mid lane is a little bit of a rarity. This hover would be very interesting. It indicates that Alchemic wants to be quite aggressive. This is still technically an aggressive pick, would help out with these big team fights. Not quite so much of a laydown of the gauntlet is going to be locked in, so Malphite for Alchemic. Not as aggressive as we were perhaps expecting, still though good engage being set up. You now need something in the support role to actually start these fights.
I mean, you need AP damage as well, and Tomage likes to play Zyra. I am thinking about it. I don't know. Okay, before the game, I said I wonder what Tomage is playing. I saw the Sona, and I remember I told you I think it's a 12.10 pick. I don't think we're gonna see it today. Well, screw that. We have a Sona lock-in.
Yeah, this is 12.9, not 12.10, and so this is an interesting pickup to have grabbed so quickly. Still, though, can be paired very well with the Lucian. That's going to be a lot of healing, a lot of damage right there. It's quite a nice pick. We'll see what the rounding out pick is going to be out of Kit SC White, and this is fantastic. Also works, keeping everybody healthy. If you've got, your Mundo beginning to get bursted down, well, not anymore. You have got yourself that Soraka.
Alright, and now we've got both of the compositions in front of us. I mean, I'm gonna start with AGH because I'm looking at them and they've got damage in very few places. Life and Crazy kind of need to get ahead because if they don't, this composition will just not be able to kill the Mundo.
Yeah, they're going to have a very bad time of attempting to kill the Mundo. There's not a lot of shred, other than on the Lucian, and if your Lucian is getting, run down by Gentleman Hero or by Striker, you're not going to have a very good time of it. You need to have the ability to shred through this. Mundo can't let him get ahead. If Striker does on their signature pick, then all of a sudden you're 1-0 down in this matchup, staring down the barrel of going out and not being able to fight for the win in this tournament. All of a sudden, then you've got that Germany versus Germany semi-final as well. So we'll see who comes out on top between Kit SC White and AGH.
Yeah, and Kit SC on the other side, I like their comp because they're giving themselves options. It's the thing that so many teams tend to like. You can play through the top lane, get Gentleman Hero ahead. You can play through the bot lane, you have got a Kaiser right there. And if everything else fails, Redeemed hits 3 items, and you've got a late game Corki. So this Kit SC comp, it fits into what we heard from Jadimi, that they can be 5,000, they can be 10,000 gold behind, but they can still win the game. It feels like that comp that until you destroy the Nexus, they're not out of it.
Yeah, you have got to actually put Kit SC White into the grave and cover them up, otherwise they will still come back from the dead, find their way to actually fight through you, pull out wins. We've seen the way that they can do this in their German domestic league as well as in UEM, been put behind before during their group stage and actually managed to fight out just beautifully. And so you have to be very careful if you are AGH. They don't have too many cheesy picks, I'd say. They're really playing quite standard compared to what they usually pull out, and so they're going to have to be quite careful, but they definitely have avenues to pull into this game.
I'm gonna be honest, Sona. Are you sure? I mean, that's
standard for this team. It's not, a Senna Karthus in the bot lane, but still, Sona is at least a support, perhaps. But yeah, this is quite a different pick. We've not been seeing it that much. Has a good amount of disengage as well as engage if the Sona, wants to be ballsy. Flash forwards does have that revive off of the Zillion if need be.
Yeah. And also, I mean, the poking with Sona is very straightforward. You kind of just press Q, and the rest of the job just kind of follows from that. We do have a small pause, by the way, everyone. That's why we're not going into the game. We should be going in very soon. And also, just to remind everyone, this is the rematch of last year's finals. Kit SC White on a 25-game winning streak in UEM, spanning 3 years. Undefeated in this tournament, in the last one, and the last 4 games of 2020. Let's see if AGH can take them down. It all starts with 1 game. If you want to beat them and go on to the semifinals, well, you first have to take 1 game.
Yeah, one game at a time is the way that AGH have got to be playing this. The Polish squad is definitely good enough. They are a fantastic squad, pulled their way through even the last chance qualifier, haven't dropped a game since they got knocked out of their group, so are absolutely on a hot streak. We've not seen KSC White in almost 2 months, so we have not seen this team play. They may be a little bit rusty, maybe not adjusted to the patch. Unlikely, it is KSC. They've managed to win across the course of 3 separate years, meaning that they clearly can adapt to the meta, but still, you know, haven't seen them in a while. The momentum is certainly in the favour of AGH. Will they be able to put, you know, that winning streak to an end for KSC?
A lot of questions there, and yeah, I want to know who is going to also start out with the advantage in terms of the jungle. So, okay, we've got Wukong versus Mundo. There we go. That's what I remember. Striker, he does play the Mundo. Here's the thing about the champion. He's not very known for proactiveness or really ganking hard. So I would give Crazy the edge here over in the early game for what you can really do from the jungle position.
Yeah, there's a little bit more, you know, agency on top of the Wukong. Wukong's still not great for that, to be honest. Need the lane set up to actually get your ganks off. But yeah, more priority in the early game than your Mundo is going to have. If you are Crazy, you've got to press that advantage as hard as you can. Because come the late game, you're going to have a very unkillable Mundo on your hands. And if you're even slightly behind, all of a sudden it's basically impossible. So have to not fall behind and use that early advantage as much as you can.
That's what we're hoping for AGH, but on we go into the game. Kid SC White versus AZS AGH. It was the final last year. There we see them in the quarterfinals. One of them will have to go. You see, Black Boxer, when I go into an AGH game, there are certain things I expect, like Magister playing a supportive champion. There are also certain things I don't expect, which is him playing a supportive champion with Ignite.
Zilean with Ignite is certainly not the way we usually expect Zilean to be played. It can be pretty good, you know, the Zilean does do a decent amount of damage, and Corki is very weak in the early game. More than that, I think it's because there is a Soraka and a Mundo in the game. They're going to heal so much for themselves, and having a little bit of anti-heal on multiple members will make it a lot easier to deal with all of that ridiculous amounts of healing.
Yeah, I feel like that has to be it. It's just a Mundo counter and Soraka, so honestly, understandable. Early game, not much going on, standard cover, really from both teams, or well, some variation with Gentleman Hero standing in the other side's push, but it will have no impact on the first minute of the game.
Interesting. Striker going to start out without a leash, meaning that all of the lanes are going to be able to sit wherever they want to, and nobody actually knows where Striker is. This is useful for a Mundo, not going to clear particularly healthily the whole way through, has a little bit of an issue, and so we'll just need to be careful not to get caught out, as Alchemic instantly taking damage to Gentleman Hero.
Good trade from Gentleman Hero, and yeah, gets the health advantage. Will mean that Alchemic needs to play more respectfully. It is, of course, standard now for Camille to be running the Ignite instead of the Flash, so there is an increased kill threat from this champion.
Yeah, you have got to be so careful versus an Ignite. Camille has the teleport as well, so we'll be interested in getting involved in these fights, as well as split pushing, and you can see the amount of pressure that Cat IRL and Matthew are going to put down already, as whoa, Magister already getting taken so low.
Flashes were traded in the mid lane, so I can only imagine Redeemed went for an aggressive trade and went his way. Potions burned through from Magister right now, and Redeemed went for the call, so he just wants to farm up all day.
Redeemed is not particularly interested in actually fighting, more trying to bully Magister off of the waves, making sure that they're going to be safe. Both the junglers are, you know, within the area of mid lane, but Striker more interested in just continuing farming. Crazy, though, may well look for this, as Redeemed is very far up without any flash, finally backs off, the play will fizzle out, and everybody goes back to farming.
The Corki, you still have the Valkyrie to get away, an aggressive trade happening in the bot lane, and okay, Manchester, wait, are the minions going to be enough? 2 more auto attacks? Oh, that was way too close.
1 more minion auto-attacking and the kill would have gone down. Redeemed decided not to chase in that situation, probably valid. Magister used the Ignite as well, so that is now a summonerless mid lane for AGH. Redeemed does still have the teleport, but no actual defensive or offensive summoners left available. See that there's just a lot of trading in this middle lane, a lane that we weren't necessarily looking at to be the most explosive.
That is true. First recalls are now coming in, redeemed picking up the tier, and still no flashes, but neither of the junglers in a position yet to gank, which is fine for Striker. He's playing the Mundo crazy. He is under more pressure, I feel like, to be finding a positive play for AGH soon. As Gentleman Hero, he's going to go for a very aggressive trading. Knight is down onto Alchemik. I feel like that just might be very close. Last tick, not going to be enough. Alchemik walks away.
Gentleman Hero deciding to not try to get one more auto attack down. Interesting decision. Life and Tomage on the run.
Tomage flashes away, doesn't have the mana, and first blood picked up by Canariel. Crazy going in for the return, but way too late, and Striker with the first gank secures the kill for Kiddusy White.
That was a lovely little gank out of Striker, managing to get into this bottom lane and take down Tomage. Luckily, Life's still available, going to be able to pick up that CS that's down there, but across the board, you can see the power is in favor of Kit.
Absolutely, and I was gonna say Life and Tomage did a good job of getting priority in the bot lane, using the power of the Lucian early on, and, you know, bullying with the Sona range, but Striker comes down, ruins everything, and now Kit are looking to pick themselves up this dragon, but maybe on a second thought, with Magister being around, they will disengage.
Going to be a Cloud Drake means that we're not going to see a Cloud Soul as the first dragon, something we saw in the last game, so it might be a little bit more interesting at least. See who puts some priority onto picking up this individual Cloud Drake. Not the best one to get for yourself, a little bit extra movement speed is not bad, to be fair, but still not completely ideal, may not drag people down there without, you know, nothing else being up and available.
Yeah, it will come down to who's got the priority to go for this. Redeem goes forward. That's a lot of damage in this train. I think he can just fully commit for it. Magister healing with the potions. Redeemed will now have to run the wrong way as Tomage and Crazy are cutting him off. Flash over the wall from Crazy, and Redeemed will fall down. The hubris comes back to bite him.
Lovely out of Magister, just knowing the spacing, how far away needed to get. Still though, the return instantly by Kit as he's going to pick themselves up this Drake. No questions asked. They saw where the jungler was for AGH, instantly going to pick themselves up the Drake. Very nice play out of both teams. You know, nobody's conceding anything at the moment. Magister looked like they were going to go down, but actually managed to space it nicely from Redeemed. And Crazy goes in with the flash, manages to pick up the kill. That's now a nice beginning for this Wukong.
Yeah, and but I do want to touch on even more for on the response from Kit, because this is kind of what we are expecting from the reigning champions of UEM. Yes, you lose your mid laner immediately. They go for the dragon, Cloud Drake. Not the most crazy thing to pick up, but it's still a net positive play for them as Gentleman Hero. Here, solo kills Alchemik. Crazy will be looking for the return and should be able to get it. 1-for-1 happening, but here it is. KDC, they don't lose anything for free.
No, every single time you think you've got a free play onto them, it is not going to work. Gentlemen here are going to pop that Hextech ultimatum, stop Alchemik from being able to get away, use the ultimate, didn't even matter. Still, though, it is a return kill. Crazy now has 2 kills. Most in the game is going to be quite strong once the base comes through, so people need to be careful. Crazy can take over a game, and this is the start that a Wukong needs to be able to do so.
Yeah. Crazy has taken over games time and time again on the various jungle picks, so him getting the 2 kills is probably the best case scenario for AGH. I'd love to see them transfer it to life in the bot lane. You see already around about 10 CS fluctuating for the Lucian against the Kai'Sa. Just go all in on it.
Why not? Your top lane is not having a good time. Your mid lane's not having a good time, but that doesn't matter. It's a Zilean. The point of the Zilean is to support, not to get kills and be the main carry. Your main carry is Life and Crazy, and so if you're Crazy, get down, help Life out, put them into a nice spot to actually be able to win. If you don't have that sustained damage, because remember, Crazy is burst damage and the rest of the champions are either supportive or tanky, you will not take out a Mundo. Have to have that sustained damage. Life needs to be put ahead, doing a good job via CS, but needs the jungle intervention to really make that work.
Yeah, and we did have gold previously. I mean, the only thing we need to highlight from there is that the assist means that Matthew is even in gold compared to Life. So actually, Life right now not having a real lead to speak of. If, of course, the bowling is left to its own devices, I would expect that lead to increase as Gentleman Hero solo kills Alchemik on the other side of the map. AGH, you gotta commit bowling. Exhaust immediately down to Life. You will flash away. The Ignite is down as well, and Striker running forward. Just running him down, honestly. And that is the kill. A return coming in from Crazy. Tomei trying to flash away, trying to survive. The second Cyclone almost saves the support of AGH. Double kill. Picked up by Crazy. Matthew now. No flash. but is far enough away. 2-4-2 in the bot lane.
That's 2 more kills onto Tracy, though. This Wukong is getting to the point where they're absolutely insane. You can see before the items actually come down onto the Mundo, you can burst out a Mundo, especially when you deal as much damage as Crazy is going to do. I would also like to reiterate that Sheen was picked up off of 1 kill by Crazy. The rest of the 3 kills worth of gold is still in their inventory, going to be able to have a massive back when they do indeed return. And Alchemic...
Okay, he is looking for a solo kill of his own. Shutdown picked up on the Malphite. Just straight up mistake from Gentleman Hero. I don't think you should ever die in this lane.
No, Gentleman Hero going way too far forward. A slightly ridiculous decision. I cannot understand it. Gentleman Hero was in such a strong position, but by going too far forwards, all of a sudden Alchemic is back in this game.
Let's look at the item here for Crazy, because he picked up the Sunderer at 9.5 minutes. We said he is the carry for AGH, and they are starting to make moves. I like how they moved Life and Tomage towards the mid lane. You know you need to play around them, so just put them in the center of the map.
Yeah, get them involved. It was not working with them down in the bottom lane. They will counter ganks occasionally, but they were dying with just Crazy picking up all of the return. Alchemic does not have the ultimate.
Engage is going to be tough for AJ to pull off. The Herald has been taking beautiful crescendo, but Tomage is there already. Striker in the backside just walking through AGH, and the heals laid down by Kyler Ramel. Here comes the package from Redeem, and the resurrection down from Magister, but Kid, they are winning this fight easily. Life able to get 1 kill, looking for the second one. He picks up the triple kill. Life, are you kidding me? Striker, he's gonna try and find the return. Life kiting him back. He will not be able to do so. Kinesy, they still win the fight, but Life gave us a fright.
Oh, Life is able to find a little bit of life for the Polish squad in what looked like an absolute disaster. Crazy was not able to do as much damage as I bet they imagined. Striker, though, just insane. Healing so much, was on the front line taking so much damage. You can already see without having that Mythic, the Mundo is still tanky enough to be able to absorb so much that AGH are trying to put down. But Crazy deals so much damage, and now all of a sudden so does Life.
Yeah, but Redeem's package there, it was beautiful. Unfortunately for Kit, no one had their Mythic, so the damage just wasn't quite there to follow it up. Okay, why? I really want to know what happened over there, because Gentleman Hero still had the Ignite.
I don't understand why Gentleman Hero is fighting too far into Alchemic. Alchemic has been playing fantastically recently, to be fair, is a 1v1 master, so, you know what, fair enough on Alchemic. Still, though, Striker is here, Crazy as well. Gonna be a smite fight.
Yep, and he just killed it. And he just tries to walk away. Come on, you can't let him, AJH, you have to take him down. There we go, some justice has been served as Life. Cashes in on yet another kill. That's a shutdown, actually.
A big shutdown onto Life, a very nice pickup right there. It is also unfortunate though that Kit managed to pick up that Drake. If you're Poland, you wanted to stop the Drake stacking, all of a sudden Kit SC are just 2 Drakes away from picking themselves up that Hextech Soul. It is the Hextech Soul. I know it says that it's going to be the Ocean Soul. It's not. That is a visual bug because, well, a little bit of spaghetti code, but all good right here as we're going to see the Rift Herald come down into the bottom lane. Big injection of gold into Life as well, and at this point, the Lucian is going to be shredding people.
Yeah, AGH, they are putting their win conditions online. That's just simply what they are doing right now. We've got Crazy, we've got Life, they're sitting on a lot of gold, and you can see how much burst damage went down onto Matthew here. Now here's the thing. It is still Kit, and Kit still has the gold lead.
Yeah, especially from what we were told by the AIX member Jadimi. If you put Kit SC behind, they're still going to find a way to get back in, and well, this is one way to do so.
Yep, Gentleman Hero finding a solo kill down to Alchemic. He is 5.6 thousand gold, most in the game, just ahead of Crazy and Life. And looking down, Redeem has been quietly farming up a Storm.
Just a ridiculous amount of CS right here. A huge lead of about 30. What you expect, though, versus the Zilean. Zilean is not known for good farming, is not known for high kill pressure, is known for high kill participation, with 4 assists already, and will only get better as you're able to get involved with more and more fights as this Zilean, constantly being able to keep people alive. Life is able to play with so much more aggression and confidence because they know that they will have that Chrono Break, will always be able to come back to life.
I mean, I know it's 13 minutes, but my mind just started thinking about how we're going to see things going on later in the game. I will just put that point on the hold because Striker strolls in and dies. I'm gonna be honest.
Way too aggressive.
I always just find it hilarious when the big corporate Mundo walks somewhere because like just the stride, the confidence that he walks with, and then Striker just dies.
Yep. Walks in with so much confidence, both in animation and in play style, and then gets popped. Way too deep. Didn't expect to run into multiple members of AGH. Nice out of AGH right now, and considering the fact that the gold is basically even, and we're at 15 minutes or so into the game, I'm impressed right now with the stand that AGH have been putting up. We expected good things from this team. They've played their way through the last chance qualifier and through... Ooh, boy, that was an under the tower murder. We expected AGH to play well, but still, it's Kit SC White. We didn't know how strong they were going to be. Clearly, right now, not that.
You see, it's Kid SCY. I agree. But this is kind of what we saw game 2 and 3 of the final last year around. It was a bloody game, it was close in goal. I was still Kid SC pulling away with the victories. I will not sugarcoat it. AGH are very far ahead. They are about to pick up their third tower by 15 minutes, and Life is getting a lot of that gold together with Crazy. That's great. I'm looking at the overall gold and it's even. I'm looking at the members of Kit and I'm seeing a Corki and I'm seeing a Camille that are just scaling in gold. Just look at those numbers.
Ridiculously strong numbers, but still, you can see the amount of pressure just on the map that the AGH squad have managed to pick themselves up. They're going to pick up this tower as well. The map rotation, lovely, but a fight right here.
Striker coming in on the side, looking to cut off AGH and Redeemed laying down the pole, but Striker forced to move away. There is enough damage right now on AGH. That Mundo doesn't feel that strong.
You have to continue to be careful, but as soon as Life decided to unload into this Mundo, just gets a massive chunk of damage, has to begin to run away. Striker wants to be able to just keep walking forwards with the corporate Mundo, absolutely never stop and, you know, run away. As soon as you're running away as a Mundo, you're not having a good time. You're tanky enough with enough healing that you should be able to just walk forwards, but when Life is as ahead and as strong as they are right now, 35 CS in the lead, as well as having 4 more kills than their opponent, that's a very nice spot that Life has put themselves in. I'd say right now, individually, the members of Kit are playing better. They've got themselves bigger CS leads, they've got themselves nicer lane advantages, but in terms of overall team play, all the time, AGH have more members roaming to each objective, and they're doing well for themselves as a team.
Absolutely agreed. What might change right now is that Gentleman Hero just hit 2 items. So I want to see how this massive point of pressure that Kid right now have in Gentleman Hero, how is he going to be utilized?
Got to be careful with it, as the first Hextech Drake and the first Drake for AGH gonna be picked up. The trade's gonna be Striker picking up the Rift Herald up towards the top lane. Not a bad trade right here. Striker will be able to use this to crack a couple towers, hopefully re-even this tower deficit that they found themselves in. It's a very bloody, a lot of structures gone down this game, which is what we expect out of Kid SC, but also out of AGH. They like to play very aggressive, as Alchemic needs to be careful.
Well, Alto A, Gentleman Hero on the chase. There's the Hextech ultimatum, and I think that will be a dead Malphite. Yep, Gentleman Hero finds a solo kill. Mid lane tier 2 falls down, Herald is in the top lane. There's things going on all across the map. I feel like Kid SC are coming out on top as they pick up a tower and a kill, and the Herald might just charge into the in-hit tower as well.
Unsure how well it is going to be stopped by Magister. Is not. That is going to be a lot of charges going down, as there's a pincer happening to the AGH members.
Teleport in as well, and AGH are in so much trouble. That's a shutdown going the way of Striker, and Tomic slowed down. Crazy getting away, saving himself and leaving his support to die. Kid SC, they outmaneuver AGH, and they are now in a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that was a very fast play that all of a sudden swung things. A nice use of the Rift Herald and a good collapse. I'm not entirely sure why multiple members of AGH had decided to go walkabouts through the jungle rather than just leaving down the mid lane, taking their tier 2 tower and running. Instead, get multiple members killed, and now, as you said, the gold lead has swung back solidly in the favour of Kit SC. This is what we were saying. It doesn't matter how far ahead they are. Once they find that little bit further forward that they can get, they're going to find their way back into the game.
Well, it's all on AGH to really find yourself back in. They've got that one Hextech Dragon. If they can somehow stack those, It's great for you, honestly, because, you know, so much attack speed, so much ability haste, and you've got Zillion Sona. That's the supportive GR I want to talk about, because as you get into the late game, the amount of sustain they can provide is insane.
Yeah, you have got to be careful. So much sustain that is going to come through, and then all of a sudden it's so much harder to actually take out any of the members. There's good sustain on both sides as well, though. Once you've got both of the Sona and the Soraka pumping out healing, it's going to be difficult to kill anybody anywhere. And so it's going to be big burst damage that's going to need to come through. Crazy certainly has enough of that, but hasn't found much success recently after a very strong early game.
Yeah, I've just been sitting on the 5-1 and 4 scoreline for quite a while right now, and we have a bit of a low state. The next objective is going to be the Baron, but I don't think either team will be too trigger happy to go towards this one, especially that we have seen Redeemed's package once this game, and it was good.
Yeah.
But now he's got 2 fully completed items, so if he pulls that up again, it's going to be disastrous for AGH.
Absolutely, and everybody on AGH need to be careful. It's an unfortunate fact right now in this game that there is such a big point of pressure down in the bottom lane currently. In the top laner, Gentleman Hero, this Camille, dealing ridiculous amounts of damage, cannot be matched by Alchemix despite some random early game solo kills, and so you really need to sort of abandon this Camille to sort of push towers, but that means you're going to lose a lot of towers. You have got to hope that you win these team fights by having that Malphite Unstoppable Force ultimate.
Redeemed is just staying back and poking. It's hard. AGH are going now with the move speed from Tomage and disengage, poke. That's the plan for Kid. Gentleman Hero has the choice of either pushing the tower or going in and shadowing the rest of AGH. But the point still stands. AGH, they can't find anything decisive.
No, they are looking for the engage options. If you are AGH, you kind of have to take out Cat IRL before anything else. Redeemed forced to jump away. Doesn't want to get too close. The longer this lasts, the better push Gentleman Hero is going to get.
Yeah, AGH, they realize they need to do something decisive right now, or they will lose a lot. The ban has been started, of course, scattered out by Kid. Gentleman Hero doesn't have the teleport, so it is a 4 versus 5, and Crazy is going in. Striker gonna be the target. There's the engagement on the backside. Finds knock up with the Ariel. The crescendo goes wide, and Crazy going in onto the redeem. Finds knock up with the Cyclone. Can they burst down literally anyone live? Takes down Cat Ariel. Picks up the double kill, and Gentleman Hero has joined the fight. AGH, can they find enough kills that it's unlosable for them? 3-4-0. They don't lose any towers just yet. AGH, they take the gamble and it pays off.
That was a lovely call right there out of AGH, a bold call. They were losing towers in the bottom lane. They say, we don't care, we need to get the Baron. Finally go for it. Striker walks in, survived for so long, still hasn't gone down, but now there are only 2 members remaining for Kid to see. Will they be able to stop this?
It's still available. Magister gonna use that one. Gentleman Hero. 5 members of AGH are going to pummel at him, and it's a shutdown, but redeem this up. He's got the teleport. I don't know if the package is available, as we haven't seen it used in a while. There it is. Okay, no package, never mind. But Striker in the front lane, taking up a lot of damage, and Redeem is back in. AGH, they are getting low. It's a shutdown. Life is dead. Double kill picked up by Redeem, and Cat IRL is there. He can just keep throwing. The missile barrage is down at AGH, and they will have to disengage.
The Baron still does not fall despite AGH throwing everything and the kitchen sink at it. Striker, so healthy, able to survive so long. The Hextech Drake is going to go down over to Kit SC as well, meaning that this is sole point for Germany, simply because Poland were not able to stop the Baron from taking too long. They've just kept going for so very long. The Drake had spawned, they never decided to transition over to it. That being said, a lot of gold had gone over to AGH that they had not yet got to spend. Now it all has been spent. You can see more and more second items coming in. You can see that Purifier through for Magister, meaning that Striker will now be less of an issue.
Yeah, and 3 items on live with that Cyrilda's Grudge. You definitely have some of the power coming through, but I want everyone to take a look at Gentleman Hero's inventory with that Hull Breaker.
Oh boy, that is an indicator that Gentleman Hero does not want to get involved in these fights. Instead, would much rather keep split pushing. Makes sense, but look, you can see AGH, they just want the Baron, and nobody on KSC is any the wiser.
they have to. They see Alchemy in the bot lane, so maybe they assume the Baron is going down, or maybe they are giving it up. Definitely seems like AGH is a positive call for them, but now KDC are moving forward. The Baron's still on 2000. Striker doesn't have the flash, he can't get into the pit. It is going to be a smite away by Crazy. Chrono Shift was used by Magister. There's the teleport coming in, and Gentleman Hero goes into the backside, flies right in, Crescendo, stuns him up, and Light takes down Striker. Matthew goes into the backside of the fight, and Light is dead, but Crazy still alive, takes down Matthew, and Gentleman Hero now down to 3rd HP, is healing up, tries to get the hook shot, but misses the wall, and Crazy can't he find the DPS redeemed, still alive, still ticking, and it's AGH all the way with the Baron buff and a 3-4-2 fight redeemed in the jungle. He's trying to recall. He has been spotted on the blue ward. I think he's going to go down. Tomage, incredibly low. Redeemed goes on a rampage.
Redeemed still running away. Gentleman Hero is in the backline. This might turn.
Hookshot onto Alchemic and immediately nukes him down to 200 health. Redeemed over the wall he goes. Crazy tries to take down the Camille, but he's just too damn strong. There you go. There's a wrap down from Crazy, and Gentleman Hero will die as well. Delayed ace for 3. The way of AGH, and boy do we have a game.
AGH are here to fight. They don't care about Kit SC's record. They don't care about their legacy. They're here to make their own. They're here to revenge themselves for the last year's finals. A beautiful fight out of AGH, managing to pick themselves up the Baron, playing on a knife's edge. Alchemic joined the fight late, ended up using that unstoppable force to keep multiple members alive. And you can see Striker still not that tanky. Now has the Athene's chains, will be able to at least survive against whoever that has been placed on, but taking a lot of damage from multiple sources, and actually a lot of these ultimates out of Tomage have been swinging the fight.
Have indeed, but I can't help but feel like all these fights, they aren't really giving AGH the edge they need to feel confident, because you've got 3.5 items on redeemed, Matthew is scaling up, Canariel is scaling up, and Gentleman Hero still doesn't have an answer. He's joining those fights to just stem the bleeding, but you know, I think it just comes down to that. AGH, they need to keep forcing Gentleman Hero to come down, but if Kid SC set up the split push properly, I don't know what AGH can do.
They've got to find these fights a lot quicker than they have been. All of them have been going for a very long time. If Gentleman Hero doesn't join them, they'll go worse for KSC, but, oh, Alchemic going deep.
Great flash away from Canariel. Package is up for redeemed. He jumped on immediately with the Cyclone, and the package has to be used defensively. And again, Gentleman Hero needs to come back to the base because AGH, they're pushing it for the Nexus themselves. Okay, no, that'll maybe a bit of an overhead. They just get the inhibitor. Calm down, everyone. KSC aren't losing just yet.
Oh boy, that was aggressive though. You were right. It was a massive jump forwards out of life. The chase still on. Crazy needs to be careful right here, and the push is actually coming through out of Gentleman Hero. It didn't start very quickly, but that's a massive minion wave. People need to get back to be able to stop this. Finally, they do.
There already, but the first Nexus start is almost there. Gentleman Hero, will he die for this? Remember, no flash on the Camille. Hookshot over the wall, but Magister is there alive on the other side as well. You have to imagine. Gentleman Hero, wait, he's looking for one back. And Crazy goes godlike.
That was just a good little push right there out of Gentleman Hero. It was actually quite nice out of KSC. They did lose themselves that tower and inhibitor, but then they actually managed to pull themselves back into a spot where they stalled long enough for the push to come through. If anybody had been watching the minimap, they would have seen Gentleman Hero started that push where their old towers would have been standing, so massively far away from actually landing on that inhibitor. The push was slow, but it eventually came through, and once it did, then all of a sudden it was able to be very effective, nearly picking up a Nexus tower. Luckily for AGH, that will continue to be there, so they're not in a, tattered base situation. Drake about to spawn in 8 seconds, and this will be Soul for KSE if they're able to pick it up.
Right, we've got 2 waves of super minions going down. There's a ward in the base of AGH and Gentleman Hero, and Redeem both have teleports. We're seeing this again. We are actually seeing another attempt at the back door. Teleport immediately is being channeled by Alchemic though, but Kid are gonna try to stop the rest of the recalls. It's not going to be the base, and Striker flashes over the wall. He really wants to make sure Gentleman Hero has as much space to work with as possible. Life unleashing the calling. Crescendo goes wide, and Tomage dies, so does Life. The only 3 members of AGH left on the Rift. Gentleman Hero will be forced to fall back. And maybe die here as well. Crazy hops in, goes the legendary 12-1-8. Massive performance on this Wukong. And what even is this game?
Oh, that was really unfortunate out of Tomage flashing forwards, hoping to land that crescendo mid. It does not work. Unfortunately, Life and Tomage end up falling down there, but they end up managing to keep enough members of Kit busy that Alchemic and Magister were able to, get back, actually be able to, stop the push of Gentleman Hero. That's now a teleport down for the next little while, about 3 minutes until that one comes back up. So a little bit of a reprieve for AGH. It feels like AGH should be ahead in this game, but they're just not.
I mean, Crazy is the one man I'm watching right now because he's on 4 items, 12, 1, and 8. Literally 20 out of 24 kill participation. That's what, 5 over 6, 83.3% kill participation for the jungler of AGH. I mean, he's been there for basically every single play, and he actually doesn't have too much problem dealing with Gentleman Hero.
It's not being the worst situation right here for AGH. We were expecting this to not be quite so close. We knew AGH were a strong team, but Kid SC comes with so much baggage. We will say again, this is a repeat of the finals last time around, but last time around it went in the favor of Kid SC 3-0. Was close games, to be fair, but still a 3-0, not what AGH would have wanted in the finals, and so everybody needs to continue playing their absolute best. It is a nice edge situation right here.
Yeah, the Baron is up, and you can see AGH, they're hungry for it. Gentleman Hero isn't even split pushing at this point. The Redeemed is left to deal with the wave in the bot lane, has got the teleport, of course, to join the fight if necessary, but AGH, they start off the Baron. Striker and Gentleman Hero closing in. Alchemic needs to get over the wall. There's the hookshot. Gentleman Hero trying to stop the Malphite from getting in. Teleport is being channeled by Redeemed. Gentleman Hero is going to be the target, and Crescendo locks him down. Crazy goes legendary. And AGH, they've got the numbers advantage. Only one ultimate committed for it, but Redeemed, he's raining hell from over the wall. You're gonna deal with his Corgi. He's on 4 items. You can't just let it be your backline. Striker on the front side is going to eventually go down. There's a knock up, and that's KRL caught out. The Soraka is dead, and AGH find 3 members.
There's a wave in the bot lane. There's a wave in the bot lane. This could be the end right here for AGH. They do not have any teleports up and available to go for this, but the wave is all the way. Matthew is looking to go for the end right here. I don't see what they could do. No, actually just going to base. This is such a nice fight out of AGH. Are looking to finish this off. 2 members dead for Kit SC. Still 10 seconds until they respawn. Will they be able to get any of these towers down? Still a lot of wave clear over on Kit SC.
Redeemed has the weight of a 25-game winning streak on his shoulders, but it's just one Nexus tile. It's not going to end right now. The inhibitor ensures it. And Gentleman Hero comes back up, looking to chase down the members of AGH. Magister locked up in haste. Redeemed his backside throw. Crazy is going to die, but Life is alive. No, he is dead. Only Magister and Alchemic left, and Redeemed will flash forward. Alchemic, I don't know if he can save it. Kid SC, they've got so much time.
No, there's no way. It was so nearly an AGH win, but there's 30 seconds left.
No,
they're going for the Baron. They don't want to end right now.
They can't end it. They can't end it because the inhibitor is up and they're too far away and there are no teleports, and Alchemic is cutting the wave short. This game is on a knife's edge.
Oh my god, it is so close right here. AGH looking to beat out Kid SC, stop this 25-game win streak and revenge themselves for the finals last year. AGH, they have had a horrible time of it in terms of getting knocked out of their group. They've come back through the last chance qualifier. We'd expect them to be weaker than Kit, but right now they are going toe to toe. Everything feels so very tense right now. The Drake is up and available in 30 seconds. It would be Soul if Kit SC get it. If not, then AGH would then also be on Soul Point. So there's a big fight around this one. I think that if the Soul was picked up by Kid SC, then things are over. All of a sudden, you're able to chase much more effectively than they have been so far. No inhibitors down, no super minions up and available, so these teams are able to just fight cleanly if they want to. Gentleman Hero doesn't want to split push right now, is here.
5 items on Redeemed as well. This Corgi is gone ahead, but if he's called out, that might just be enough. Coming for the ultimate. He's getting killed out. He's still alive. He's still doing the damage, and Crescendo from Tomage. KRL's dead. So is Matthew, and it's Gentleman Hero and Striker. They're the only ones alive. I think AGH might have done it.
That was the fight that they needed right there. The speed up that came out of Magister on top of Alchemic runs forward, unstoppable force right onto Redeemed, and then a final kill onto Gentleman Hero right here, surrounded by 5 members. Striker, all that is up and available between Kit SC and having their win streak snapped. They most likely will not be winning this tournament with a clean record right here. 1 tower remaining. Can Striker do anything?
Striker, I don't know if he can. This Nexus turret is falling and the Nexus is open. AGH, they hand Kit their first loss in over 660 days in UEM as they will take the game 1.
Oh, AGH, you have got to be proud of yourselves. That game was so close the whole way through, and in the end, AGH come out on top of Kid SC White. We're going to have some replays to see how they did it. It was back and forth the entire game.
I just want to point this out explicitly. Okay, I will say it after the replays. Let's take a look at how this game went first, because it was a back and forth. Striker on this Mundo pulling off some great ganks, but Crazy was always there.
Yeah, Crazy was always around, manages to find some pretty nice fights right here. This looks like it's going to go pretty badly for AGH to begin with, but Crazy is on the way in, down towards the bottom lane, jumps in onto Cat IRL, manages to pick that kill up, then also takes out Striker. You can see how much damage this Wukong was able to do. I'm not usually a fan of the Wukong, but actually in the hands of Crazy was piloted beautifully, and then this was a big brawl.
Yeah, this fight, I honestly don't even remember which way it went, but it kind of shows you how Striker was going to be a problem. Oh yeah, AGH do win this one and redeem. Great package there, but AGH are just always able to navigate those fights.
Yeah, Life ends up managing to pick themselves up. 2 kills here. Kadarel jumps over the wall, gets taken down. Not the best thing to have happened. Life does end up losing their life right here, does not manage to take out Striker, but you can see how very close it was, back and forth the whole way through. The kills are always within touching distance for both teams. This was just over-aggression right here out of AGH. They end up paying for it quite sweetly. But we'll see in the next fight, we're going to have a much nicer time right here for AGH. They were losing a tower in the bot lane, don't end up actually losing it, and then all of a sudden just massive damage being laid down into the back line by Crazy.
Yeah, Crazy and Alchemic, the main engagers of this team, stepping up time and time again, and Crazy has always been there for the disruption to make sure the kills are coming through and basically allowing Live to play League of Legends. This was almost close. I mean, Redeemed was massive here, so was Gentleman Hero. It still does go the way of AGH, I believe, with Crazy getting both of these kills. And the fact that it came down to this, a game as close as that, and AGH still take the win. Now it's Kid SC White, who are back against the wall, 1 loss away from getting knocked out.
Yeah, if this is a 2-0 for AGH, all of a sudden you're looking at them as being possibly the absolute strongest team in the entire group. They came second last year, then they would have put themselves in a good spot to come first this year. If KSC get taken out here, that is a massive upset. This is not what we were expecting. Absolutely insane.
Well, we're gonna have to find out. Kid SC White, on the edge of getting knocked out, are 2-time champions. They were looking strong, but they need to get an Nexus, so we'll see if they can do that after the break. What if I told you there was a team that won 2 UEM titles back to back? And what if I told you that said team has not lost a game for 665 days in UEM as well? And what if I now told you that this team has just lost a game and is one loss away from being eliminated? Either way, welcome back to UEM, brought to you by Twitch and Intel. Still Catchka, still joined by Black Boxer, as AGH are one game away from knocking Kid SC White.
I would call you a liar, except I watched the same game as you did, and oh my god, that was incredibly impressive out of both of these teams. It was so close the whole way through. In the end, AGH end up coming out on top, the final Polish representative in the tournament, looking to take revenge versus the team that they lost against during last year's finals. Both of these are big, heavy-hitting powerhouses. One of them, though, has had a pretty clean tournament up until this point, and one of them had to fight their way through the losers bracket in through the last chance qualifier.
Don't let the scores fool you. It's AGH, the Polish squad, that were the ones coming through from last chance qualifier. That being said, I feel like the big takeaway from game one is it tells us it doesn't tell us absolutely nothing. It tells us very little about how this second game is going to go, because up until the end, it still felt like KDC could win.
Yes, absolutely. It's not like this was an absolute stomp out of AGH and we're like, oh my god, well, this series is over, there's absolutely nothing that can happen. That very well could have gone the other way. If they'd have pulled the trigger, I think, Kid SC, and actually just tried to break down the base, they may not have been able to win, but they would have put themselves in an even better position to have actually pulled it out eventually after all of the fighting. In the end, though, AGH do win, and so we are looking at them as the team with less pressure on their backs, but still, it's got to feel quite daunting to be coming up against Kid SC. You've taken one game off of them, but you've got to do it again.
Yeah, it is a best of 3, but, one more, technically. You take it one game at a time, and when it comes to the late game of that first game, something that I feel like I want to, maybe criticize Kid SC a bit for is they didn't really play around Gentleman Hero as much as they should have. With the kind of draft that they had, like, you really need to play into this split push, and they just kept going for the fights.
Yeah, they just were constantly throwing themselves forwards in a way that was a little bit counterproductive to what they were actually trying to do. With, Gentleman Hero up in the top lane was very strong, couldn't be dealt with, just split pushing constantly. You'd really expect them to, try to constantly use Gentleman Hero as that split pusher, but no. Actually, oftentimes Gentleman Hero is dragged down into the fights when they're off split pushing, nearly won the game off the back of it. But when you're constantly dragged into these fights, because if you don't, all of a sudden things are going to go pretty horribly for you, it's quite scary if you're Gentleman Hero. Maybe picking something a little bit more team fight orientated, something that still has that individual power, but something with a little bit more team fight as well. Maybe that That Gwen, perhaps? That could work a little bit better into a lot more champions. But there's a lot of different options up and available for this team. Be interesting to see what actually is the decision.
Yeah, I mean, to be completely fair, I feel like a lot of it was on the top of... A lot of the good things for AGH were off top of Crazy playing just out of his mind, on the Wukong. So if you are Kit, maybe target the jungle a bit. Striker was good on the moon though, but you are essentially just allowing your opponent to do whatever they want in the jungle position.
Yeah, basically just allowing whoever else is around to just keep going on. And if you're allowing Crazy completely free reign to fight wherever they absolutely want to, it's just not going to go very well for you. Crazy was playing excellently. On the Wukong, had enough priority across the whole map, constantly finding counter ganks. You know what? I don't love the Wukong because it doesn't have enough setup by itself. But it doesn't matter if you don't have enough setup by yourself. If you're counter-ganking once the boss are already low, able to just burst people down, get involved, constantly fighting very well, and it meant that there was a good point of pressure to get them through the bit of the rough early game, into the point where Life picked up that triple kill and all of a sudden was fully in the game.
Yeah. Now, game 2, we are going to see sides being swapped, which means we will see Kit SC White on the blue side and AZS AGH on the red side. What do you think maybe is the angle here? What Kid SC want to prioritize with their first pick?
I think that they might have to change up their first pick from, it going towards Striker. It might have to be a Gentleman Hero first pick, something very aggressive, or something in the mid lane perhaps. Actually, there is definitely a possibility to go through the mid lane instead. Redeemed did have a very good game, but wasn't able to find the biggest success. Needs something a little bit more aggressive, I'd say, than the Corki, something with its own agency rather than just dealing backline damage.
I mean, honestly, that kind of feels justified. I feel like Kit, if they want to play around the Corki, draft something more around the team fights. Like you already mentioned, maybe something more like Gwen, or even, well, I mean, Gentleman Hero really loves his split pushers. I feel like the call here isn't to take him off the split pushers and put him in a team fight, but you need something that's gonna gel a bit more together, because that game came down to inches, but it felt like AGH were stacking all of them at the end in their favor.
Yeah, every single little bit was so very close, but it always went slightly in the favor of AGH. I mean, honestly, if you are Gentleman Hero and you want to play your split pushers, fine. You can even play the Camille again, but just play the Camille without the Hull Breaker with a more team fight orientated style if you're going to team fight, or if you've got the Hull Breaker, don't team fight. I know you might lose out on a couple members, but if you're able to get enough towers in return, you will be fine. The push ended up being set up quite badly a lot of the time. They were trying to push from back towards their own towers all the way into the base of AGH. If you've got things set up a little bit better, you'll be okay. I expect Kid SC to put up an absolute stand right here. They're not the ones to roll over and just allow anything to happen to them.
Yeah, and I mean, they had many good plays. They had the collapses, we had Gentleman Hero absolutely take over the side lane, and Redeemed, I mean, he was a menace only until getting caught up at the end did everything fall apart. But we're going into the draft for the second game, and so far as I can see, the bans are staying the same.
Everything looking absolutely as it was before. Nobody wants to see Gentleman Hero on that Fiora. I mean, of all the split pushers, Fiora is the absolutely most insane, able to duel people down very easily. And yeah, we'll see if anything does actually change, or if Kit SC think that it was their issues and not AGH's draft that was the problem.
The game was close enough that I think it's a fair assessment, though the Wukong is going to be taken away from Crazy. We won't be seeing him on that again. And yeah, let's see what else he's got.
Yeah, we will see indeed. Just a little bit of an interesting decision right here. Taking off the Wukong, it was very powerful in the early game, so deciding Crazy was the issue, but Crazy still has a very big champion pool, not the sort that you can ban out with one thing taken off the board. That does still leave that Olaf up and available for Alchemic if you wanted more power onto him. Insta-lock of the Jhin. Alrighty then, Matthew deciding to lay down the gauntlet, the final remaining one of the most powerful picks that we saw during the group phase where Kit SC went undefeated.
Yeah, and just first picking that, I'm gonna be honest, Matthew on the Kaiser didn't quite impress me, didn't have that much of an impact on the game. We'll see if the Jhin is any different. And what is the response here from AGH? I mean, I'll assume jungle, maybe something for Crazy if you want, and they are gonna go for the Volibear.
There you go. Insta-lock of the Volibear, a very nice champion in Crazy's hands. Enough agency that Crazy's constantly able to get around the map, find those fights, even more agency than the Wukong has, and you saw how that went. Still got that dueling potential, and if the Volibear gets ahead, can be insane. Also can be put in the top lane, unlikely. And there we go. Alrighty. Instantly, we're gonna get that Karthus. Don't be fooled. It's not a mid lane Karthus. It's probably not a jungle Karthus. This is for life in the bottom lane.
Most likely, and no Senna to pair up with it. Karthus Senna has been a ball lane that AGH like to play a lot, and yeah, indeed not going to happen. Now, if this Mundo is going to be picked, that tends to be a really good champion against AP damage, which right now AGH have a lot of, which means you need an AD damage source in mid lane or top lane. Well, technically also support, but Senna's not here, so...
Yeah, you're going to want something with a lot of damage that you can lay down very quickly. Some sustained damage. We saw the way that the Lucian was able to do good things versus this Mundo. It could well be a Lucian into the mid lane for Magister if that's the sort of direction that you wanted to go down. Or give Alchemic one of their favourite champions up in the top lane. Something like the Olaf or perhaps like the Camille, which would do the same sort of job. See what the decision is right here. Do we also see the Senna perhaps to be paired up with the Karthus?
Senna is banned. We are gonna see the Olaf though. It was banned in the second phase by Kid SC and Alchemic. We've seen him on this champion, and yeah, he's gonna provide a ton of AD damage for sure. Here's the thing. I'm looking at the Kid SC white comp, and it kind of tells me one thing. These guys looked at the last game and said, you know what the problem was? We died too quickly.
Yeah. All of a sudden, there's so much shielding up and available. Now Striker's going to be even harder to kill if you are being shielded down. All of a sudden, a Serpent's Fang is going to be a big item. You want somebody that's going to be able to build it if you are APH. The Zilean going to come off the board as well. Zilean would have been fantastic into this matchup as well. Would also have been a lot of power down in the bot lane. As you said, now all of a sudden you're not going to have your Jhin die as quickly as a Kai'Sa does. Kai'Sa goes leaping in. Jhin sits at the back line. It's going to be quite difficult, but Magister with those constant resets of the ultimate up and available, there would have been lots of CC and stuns and slows for them to deal with. Alchemic just gets to say, no, actually, I don't want to deal with that. Final ban going to be a Victor, so Redeemed getting a little bit of focus too.
Yeah, just getting rid of some wave clear, I suppose it makes sense. Jhin doesn't really deal with big waves very well, so you are looking for something that can clear those out if you're a Kid SC here. What is going to be the last ban? Are we going to see something towards mid lane, towards the support position? Where is Kid SC shooting? They are going to get rid of the Nami.
Alright, so what is the counter pick going to be? You've got jungle, bot, and top already picked up. Probably the support going to be grabbed right here. May well be the Senna. It's the favourite pairing of Life and Tomage when they have got that Karthus. There are also other things up and available that they'd like to play. Perhaps the Zyra, but then you're very much stacking your AP. Oh, okay, this is a different direction entirely. This is not the way that we usually see AGH liking to play with the Nautilus, looking to actually get some engage down in the bottom lane and a little bit of safety for Crazy.
Yeah, engage safety basically checks all the boxes. Doesn't check the box of Tomage champion.
No.
At least not the one that I think of. Though Nautilus tends to be the one picked up the most when you just need an engage support and, you know, you're an enchanter fan. So I see that, and I think it works really well, especially into the mobile champions that Kid SC White have for now. But we're going to see Gentleman Hero on the Jax.
This was banned out in the second round of bans last time around. If Redeemed picked this up, Redeemed thinks that actually it was not an issue being on the Corki, would be a lot of damage, did good things in the last game. Once it hit 4 items, that was an absolute monster to deal with for AGH, but still, it doesn't change very much. There we go. Alrighty, so same sort of composition being drafted once again with just a little bit more safety. We're expecting the same sort of playstyle, though, out of Kid SC. We'll see what AGH want to go with a completely different composition, despite having won in the last game.
I'm not going to comment on this. We are seeing a Pantheon. Magister is gonna play something aggressive. I think. Wait, let them swap. Let them swap. No, I'm getting baited. Wait. What's going on?
Yeah.
It is Magister
Yeah,
on the
there we
Pantheon.
go. Magister onto the Pantheon. Now that means that Redeemed is going to have a bad time of it in the laning phase. You know, the Pantheon's going to have a very good time versus a Corki until the Corki gets a couple of items. I think that the fight between Gentleman Hero and Alchemic is going to be insane as well, and both these junglers are going to want to get involved. I think the bot lane has the ability to be quite aggressive, but there is a lot of poke over on the side of Kid SC and a lot of good hard engage if you are Life and Tomage, so things might actually find themselves in a bit more of a stalemate down towards the bottom side.
While it's true in the bot lane, I like this 5th pick from AGH a lot, because what Kid SC did is they sought out Kaiser Soraka for the Jhin Karma in the 4 stack. Obviously, it's a different top laner, but you know, in the 4 stack, you swap it out for a bot lane that is more defensive, that can play safer. So what do AGH respond with? They say, we're going for early game. It's an Olaf, it's a Pantheon. Like, this top side needs to get ahead in the first 10 minutes, 15.
Yeah, and you have the perfect jungler to do so. The Volibear is fantastic at constantly being able to throw themselves into ganks. Lots of ganks set up for themselves, so much damage, also be able to lay down enough healing to be able to survive as well. Just a lovely little decision here, I think. I quite like the way that AGH have drafted. I think Kid SC's draft is also fantastic. It just needs more time. And the thing is that there is at least a little bit of scaling prevention on the side of AGH, with the fact that having a Karthus means that you're not going to do less damage the later you go. The later you go, the more damage you're able to press before the fight even starts.
That is true. I like AGH's comp in the sense that, as you said, if they stop scaling, well, sorry, if they hit late game, if some of their champions stop scaling, you still have life on this Karthus that can still do a lot of work. So it's not like there is a time bomb, but I am gonna favor Kid SC the longer this game goes.
Oh yeah. This is definitely an early game composition out of AGH. If they're able to put themselves ahead in the early game and continue the snowball through, then they may well be able to win this game. But we've heard before that Kid SC White are a fantastic team when it comes to finding their way back into the games. We saw the exact same thing last time around as well. And so you have got to be very careful if you're AGH drafting such an early game composition. This is not one and done though for AGH. If they lose right now, then they're still able to continue on, still able to fight in the final game of this series. If you're Kid SC White, this is do or die.
And you wouldn't really expect the 2-time back-to-back champions to be now struggling in the quarterfinals. Of course, an entire game of League of Legends ahead of us. Maybe this is the comeback of Kid SC. Just maybe, but AGH... they've got a comp that just screams aggression. They need to be confident to pull this kind of thing off, and I am just waiting to see what they can do. Can they bring it to Kid SC? Can they bring them down? And can they knock them out?
Yeah, this is the end for Kid SC White if they lose in this game. They will be knocked out, they will get 750 worth of prize, and they won't join us for our finals weekend. AGH are on the brink of doing something that no other team had been able to do. I mean, they already managed to get a win, but that was a miracle. Getting a win against Kid SC White is a miracle, and how often do miracles happen twice?
I mean, if they do happen twice, are they even miracles anymore?
Yeah. At that point, is that just AGH being the better team? Genuinely. It was close in the first game, and there was no fluky situations that happened that caused AGH to win out on that game. And so, if they're able to do this, I am incredibly impressed and favouring this team as the probable favourites in the tournament.
It's definitely going to be a stacked semi-final either way, because Kid SC coming back here will show a lot of strength from this team. I don't expect AGH to make it easy. And also, just for the context for everyone watching, if you're curious just how long ago was it that Kid SC last lost a game in UEM, they lost it to a jungler who built Blood Razor, if you remember that item.
Yeah, that is quite a long time ago. If you've joined the League of Legends community anytime recently, then, you know, things have changed quite a lot. We've had a lot of item overhauls recently. But indeed, it's been a very long time since Kid have lost. This is an unfamiliar position for this team. They are not used to being put down. They didn't lose a single game during their victory of UEM last time we saw them in 2021. This team is not used to being put one down. Can they deal with the pressure? Do they know how to bounce back?
And you have to imagine, we heard from Judimi in the interview on their last match that they actually beat Kid SC in their domestic league, so they are beatable. And well, now we see that ourselves in UEM. And AGH, they are fighting for the whole region of Poland, with PG Lions being knocked out earlier on. They are the last Polish team. And well, they've got themselves room as we are going on to Summoners, ready for what could be the final game today.
Final possible game today. We'll be back again tomorrow to finish out this bracket, but for today, will Kid SC end up losing out during the quarterfinals? The last 2-year in a row winner losing in the quarterfinals. Will AGH avenge themselves for losing to Kid SC in the finals last year? It's all to play for right now for both of these teams. Glory for AGH, an absolute disaster on the line for Kid SC.
The early game is quite calm, just standing around. Striker does walk up, doing a bit of scouting. Looking down the items and the summoners, nothing too out of the ordinary, I'd say. I mean, you know, whenever you see all left up with Ghost Ignite, tends to be unorthodox, but Alchemic, we've seen him do this before.
Yeah, definitely an Alchemic special, likes to be able to just run down and attempt to get those early kills onto Gentleman Hero. One thing we've not seen from AGH so far is their enjoyment of crazy level 1 invades. Currently things are keeping pretty chill, pretty safe. Interesting to see if Gentleman Hero goes to lane. Okay, is not going to wait in the bush and attempt to take out Alchemic before the fighting even starts. So, this bottom lane, we're probably not going to talk about it too much if it's played well by both teams. Obviously, there is definitely the ability for fights to go down. A landed hook off of Tomage, or perhaps just a landed Deadly Flourish off of Matthew makes things possible. But in the bottom lane, we're expecting a lot of trading, but things to be quite close until we get into team fights where the Jhin and the Karthus will deal insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, but also I do want to point out that at least for Kid, their bot lane is very squishy, doesn't have too many mobility spells outside of the move speed from Karma. So if Crazy decides to go down, set up for a gank with Tomage, you're going to be finding yourself in a lot of trouble if you're the Kid bot lane. And so, something to keep in mind as we progress. Both junglers pathing towards the bot side. Crazy will be there later as he opted into the full clear with Krugs.
To be a little bit careful. Don't want to get too aggressive too early and end up getting caught out. We see the way that actually the Mundo is not that tanky during the early game. Gotta get those items and levels under their belt before they become an unkillable monster. There is not that much sustained damage to take out a Mundo. There is a little bit, but a lot of it is not on champions who are going to be able to do that from far away.
Hey, Gentleman Hero solo kills Alchemic under the touch for the first blood.
Oh my god, that was a dominance asserting play. There was no way Gentleman Hero was going to get out and away from that one, was always going to die. That was very clearly a hey, I know I can do this to you and it will only get worse from here.
Actually, this is even bigger than I at first realized, because Alchemic doesn't have teleport. He's losing this entire wave right now. So yeah, even in kills, with Gentleman Hero's laughing all the way.
Yeah, just a nice decision right there. You can see thinking in longer term than just the losing out on a kill. Right now, Crazy having to run away from Striker. Lots of damage being done in the mid lane as well.
I mean, surely Kid knows this is going on. Yeah, Crazy flashes over the wall, goes for the stone to Striker, but he's not really affected by those, and Crazy overcommits. He is going to die to Striker. Magister forced to flash away. Kid is C-wide with the early game place and a teleport from Gentleman Hero just so he doesn't lose anything.
Well, that was a little bit of a disaster for AGH. Crazy going way too aggressive. We wanted early aggression, but that was perhaps a little bit too much. Striker and Alchemic are going to fight over this Root Scuttler right here. Alchemic manages to take it out. See, though, if there might be a collapse. Gentleman Hero on the way down.
Doesn't have the flash. Pops the ghost, but Counter-Strike finds its mark. The case goes wide, and Alchemic walks away. But Kid SC, you can definitely feel the pressure they're playing with in the early game. And here's the thing. When I saw this top side from AGH, I thought they should be the ones making the early game plays.
And instead, it is Kit with the early game plays. You can see the aggression out of Gentleman Hero, fantastic on these split pushes. If a Jax gets ahead, the split pushing is even worse than a Camille. There's really nothing you can do about it. So safe as well with that Counter-Strike, constantly able to keep themselves up and alive. We're going to see ourselves a Hextech Drake as the first one up and available. So everybody should be fighting around this, very highly powered, going to be very useful to whoever manages to pick it up. See what the focus is going to be. Both of the junglers can skirmish well onto Drakes, as Alchemic just constantly taking so much damage. Striker's up here.
Struggling, yeah. Striker gonna commit to put Alchemic down. Gentleman Hero is going to be the focus for KDC to get ahead, and yeah, they will probably lose the Dragon for it, but Alchemic dying here would be bad news. And teleport coming from Magister Alchemic getting the shield, and Gentleman Hero picks up the kill. Magister, he can't even do anything.
Magister's just here to absorb some waves, possibly get Dove himself, shouldn't do, now has the 6. If the 6 had been up and available previously, Magister might have gotten there in time to be useful. Instead, actually, it ends up being another nice play for Kit. You can see they've decided no more are they going to be put down by AGH. Nice fights in the early game, and unfortunately, because of the way Crazy was pathing, still has only just gotten on top of this Drake. Haven't been there beforehand, and now there are going to be a little bit of, bit of response out of Kit. Should still go down, so at least AGH are trading back in other places, but they've already put themselves down about 1,000 gold.
To be fair, this top lane is similar to how it went last time. We still saw Gentleman Hero, getting kills onto Alchemic, bullying him out, getting a CS advantage. Here's the thing, I'm not entirely sure how useful Olaf will be in the late game.
Not particularly if he's not massively far ahead. If he is far ahead, then Very has the ability to constantly restack and keep up those ultimates, as has happened with the most recent patch and change to Olaf. But, if you're far behind, nothing. It just gets bursted down so quickly. The Olaf is not a particularly good champion at surviving. We've seen the Alchemic special most of the time going towards the Stride Breaker rather than towards, there's an engage right here.
Yeah, Alchemic gonna get stunned up, however, here comes Crazy, and a shutdown going the way of Alchemic. Good response from AGH.
Yeah, I love the little fight right there. Alchemic gonna manage to pick that one up. Oh, takes a tower shot. Striker is down here. This means that there won't be as much aggression onto this turret as possibly would have been the case previously. Striker gonna go for this?
He can just freeze the wave here for Gentleman Hero. I don't know if Alchemic can break it. It's gonna be risky to say the least. It's going to try a lot of damage down to Striker. Another undertow coming through as well. Can he pick it up? Can he go for it? Yes, he does, and double kill was picked up by Life. In the meantime, AGH all of a sudden 3 kills up.
Oh my god, all across the map managed to pick up 2 in the bottom lane off of a gank from Magister, and then a kill and another kill in the top lane. Beautiful. You can see the way that the jungle duo of Crazy and Magister is working, not together but apart. Crazy going towards the top side, Magister going towards the bottom side, getting all the pieces ahead that need to be. That Karthus now has 2 kills. You don't want to give a Karthus 2 kills in the early game. Already that ultimate's going to be hurting once it's up and available.
And 4 stacks onto Dark Seal. Let's just keep an eye on that, because good Dark Seals sometimes turn into Magi's, and that can be game-breaking. Okay, let's see what they lose their momentum in the early game. That being said, I think we established in the draft that we are happy with KDC White falling slightly behind in the early game.
Yeah, they scale better than
the shutdown,
AGH as a shutdown comes down onto Alchemic. Crazy though, looking to return. The Gentleman Hero should go down here, does go down here, so it is returned at least, but still Striker is now onto this Herald. Might be a bit of a brawl here as Crazy's on the way.
It's on its way. Magister has the priority to move up from the mid lane, and Crazy hijacks the Herald. Redeemed is around. Let's see if he can have any sort of impact. Magister camping the bush will get spotted out on the ward. Still goes in for the stun anyways and lays down the damage. Now it's a smite fight. I do believe it went the way of AGH. Yep, it did. Crazy picks up the Herald and okay, burns the flash over the wall. Another flash coming in from Magister.
Two flashes, out of both Crazy and Magister. That's a lot of engage potential from the AGH lineup gone almost instantaneously. Still, though, they managed to pick themselves up the Herald, which is what they were fighting for. And so there will be a good opportunity to make that worthwhile if you're able to not die while your flashes are down, and also use that Herald for turret plates, or possibly even getting a turret kill, then definitely worth it. If not, if this is a badly used Herald, as we saw quite a lot during the group stage, then you're not going to be in such a nice spot. You've wasted a bit of time trying to get it, and some flashes at the same time.
Yeah, it's all about what you can get out of it. The Dragon will be up in a minute, so there is, of course, the tried and tested play of drop the Herald, use it as priority to go for the Dragon, and AGH are the ones with the stacking. So getting 2 Drakes early on would be pretty good news for them.
And the exact opposite of what we saw in the last game, where Kit managed to pick themselves up 2 Drakes, and then finally AGH managed to fight their way back into it. It was Soul Point for Kid SC for ages in that game until, you know, eventually AGH got into it, but not after a very long time of, you know, carefully planned and very unfortunate Drake fights where they kept trying to go in and then had to concede it, weren't able to actually fight as Alchemic nearly dead here, but Crazy's around.
Yeah, Crazy will be looking for the return onto Gentleman Hero, and I think he might be able to run it down. Alchemic, you need to be careful. Can't step up too far forward, but it doesn't matter. Crazy will be able to hop forward, and there goes the kill.
Finally manages to get that kill down. Alchemic just about able to survive, and this is more damage, more gold going into the pocket of Alchemic, making Gentleman Hero less of a threat to the rest of the map. Pretty chill for the minute. We've got 12 seconds until the next Drake is up and available, but you can see Crazy is up in the top lane. This might well be a trade back once Striker gets onto the map. No, Striker's come top as well.
Yeah, it's the first tower picked up. Gold going over to Crazy and Alchemic. Exactly what AGH want, and with this play, they are now at 2,500 gold.
Striker forced to smite out the Herald to stop it from going through. Crazy's still up in the top lane, but you can see a little bit of aggression out of the bot lane to, you know, see if the Drake's up and available. It should be. You just saw the jungler up in the top lane, so nobody's going to fight around that quite yet, and we could see Crazy's power on top of a high roaming jungler.
Manchester are gonna get ganked by Striker. There comes the package, and that is all of damage redeemed. Finally, able to get one on the Corki. Manchester staying a bit too far forward in the mid lane here.
Yeah, just stepping a bit too far forwards is not tanky enough to deal with that yet. Now that's going to be a numbers disadvantage if AGH were planning on fighting around this Drake. Ping's going down into the mid lane. Alchemic might be way too far forwards as well.
On the top of the Ragnarok, how much can he get here? Really is going to full commit for the fight. Almost kills redeemed. The Ignite makes it a 1-for-1.
Lovely right there. You've got to love to see it. Alchemic was way too far forward. Still, though, picks up a kill onto Redeemed as well. And because of that, you know, all of a sudden, what could have been a pretty easy Drake pickup for Kit if they wanted it now is stalled out again. Without that jungler, sorry, without that mid laner on Redeem, you know, so much damage for Kid SC is gone.
This game is getting very messy. Kills going either way. Now, my feeling is that AGH are going to be the stronger team in the mid game. Is it really as one-dimensional as that, or like what really can we expect from Kit in the next 10 minutes from now?
It needs 3 items, I'd say, to be really getting online. You need enough tanky stats onto Striker, who might be about to pop over the wall to try steal. Doesn't pull the trigger. Everything should fizzle out right here. Indeed it does. It's going to be an infernal soul. This is fantastic if we want action and team fights, which, I mean, duh, of course we do. Going to be very fun indeed. Yeah, if you are Kit, you need to wait for items to come through. You're not going to have a high-powered Jhin, you're not going to have a high-powered Corki until you wait a little bit longer, and Striker's not going to be as tanky as need be. But if you are the side of AGH, you are spiking at 2 items. The first item has come through, components of the second are on their way, so you're much closer to hitting that mid-game spike, which should coincide pretty perfectly with when the Baron pops up. We know that AGH like to play around the Baron, so they're going to be waiting for that point in time, then they're going to go for it, and at that point, they're on a clock. They all of a sudden are at their highest spike potential for their team composition. I mean, obviously, life is going to keep getting stronger, but the rest of the team members are not past that point in time. So they're going to have to find their way into this game in order to win it out before the better scaling on Kit continues to come through.
Infernal Soul is going to help quite a lot with that, because, you know, if they take the dragon on the spawn roughly 3 minutes after the ban, there is going to be that soul dragon for AGH, should everything go their way. And that is going to, of course, give them a bigger spike of power and kind of prolong this this spike that they will be trying to ride. In the next few minutes, probably, like, we're gonna see AGH try and go for more plays. There we go, they're gonna burst down Cat IRL, you have to imagine, and live goes on a killing spree. Teleport is being channeled by Gentleman Hero. Kid are not giving this play up, they're gonna look for a return. Out comes the curtain call, Live takes the first shot, the second shot, the third shot is flashed away from, and the crit sidestep. Gentleman Hero, is he gonna go forward? He's gonna get stunned up and dies to Magister. AGH 2-for-0.
Oh, a lovely fight right there. You could see the aggression coming out of Life and Tomage. Finally, their comp is going to work out. That's now a 3-0-1 Karthus. A terrifying proposition when it comes to these team fights as Crazy goes in.
He is sending it with the ultimate and, well, doesn't really lose anything for it. Try to go for a pick. It's all about control. If you're AGH, you're a mid-game comp, you need to get the vision, you need to make sure kids respect you.
Yeah, absolutely. If they don't, if they're able to just walk in with confidence, you're not going to be able to zone away in order to get onto these, proper team fights that you're looking for. 2.5 minutes we are going to see until the next Drake spawns. It would be soul point for AGH if they pick it up. There is a Herald up and available though for whoever wants it. The only real objective on the map right now, other than a slightly weak bot lane tower that Life is attempting to get, but unlikely to, with 3 members of Kit on their way down.
That doesn't have flash. He needs to be careful here, because if he gets caught out, it could be a disaster. And yep, that's his health bar gone. The Magister, though, looking for something. The ult comes down, Requiem onto Cat IRL, and Crazy will be able to go on a killing spree. Both giving over the shutdown, not the way AGH wanted to make this play.
No, not ideal. You did not want to lose life, but because of the ability of the Karthus to die and then use that Requiem anyway, it's a fantastic play to just, go a little bit too far forward. If you die, it's not the end of the world. Still able to lay down enough damage, so not ideal for AGH, but still, the fact that they're constantly matching plays is fantastic. Magister.
He doesn't have the flash, he's just dead. In general, Hero, 4 kills on the Jax. We saw him take over the side lane on Camille last game and almost made it work to victory. Now this Jax stacking up kills is pretty bad news for the Polish squad.
Terrifying considering how many champions on AGH are reliant upon those auto attacks. All of a sudden, if you're on the counter-strike, you're not doing anything. Very difficult to deal with Gentleman Hero, especially if they decide to go into the side lane as well. Not get involved in the team fights at all. You're having to deal with so much side lane pressure that you can't deal with just 1 or 2 people.
Alright. And Striker gonna walk up in the top lane. 45 seconds until the Dragon. You would imagine people are getting their last recalls in, picking up the final items. You've got the Frozen Heart on Crazy, trying to reduce the effectiveness of auto attack based champions. With basically that being basically everyone on Kit. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, it's exactly what you would want to do. I like the pickup from Crazy, also going to keep them a lot safer, able to survive for longer. It's nice, and it's available for this Drake fight. AGH really want this. They want to continue stacking these Drakes, force Kit into a situation where the next Drake they'd be giving over is the Soul. Infernal Soul would allow multiple members of AGH to be able to shred through both Redeemed and Matthew a lot faster. Cat RL too, if you're able to catch them. So it's a big, important point of pressure. Multiple members of AGH are very far up the lane right now, not rejoined the fight.
Package is therefore redeemed. It is going to be a risky play from AGH, and the Dragon is going down to 2,000. Crazy is going to be over the wall. Can he get it? He's going to flash. He's not going to find this might. It has been secured by Kit, but now he's going to find out coming to the backside. He's looking for Matthew. He will be able to take Kit. It's a 2-for-1 for the time being. Striking into the lane here on the side, though. Magister is going to be the target, and Redeem takes him out with one more auto attack life in the middle of everything. He is going to die. How much can he do from beyond the grave? The answer is not enough, as Kit SC find the ace.
That's a lovely fight right there out of Kid SC, managing to pick up that fight. They're going to transition this into mid lane pressure as well. This tower will fall down. And so, a very nice fight in what didn't need to happen. I am questioning why Crazy was trying to push in the bottom lane when the Drake was being taken down by Kid SC.
It definitely felt like a weird play to both give up the position on the Dragon and then try to contest it. I feel like if AGH commit one way or another, I can excuse it. That definitely felt off. And it gives Kid now a 1,500 goalie. They're gonna get this top lane turret as well, which, well, in essence, means you don't mess up.
Yeah, a fantastic fight out of Kid SC. We can't disagree with the fact that they played it well. Gentleman Hero is the swing factor in a lot of these fights. Clearly, AGH knows this too, looking to take out Gentleman Hero. Need to be careful of him. He can turn this.
You have Calero coming out, but I don't know how much you can do in a 1v2 there. Yeah, that's a shutdown. Being picked up by Alchemic. Gold going to the top laner of AGH. Clearly still fighting, and Tomage will be looking for Cat IRL. Dredgeline will be sidestepped away from.
That's a nice sidestep right there as the Baron is now up and available, and instantly AGH calling for it. It makes sense. Gentleman Hero is gone, does have the TP up and available, will be up in 18 seconds. The rest of Kit are very strong. The curtain call is called.
On the side, Striker walking forward, Baron down to 6,000. It's gonna have to be a fight, but Magister is dead already. It's a 4 versus 4, and Redeemed over to the side will be dealing down the damage. The crit takes Alchemic very low. Striker on the front side, he's still. And Matthew picks up that double kill with the Gale Force. Crazy Alive will need to get away from the Nasher as it is being hijacked by Kid. 3,000, no way to steal it. Kid SCY, they're back in the series.
Matthew with the absolutely insane curtain call, dealing so much damage before the fight even began. That was a 4v5, but it ended up being more of a 5v5 because all of the members of AGH were having to deal with the Baron hitting them as well. A bad call right there out of AGH. They end up losing out on what little position they did have off of killing Gentleman Hero. All of a sudden, they're down about 5k gold, which is the biggest gold lead we've seen for either team in this series so far. It looks like KidSD are wanting to send us to game 3.
They absolutely do, and we can take a look at the individual gold. It's fairly evenly spread. The biggest lead is definitely in the mid lane. Redeemed yet again on the score, keep pulling the weight, and this time round the scaling isn't as inevitable. I mean, I don't feel like there is just a go in button as effective as a Malphite ultimate against the Corki.
No, you're not having that big engage tool. Crazy can try leaping in, but is getting taken down quite quickly. Alchemic at the backline is always going for 1-for-1, but never more than that. And Life doesn't deal enough damage yet. Is getting there, you know, has now completed the second item, has magic boots as well, will deal a lot, but not enough. Not enough quite yet. And because Magister, Alchemic, and Crazy are who really need to be dealing the damage right now, and they're not, it's a very tricky position. I mean, specifically, if you take a look over at Magister, hasn't completed that second item yet, still working towards it, not in a good spot, and as you said, Redeemed does so much damage, as does Matthew though.
Curling Paul, Life is in trouble, and oh! Hey! Matthew curves the crit and Life is dead. The Requiem does even it out as Redeemed falls down. And KDSC, they take the mid lane tower. It's not as much in their favor as I thought. Yeah, Alchemic is pushing in the top lane, however Gentleman Hero is in the bot lane. Style points definitely the way of KDSC, but it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. They might just be able to take down this inhibitor tower.
You see massive amounts of CC being laid down onto members. Finally, Magister goes in.
The Grand Starfall takes down Cat IRL, and Matthew will be able to kite back. Watch his crits. He does have Lord Dominic's regards. He's dealing a lot of damage here. And yeah, you need to watch your positioning, AGH.
Having to back off. Alchemic did manage to pick up a top lane tower. Is then going to come in and attempt to find a little bit of a flank right here. Alchemic, it does not find anybody. Would have needed to be a bit careful right here. Multiple teleports coming in, so the call is being made right here by AGH to go for this Drake.
Cat IRL not up in the Sakara. No shields though will mean slightly less teamfight mobility for the squad of Kid. Gentleman Hero sitting in the mid lane, getting priority. Okay, we have a fight. Matthew against Magister. If Jin dies here, it could be a disaster, but no, Magister is caught out by the deadly flourish. Finds the shutdown with the spear, and Magister falls down. But Alchemic now in the backside, not doing too well. And the packages here, AGH, they're getting decimated by Kid. Crazy gonna go over the wall with the blast. Curl Redeemed in the pit, stuck with Crazy, but it doesn't matter. It's only Tomage. I don't know if you wanted to land that hit, mate. It is second Infernal Dragon going the way of Kit.
And 30 seconds until most of the members are up available for AGH. Kit are looking to send us to a game 3, and by God do I want one. I'm enjoying this series far too much. As we can see, AGH feel desperate right now. They drafted themselves an early game composition, found a decent amount of success in the early game, but now are just having to find their way into this game again as much as they possibly can do. Tomage is going to die here. Just trying to buy time for the rest of the members to come up and available. Redeemed will also go down.
Yeah, buying time, making sure Redeemed can't get back or regenerate any health, so Requiem takes down the Corki in trade for one inhibitor tower. All things considered, the inhibitors are still standing for AGH.
Inhibitors still standing, and that was a shutdown onto the Corki. Corki who's dealing so much damage right now. This was a little bit of a run back out of Kit. They decided, hey, it wasn't our composition that was bad, it was the way we played it. So change up their playstyle, trying to play more around having Gentleman Hero join the team fights with a fantastic team fighter in the Jax. It's going very well. Alchemic and Strike are going to come into each other. I don't know who wins this right now. Alchemic has been pretty weak, but Mundo's not the big 1v1 champion he once was.
Yeah, I also feel like compared to game 1, this bot lane change of champions is massive. Matthew having an impact on the game, a very visible one. I mean, the crits, the curtain calls, the shots just coming through, notably at that Baron as well. Just feels so much better than the Kaiser, and Kadarvel on the Karma. I mean, Shurelia Karma, it's disgusting how much mobility you provide your team with this.
So much mobility, especially when everybody wants to go running forwards. Also able to super speed up Matthew if that's who you want to speed up as well. Just a nice little item decision right here out of Cat IRL. And everything is once again on a bit of a knife's edge, but less so than last game because it is solidly in the favor of Kit. They are up by 7,000 gold. They're in control of this game. 2 Infernal Drakes to their names, so nobody's on their way to Soul just yet. Everything is close, but Kit are in control.
I feel like the only reason I'm hesitating to call this firmly in control of Kit, as in, you know, we're going game 3 kind of firmly, is that life is basically always going to be a threat. And yes, we said AGH do fall off, but, you know, if somehow Alchemy can sustain through, get the resets on the death stance, if Magister can find a shutdown in the backline, and no one touches life, AGH can still very much win the fights.
Most certainly, they're not out of this game. Still within touching distance, only just. You can see the vision right now that Kit have. Constantly in a position where they do not have the ability to actually, you know, walk in and start a fight. Although, that's not a bad start right there.
1-for-1 in a 3 versus 1. I mean, it kind of tells you everything about how annoying Jax is on a sideline, especially with the Hull Breaker. If it's a 1 versus X scenario, yeah, Gentleman Hero's walking away with at least a kill.
Yeah, indeed. But still, trading even is better for the losing team. You want to be trading even in these situations if that's all you can do. A fantastic decision. You know, you don't want to be falling behind any further and just keeping within touching distance. Kind of the most you can ask for. Tommy trying to back on a ward. And this is going to be the Baron started up for Kit, looking to take this one down. I don't know about the contest that will be coming through from AGH.
I don't think there is one. They are looking to cut away from it. Now they're moving towards the Baron, but it is perhaps too late. Yeah, the Baron just smited away by Striker, and there's nothing that AGH can do. Teleport is going to be coming in for Gentleman Hero, looking to cut off AGH. Escape Matthew on a rampage, and the crit goes wide. Magister is going to be isolated from the rest of his team. Gentleman Hero going into the backline, takes down Life, and Crazy with Alchemic will just try to run away. The Requiem doing a bit of damage, but not killing anyone. Crazy still trying to be healing up. Redeemed moving forward, and Alchemic can't get a damn thing. Clean ace, and a Baron buff for Kit.
Yeah, this is going to be the game right here for Kit Esports, sending us to game 3. AGH, they looked like they were finding good things during the early portion of the game, but began to fall further and further behind. Gentleman Hero on this Jax has been absolutely disgusting, and Kit SC are going to send us to a game 3.
This is the kind of Kit that we were expecting coming into today. AGH took a gamble in the draft for the game 2. It didn't pay off. Now, it all comes down to a single game of League of Legends.
So very close right here. Will Kit SC manage to revenge themselves properly versus AGH and say, hey, we truly are better than you, or are AGH going to be able to knock out last year's champions? It is all to play for, so very close.
One thing immediately after this game is that Kit SC's win felt more confident than AGH's one.
Absolutely.
This was a game that they were in control of, that they managed to get all the way through, whereas AGH, it almost felt like they lucked out on this game 1.
Yeah, in the game 1, it was on a knife stage the entire time, whereas this second game was more like what we were expecting by Kit SC, where AGH put up a good fight, but were not able to actually find their way through. The key points right here was that Matthew managed to find the way to actually be useful in these fights, and Gentleman Hero was completely and utterly disgusting. The ability to basically be invulnerable is so good on the Jax, especially in these big team fights, multiple stuns being landed as well. The draft just felt worse for AGH. They were playing less standard, more like themselves, but less standard in the meta, and it did not work.
Yeah, now we're going to take a look at some of the replays. I think immediately the problem is that AGH aren't the ones initiating those early plays. Gentleman Hero comes down here, and when you've got a Volibear, Olaf, to Pantheon topside, like, you need to be finding those early game plays.
You have got to. It is entirely crucial to the way that they wanted to play this game, and it wasn't working out. You could see the way that Life and Tomage, you know, they were doing decently well at running away, but running away was kind of all they were able to do in a lot of these fights. This obviously goes quite well for AGH, but in these big team fights, all of a sudden AGH are so split up that they're not actually able to get anything done. This is a decent fight here for KidSC until, AGH until Gentleman Hero gets in. As soon as Gentleman Hero arrives, landing multiple stuns, dealing so much damage, things are over.
Yeah, and from that point on, it really felt like KidSC's game. They didn't really let loose from that. We have the Baron buff, the Desperate Call, but the poke damage is just, you know, a bit too much. And again, no one can really deal with Striker very effectively. So AGH, I don't want to see this in the Game 3. If you want to stand any chance of beating KidSC and going into the semifinals, like, you need something different. This is not it. I mean, either play different or draft differently. Given you have only, what, 10 minutes to adapt, I'd say drafting differently is probably easier.
Yeah, probably then changing your entire playstyle. We'll see who's able to actually win out right here. I'm very interested to see who's actually going to do well. This game was pretty insane, so another one coming up. We'll meet you back after a short break to see who wins between KidSC White and AZS AGH.
Welcome back, everyone, and of course the rematch of last year's finals is going to take us all the way to a Game 3 as KidSCY take on the AZS AGH. This is of course Amazon University Esports Masters, brought to you by Twitch United Intel, and this is the last game of today. This decides who moves on to the semi-finals.
Yep, this will complete half of our bracket for the semi-finals, for that big finals weekend that we're going to be seeing. Absolutely insane right here. We were not expecting KidSCY to drop a game, really. Instead, they lose game 1, but they win game 2 in, I'd say, a pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, this is the big problem, I feel like, if you're a fan of AZS AGH, is that you won game 1 in an absolute fiesta fashion. You clutched it in the late game. It was so close to losing, but, you know, you won. Yeah. Great. Game 2, it was KidSC from, you know, about 15-minute mark all the way to the victory, and it didn't really look like a comeback was possible. Now, in this game, I don't want to see them draft this much for early game. I'll start with that.
Yes. They drafted way too heavily in the early game with that Olaf and that Pantheon. You know, you really had to get things going early on, and unfortunately they did not exactly what you don't want with that draft. It meant they were in a bad spot coming into the mid-game, bad spot, especially once things got a little bit later on into the game, and Life, who was the main insurance in the late game, was never dealing enough damage to actually be impactful.
Yeah, unfortunately, the scaling just never really got there, and I mean, the only scaling was Life. Magister on that Pantheon, I don't want to put the whole game on him, but if you pick Pantheon, you need to have some sort of impact, and outside of, you know, a play or two where you ult in, get a kill, that just didn't happen.
Indeed, nothing actually ended up going well in the early game for AGH, unfortunately. 1 or 2 spots that were okay, but nothing that was strong enough for them to actually win off of what was, you know, not a particularly great early game. Unfortunate overall, very unfortunate for AGH. You know, they looked like they were quite strong coming in, and then all of a sudden things go quite badly wrong. KidSCY, this was more what we were expecting from the team that has done so well for themselves previously. They were in control, they felt calm, collected, and like the pace of the game was dictated by them.
Absolutely, and Matthew also the one person that, you know, had some question marks after the first game, stepped up on the Jhin, now, you know, looking pretty strong. We will be going back to Kid on the red side and AGH on the blue side, which kind of begs the question of what really is the priority here if you're AGH. Do you go for something super good for Crazy, because he was the guy that, you know, carried you through most of the game 1?
I think you have to. Crazy played fantastically in the first game. I liked the Volibear pickup, though. It's not like I disliked the Volibear pickup. I disliked the way it was played, was not finding those constant aggressive fights as the Volibear needs to do. Volibear has got to get themselves ahead, otherwise you fall off and are not particularly impactful. I also don't particularly like the mid lane pickup. I think that Magister is unfortunately better on those supportive or enchanted type mid laners rather than the Pantheon, something completely out of the wheelhouse we'd expect from Magister, and so as it didn't go so well, go back to what you know, go back to what's been working.
Yeah, and Life on the Karthus, that one, well, it requires a lot of scaling. If you're not going to fully draft around it, I feel like that was something that maybe you put up on the shelf for later if you're AGH. But if you're Kit, I mean, honestly, why not just run back the same type of composition? Gentleman here on the Split Pusher, Striker on the Mundo, you had the Corki for Redeemed. That's a big one, and then, you know, just the safe bot lane, which, coming back to the Corki, do you even ban it if you're AGH? Like, at this point, might as well.
I think you need to. The Corki's been good in both of the games, including the loss that Kit faced. You know, they were still doing fantastically on it. There was nothing wrong with the way that Redeemed was playing that Corki, always managing to land the damage. It's enough poke and enough chip damage, exactly the sort of damage that Talia does that we were seeing so powerful in the first series. The sort of damage that doesn't seem that much until you look at the damage stats and all of a sudden they've shredded through your entire team. You need to be careful of that, and so taking it off the board, forcing Redeemed to show you something else. I know that KidSC have fantastically deep champion pools, but just force them to pull out something different.
There we go, we are in the draft for the final game. As I said, AZS will be taking the blue side, KidSC White on the red side. First to ban, staying the same, no Senna, no Fiora today. And let's see if anything changes. I believe Shyvana was the ban second in the second game, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. It looks like it is going to be the Fiora Shyvana. We'll see what the final pickup will be. You've also allowed Striker to get his Mundo twice in a row. Do you get rid of that instead as well? Same sort of decisions being made by KidSC White. Clearly, they have decided that it was not their draft that was the issue. It was the way that they played. And, I mean, they've been vindicated in that assessment by winning the next game. And so, you know, it makes sense for them to decide keep going, ban out what we don't want to see, and play our style.
The Axe is the one. Okay, they leave both the Corki and the Mundo. They decide they were not the problem, instead trying to target Gentleman Hero.
Interesting. It makes sense. Gentleman Hero has been playing fantastically as the Wukong also off the board. Nobody wants to see Crazy on that then. So what would the first pickup be? And the insta-lock of the Kindred. Crazy laying down the gauntlet.
I mean, it's the kind of pick you want to see in a game 3 in a do or die scenario. Go for the hard carry. It's something we've seen Crazy on, and yeah, now you need to make it work. Of course, that's more about execution, but KSC, what is your response? Jin worked great for Matthew in the first game. We're gonna see at the back. Sorry, the second
Will
game.
it be the Mundo pickup here again for Striker? Striker's played it 2 games in a row. Will he make it 3? It is the signature favourite pick of this man, and clearly so very good on it. But up against a Kindred will have a lot more ability to actually shred through it, so not the best pick here perhaps.
Yeah, and also you are giving up most of the fighting in the early game jungle, but now comfort trumps any and all concerns. We'll see how Striker does on this pick. Not necessarily a matchup that I'm familiar with. I will just, go out there and say, I don't know how Kindred into Mundo really is supposed to work.
No, it should be better for the Kindred than it was previously. Mundo's not particularly high-powered during the early game. We've seen that 2 games in a row as well, and neither is the Kindred. So the Kindred will be allowed to scale up, and once you get a little bit more damage onto this Kindred, we'll be able to shred through the Mundo. So I like the pickup. What I really like, though, is Magister back onto the Zilean. Signature pick for Magister, and they are so very good on it.
Yeah, this Torment has played it so many times, and it's also the Revive combo, that's how I like to call it. I believe AGH played it already. At least we have seen it multiple times in the group stage from various teams on the Rift. And yeah, it just means that you choose someone, and they don't really die. And if you put life on that Lucian carry we saw in Game 1, the comp is starting to come together.
Oh, but the up and available Silas is definitely the return here. Will be picked up with redeemed. We're not going to see a Corki repeat. Instead, we're going to see a perfect pick against 3 very high-powered ultimates. If you're redeemed, you're going to be dealing ridiculous amounts of damage with it. So, what will the bans be? We're going to need to see a top laner and a support right now. Most likely, let's say, Magister may well not take the Zilean, but most likely support and top lane. So possibly some top lane bans. You don't want to deal with Alchemic, who actually manages to get ahead. Over on the other side, we have got the jungle, the AD carry, and the mid laner. So some top lane and support action needed as well.
This looks like a blank ban. We'll get confirmation if it is indeed a blank ban. We have seen one earlier today in the first series, so most likely Kit missing it would be unfortunate. Now, Silas, I'm thinking if he can go to the top lane. I know it's a more of a redeemed champion than Gentleman Heroes, and AGH do agree with that with the Camille ban, but that's still an angle.
It definitely is an angle. You could go that way if you really wanted to. So, quite possibly. I mean, Gentleman Hero doesn't particularly love non-split push champions, but if that is the pickup, then all of a sudden you've sort of bamboozled AGH as well. It could well work. The Olaf going to come off of the border. Alchemic, fantastic on it. Not the best showing in the last game, but in this composition will probably be better. You know, once you've got that Zilean speed up and revive on top of an Olaf, you have nightmares if you are the backline of Kit SC. We'll see what the final 2 bans are going to be in just a second.
Nautilus off, so you're removing some of the engage options here from Kit, as yeah, they desperately need some. I mean, Silas, yeah, you've got good ultimates to hijack, but they're not engage ultimates yet.
No, not yet. Nothing to really start out these fights. And now AGH see the Silas. They know what they will want to be avoiding. You don't want to give them a Malphite ultimate, most likely. So it is going to be the Karma pickup, Karma Jin. A lot of poke high-powered in the bot lane. And so what will the final 2 picks be for AGH? They need a top laner and a support. Possibly a Braum or a Nami to pair with that Lucian. And the Ornn into the top lane. Oh, okay, Tomage back to the Sona.
I mean, Lucian Sona worked pretty well as a duo. An interaction that we didn't really get to talk about is when you use your Q on Sona, the blue aura empowers next auto attacks of people around you. So combine that with Lucian, you can get a lot of damage down very, very quickly. I do like this hover though.
Oh yeah, this would be fantastic into the Ornn, able to shred them down. Still though, needs to be a little bit careful in the early game. Ornn can do a ridiculous amount of damage. It's going to be locked in. Alright, I think the most important thing to say right here though is the fact that this Silas could steal any one of these ultimates and have a blast with it.
Yeah, and Ornn and Sona work as an engage tool as well, so Kid kind of have their work cut out for them. But I don't think AGH are going to be that worried about it. I mean, of course, Silas is a great pick here, but I don't think they could substitute any of the first 3 bans for it. And they've got a combat place like AGH. This is what we have known them for.
Absolutely. I like both of these compositions. I think everybody here is doing well for themselves. Top lane is going to be an interesting matchup. Alchemic can actually fight into this Gwen in the early levels, and now we have that level 14 band where all of a sudden you get ornaments coming in, and there's a lot of scaling on both of these teams. Will Matthew be able to do well, I think, is an important question. Matthew had a horrible time of it in the first game on Kai'Sa, a much better time of it on the Jhin, once again on the Jhin, but versus the Lucian, that was the bad time on the Kai'Sa. So, you know, it's the amalgamation of the previous 2 games down in this bottom side. The Jhin doesn't do a great amount of things into the Lucian in the early game. The Lucian has a lot more pressure onto the Jhin, but in these team fights, oftentimes the Jhin can be more impactful with that curtain call and with those deadly flourishes rooting people up.
Question is how those teamfights are going to look, and that is going to be essentially shaped by the early game, because if Matthew is behind, you're a Jhin, you're not going to kill an Ornn, basically. And it's going to be tough to get through everyone else. Then we look at the mid lane, redeemed on a Silas. Again, a pick that does feel very feast or famine. You get ahead, great, you're one-shotting people. You are behind and... well, you're just gonna be stealing the zillion ult and reviving everyone. I feel like top lane is going to be something to watch as well. Gentleman Hero has beaten Alchemic every single time in lane, though in game 1 has died multiple times, and this time it's Alchemic again on a tank, so he can continue to be a threat basically throughout this game.
Yeah, indeed, Gentleman Hero will have a pretty free lane of it with the Gwen, will be a good team fighter as well as a good split pusher. It's a nice champion and pick up right here, but the Ornn will be useful in these team fights regardless. Ornn will always be good, ornaments will always come through at level 14, it doesn't matter if the Ornn is ahead, behind, sideways, whatever's going on, we'll have a good time of it. So it's still a nice composition for AGH, sorry, whatever ends up happening. For Kit, things are going to be a little bit different right here. They've drafted themselves not the exact same composition, same, elements throughout, but having this Silas in the mid lane, all of a sudden that's going to need a little bit more resources to get ahead.
And then there we go, last game of the day, Kid SC White versus AZS AGH, the last year's winners versus the runner-ups. Kid lost their first game in almost 2 years earlier on today. AGH will be looking to make them lose their first series. Since 2019? Yeah, since 2019 finals.
Yep. Would be absolutely insane if this was able to happen. AGH would put us into a Germany versus Poland semi-finals once again. If not, if Kit end up winning, we've got Germany versus Germany. AXI versus Kit would be the matchup. So either way, going to be a very hype time during the next round. But for the minute, the final game of this round, who's going to win and who's going to go home?
All to play for, and you can see it always is like this since we go into the last chance qualifiers in the best of 3 series. Game 3, any early aggression is just dialed down, like to complete 0.
Yeah, nobody wants to throw the game at this point in time. That only feels bad.
And yeah, I mean, Striker again, starting leashless. Crazy will be getting the leash on the blue buff and trying to get some creative Kindred pathing. This is always the thing about Kindred, and what I mentioned earlier on when you saw it in the first match, that what distinguishes great Kindreds from good Kindreds is just how creatively you can get your passive stacks.
Yep. If you're able to just get the passive stacks in your own jungle, you're not in good Kindred. You have got to be getting those from the enemy jungle as well as off of kills. Both sources are absolutely necessary, otherwise you're going to be so far behind. We saw in the previous time we saw Kindred, there wasn't 4 stacks until about 20 minutes into the game. That's so much damage being missed out on. Crazy will hopefully be able to pilot the Kindred a little bit better right here. Attempting to just, go through, chill clear. You're making your decision right now if you are this Kindred. Do you think that the crab is going to spawn with the mark on it in the top side or the bottom side? It's a complete 50-50. There's no way of knowing. The decision has been made, going to go down towards the bottom side, hopefully because there'd be some bot lane pressure in order to help you out. Life and Tomage could well roam up if need be, although shouldn't do because Striker's gone towards the top side.
Yeah, and Matthew and Kalarl are actually the first ones moving up. A ward is going to be put on this skull by Kalarl, and let's see, do they spawn at 3 minutes? Are we gonna find out now? No, we don't. Never mind. I don't know why jump
Spawn
off.
at 3.5 or so. I think you should be
Okay.
able to get your second buff before they actually end up coming through.
315, because they just turned yellow.
Ah, yes, there we go.
So we are gonna find out. Did
Nope.
Crazy? Nope. Unlucky.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Striker's got to be very happy about that one. Crazy got to be a little bit mad. That is the first stack you could be picking up instantaneously. Instead, gonna have to wait to pick that up on the mark that's gonna spawn in there in jungle. Magister.
Flash forward from Striker. He's really looking for this kill. One more to attack will do it, and redeemed with the chain lash finds the first blood.
Yeah, that was a lovely little gank right there. Striker dealing so much damage, landing a briefcase after briefcase, and Redeemed just about managing to finish off the kill. Striker blew the flash, Magister blew the flash, but nothing else has ended up going down. You can see once again, Magister has gone towards that Ignite to stop too much healing from coming through, and this is going to be a double scuttle right here for Striker, which is a bad spot for Crazy to be in.
Yeah, missing out on the gold, missing out on the marks. Not the greatest start for the Polish squad here, as we'll see how Crazy manages to bounce back from that, of course. Alchemic doing pretty well in the top lane in terms of having a strong wave, having a decent health advantage. You know, you cherish those moments and when you can, because Gentleman Hero is gonna become a Gwen, which, I mean, I just hate this champion in the late game.
Yeah, that Hallowed Mist, absolutely insane, stopping anything from landing on you if it's been casted by somebody outside of the circle, means that Gentleman Hero will have a lot of invulnerability, a lot of ability to survive in these team fights or in split pushing, depending on the decision made. It's a little bit of a Jax 2.0, but somehow more annoying. Jax stops any auto attacks, this stops anything.
Ooh, okay, Catarol, I think he's dead. Last tick of the Ignite will do the job, and Tomic picks up the kill. Life flashes forward, forces the flash away from Matthew. All of the summoners are down from the kids' bot lane, and we have a kill going the way of AGH.
And there is an Infernal Drake that's just up and available. All of a sudden now, the bot lane of AGH have won their lane, are able to move into their straight pit. There we go. Crazy Life Tomage going to pick themselves up a Drake. Striker's decided not to get involved, and I did not expect that much damage to be laid down all of a sudden onto Cat IRL. A nice fight, and this is a pretty good start right here for the Polish squad after things were not ideal in the early game. Now in this early game, they put themselves back into a nice spot.
First Dragon, the second one is going to be Cloud, of course. It becomes important when we visit it in 5 minutes for the purposes of Drake stacking. Magister doesn't have flash, but neither does Striker, and he is on the opposite side of the lane, so no gank is going to happen.
Could have been a bit risky, but not for the minute. You can see Alchemic right now doing okay for themselves, down about 10 CS, but still starting a freeze right now. Also a little bit of an aid coming out of Striker. You can see the aggression that this was a nice bomb. That was a nice little play of Magister. Magister is very good on this Cillian, actually. Doesn't always have the best time of it in lane phase, but always useful. And you know what? That was a tiny mechanical play, but it was actually quite a nice predict.
Big wave going the way of Matthew and Cat RL. Crazy is around. There's another Kindred mark on this scuttle, and actually this big wave might mean HEH miss out on another mark, which would not be ideal. Are they actually going to go for it? Striker is there, just smites it away.
Yeah, that's got to feel bad for Crazy as well. There are now multiple members around if this fight was to go through. No, Crazy's missed out on this mark. More marks going over the way of Striker. You wouldn't expect the Mundo to be so powerful in the early game, but then again, neither is the Kindred. Needs those marks, and everybody on Kit is on the same page. If the mark is where you are, you're coming to help. It doesn't matter what you're doing, what your wave state is, anything, help out.
And tagging the wave was great for Matthew and Catarel. They just get to shove that in. I mean, yeah, Life now is ahead, admittedly, because he ate this whole wave, but Crazy isn't, and that is the huge thing. You're playing a Kindred, you need to be stacking kills, and also Crazy, he's the carry for his team. Time and time again, in game 1, in group stage, he's the one that is able to have the rest of AGH on his back, and Life alone, you know, we haven't seen him 1v9. Let's just put it this way.
Not yet, indeed. It's going to be a quite difficult time for the bot lane right here of AGH. I mean, they have a CS lead, like you said, but a lot of pressure being laid down onto them oftentimes. There is the possibility of this Sona throwing down that crescendo ultimate. Not up and available quite yet, but 6 will be ticked soon.
Herald is going to come up on the Rift. Striker is around there, and with priority in top lane and Redeem doing quite well in terms of mid lane priority, we could see Kid just walk in and get that. But Crazy, he's level 6. He's going to be looking for some sort of gank. I mean, 0-0-0 down in CS2 and Mundo jungle. This is not what we want to see from a Kindred, but if we look at the top lane, Alchemy is just going to solo kill Gentleman here. Okay, I thought it was a bit closer.
Ooh, oh my god, that's the damage that comes out of an Ornn. It's disgusting. The Ornn is supposed to be tanky, but no, is tanky, still does so much damage. This means that all of a sudden the Rift Herald is unlocked, going to be picked up right here for AGH, pretty much uncontested. Yep, Gentleman Hero being dead, Striker nowhere nearby. All of a sudden, things that were looking quite even begin to go further into the favor of AGH. Once they're able to use this Herald for turret plates, they'll be able to put themselves back in the even category in terms of gold. But things are still chill. This is a tense match, a lot less bloody than the previous two.
What we saw in game 1, with Crazy and Live being on the carry duo, much like we have right now, is Crazy using that Herald to go and pick up gold for himself and Live. And you can already see Crazy pathing down towards the bot side.
Yeah, indeed you can. Crazy wants to keep fighting for these. The Scuttle has the mark on it once again, and once again, Redeem's going to move up here, pick it up, you know, stun it up at least for Striker, who's on the way as well, and clearly Crazy is not getting in onto these marks ever, but a dive possibly in the bottom lane.
There is a ward that spots out both Striker and Redeemed, so Crazy knows that there is no response. Teleport is up for Redeemed technically, so there we might see that being thrown down from Kid towards the ball lane. The wave is crashing in right now. There is the Herald and Teleport is being channeled. Crescendo connects. And that is 2 kills going the way of AGH. Redeemed now under the turret. He could be in a lot of trouble. The Herald will find the charge right now. Redeemed going in onto Crazy. He has hijacked the Lamp's respite, so he won't die just yet. There we go. Ultimate is going to be popped. Striker is on the way, as you correctly mentioned. Redeemed should not die to this one by the Ignite, maybe. One more take. Oh, Magister takes down Redeemed, and AGH 3 kills in top lane.
Oh, that's a lovely little fight down in the bottom lane, managing to pick themselves up multiple kills, multiple turret plates as well off the back of that Herald. Definitely a worthwhile Herald play that came out of Crazy. Very nice. You can see the amount of damage that the combo between the Kindred and the Lucian have. And even without your big team fight power that is going to be your Ornn, everything is beginning to work in the favor of AGH. They're not in a position where they have to keep fighting and their late game sucks, but they're in a nice spot in this early game.
The Mythic picked up for Live. 10 and well, almost 11 minutes in, so it's definitely starting to go in the right direction, and this is the first time this series that we have teams splitting the dragons.
Everything else has been one-sided, but no, all of a sudden, one for each. It's going to be an Ocean Soul. Both teams would love that. You don't want to have an Ocean Soul on an Ornn. You don't want to have an Ocean Soul on a Mundo, especially. There's nobody else that loves it particularly, other than maybe the Gwen and other than maybe the Kindred. If you had to think about who enjoys Ocean Souls, Life going so far forwards.
Why not? You're playing Lucian with the Sona, you've got the Kraken Slayer. Don't underestimate the burst, because these guys will mess you up. Okay, Magister going for another double bomb play onto Redeemed.
Yeah, dealing a good amount of damage to Redeemed.
So here's the thing, AGH got the play in the ball lane, got some towers, great. They lost the dragon, but they need to make some more plays. I want to see this team keep getting further ahead, especially Crazy. 1-0-1 got the Kraken Slayer, you need to be further ahead on the Gwen. Now, I wasn't paying attention to this because I kind of was just expecting Gentleman Hero to walk out, and yeah, he does.
Yeah, nothing was really going to happen in this top lane fight. There's something in the mid lane though.
Magister does have the Chrono Shift. I don't expect him to die here, and good damage being traded back and forth. 0 summoners used by either side. Crazy is hopping over the wall. He will be looking for a bot
lane dive.
If we can hope, go over to that perspective. The calling will be channeled, and Matthew is getting cyber bullied. Crazy kills Cat IRL, gets the double kill on the Kindred, and wouldn't you know it, it's the same game plan as game 1.
Yep, dive the bot lane into oblivion. Matthew, you do not get to play the game. Clearly, Matthew offended everybody with his Jhin performance that was so good in the last game, and Magister roam down wasn't even needed down there. The Ornn was banned multiple times during the pick and ban phase by Kit SC, clearly because they didn't want Alchemic to be able to play that kind of safe sit-back champion, and you can see why.
Okay, Redeem going over the wall, and Crazy is getting low, doesn't have the ultimate, but his healing is coming through. Hijack Crescendo, and Shutdown is being found by the corner shift onto Crazy. Can he get away? He will be able to flash. The curtain call coming through. Shot backs onto Life, and Life, no, he's being betrayed. Crazy, he's able to still stay alive. He finds the kill to Striker. What the hell, AGH, was that?
Crazy playing some absolute Houdini games, managing to just about survive right there. Lovely play overall. Matthew managing to get a little bit of revenge off of that curtain call, but Jesus, this is a close game once again in terms of fighting. Huh?
Striker was the stack. That's why I was so hyped for Crazy killing him. He finally got at least one.
Yeah, finally, after being denied so many by the Scuttle Crab takes by Striker, you know, at that point, Crazy's just like, you know what? If I can't kill Scuttle Crabs, I'll just kill you instead. Manages to pick it up. Now, a fight in the top lane as Tomic comes in.
Alchemic is about to beat a lot of damage, and Gentleman Hero will be looking to finish it off, but low on mana, and Tomic is there to support his top laner.
Just about going to survive is Alchemic. Things are exploding across the map. This is about a 3k gold lead, 2.5 or so for AGH. They're in a good spot in this game. They're going to keep scaling up. The Kindred will keep getting stronger. The Ornn will get towards those ornaments. The Lucian does so much damage, and all underpinning that is Magister on the signature Zillion, constantly able to keep the team up and alive, available to be laying down the damage into Kit SC.
Okay, well, when AGH play the way we have seen them, Kid SC seem to struggle. Of course, caveat of game 1, what we've heard from Jadimi after the match 1 interview as well, you need to destroy their Nexus in order to really beat Kid SC. They are not going to fall over. They will be finding more plays. So AGH, you guys gotta keep going. Keep doing what you're doing.
You cannot let your foot off of the gas for even a second, otherwise Kit SC will find their way back into this game. There's a Drake spawning in a minute's time. The Baron will be up in 4 minutes, but there's currently a Rift Herald to fight over. Many members around for this currently. More members of Kit were up here. All of a sudden there's a dive.
Magister is going to use the chrono shift onto himself, not going to be reset. Teleports down into the mid lane, Gentleman Hero teleporting in very deep. Cat IRL will be the target, double crescendo finding its mark, and Curtain Call on this side will be killing off Magister. Gentleman Hero does manage to find the shutdown onto Crazy, and Alchemic in the front line takes down the Gwen. Life only now joins the team fight, and Kit are winning it all the way. Double kill was picked up by Striker. Actually, this is now a 2 versus 2. This is getting very close. Life is going to be looking to turn this fight the way of AGH. Picks up the double, still alive, but no, it will be Redeemed, who's the last one standing.
It's such a bloody fight. Only Redeemed survived. It's a delayed ace. Finally, the ace actually comes in for Kit. Fantastic fighting right there. They're also going to be able to pick themselves up the Ocean Drake that just spawned if they want it, although looks like actually just going to go for this mid lane tower. Crazy going to make their way instantly towards this Drake. We may well have more action in just a minute.
This is what I mentioned. You actually have to beat Kit. Doesn't matter if you're ahead, they will keep finding those fights. And now the Dragon is going to be a point of contest because Crazy is alive, Striker is on his way, and both teams are going to, well, not give it up, to be
Redeemed
frank.
taking a base will be able to teleport back in if the fighting kicks off instantaneously. Yeah, it looks like they're looking for a teleport play right now. Finally going to pull the trigger. Alright, so we are going to have 5v5. Last time it went in the way of Kit. Will AGH manage to find a better fight? Life is up and available, something that was not around in the last fight. Who's going to find the engage?
No Curtain Call to lay down long-range damage. The calling will be up in just a few seconds. No Crescendo as well. Here comes Call of the Forge, but AGH are starting off the fight. Knock-up only found onto Matthew. And Alchemic in the front line using a lot of damage. The calling tickles Kid, but Cat IRL and Striker, they're so incredibly low. Gentleman Hero going forward now with the Hand of Mist. Redeem in the front side is going to be resurrecting Crazy. Still alive, has to pop the lamps. Respite Redeem. Can't keep able to find Crazy. Matthew with the crit takes down the Kindred. AGH, it is a 3 versus 4, but the health bars are their way. They are able to zone Kid away from this Dragon. It's a 2-for-1.
Such a close fight right here. Matthew finally going to have the curtain call up and available to pop. Magister going forwards. Striker is around, as is, you know, there's no jungler. And AGH get it anyway. It doesn't matter. Striker does not go in. AGH going to pick themselves up that fight. Managed to find themselves that Drake. They had less members up and available, but the health bars were so low for Kit.
We're back into game one, territory,
Oh, yeah.
where this game is so insanely hard to predict which way it's going to go. We've got now the second item picked up by Crazy. This Kindred is definitely going to be one of the main carries to watch, but Matthew, who got dove over and over again, is now having an impact in those team fights.
Yeah, it's not like Matthew got dove in the bottom lane. Available. I mean, I guess that there is technically the Herald, but I don't know how much priority is going to be put onto that right now. It will despawn in just a minute's time. Looks like actually a decent amount. Everybody wants to keep fighting.
Yeah, I mean, why not? You know, if you can get this objective for free, especially in time for Baron, which AGH have loved to go for this series with mixed success, it's gonna allow you to get priority. And Crazy dishing out quite a lot of damage. You know, it's a 2-item Kindred that tends to shred objectives nice and easy. Kid giving it up, not bothering to contest.
No, everybody looking like they just want to sit back, be able to just pick themselves up the little bits of farm that they need, come back at these next fights big and strong. We are expecting the next fights to be happening around the Baron. We've seen the priority that AGH likes to put on it, especially liking to go for Barons when you're not expecting it, just leap in at them out of nowhere. So if AGH keep that up, all of a sudden we could see some explosive fights. The Gwen still not managed to take out the tower in the top lane, I think is interesting to note, because we've seen so much push priority from Gentleman Hero in the previous games. In this one, it's a far more team fight orientated style.
While that's true, he's also not doing as hot. 0, 2, and 3 in this game has got a CS advantage, but really that same kind of impact in any way hasn't been felt yet. Now the Nashor's 2 is completed, so maybe we'll see something more as Striker actually won that trade against Live specifically, but now the rest of AGH are going to force him to flash away. Call of the Forge coming in, Cat IRL knocked out Crescendo, and that is going to be a kill! The Tom H securing this one, 4 versus 5 AGH. What is the call? Where are you gonna go, guys?
Looks like the call is mid lane still have that Rift Herald that they picked up just a couple of seconds previously. Going to be able to lay this one down into the middle lane. Take out certainly this tower, if not more. Might be able to get a second charge out of this. There's no support right now for Kit, and if they then want to transition back into Baron, they have the priority.
2 towers in the mid lane picked up just like that. They will be looking for the charge. I think getting the start will be greedy, but no, they just do it. And Striker is going to be jumped on teleport channel by Redeem. But Crazy already killed Striker. Redeem in the middle of everyone. Can't even use the Lamp's respite. That's a 21-minute inhibitor. AGH, you can keep going. I know you go 2 kills, but there we go.
Yeah, they looked like they wanted to, but actually decided to turn around. Gentleman Hero on the chase, finally going to be forced to back off, and now running straight towards the Baron are AGH. They could take this if they want to, but they're going to have so much gold in their pockets right now that it's probably a better idea to just reset. As oh my god, Magister deals a decent amount of damage. Matthew's going to be forced to reset. This means there's going to be no contest into this Baron, and this is going to be a clean Baron for AGH.
They are 3,500 before Baron. That is going to grow to 5,000 right now. AGH, they're on the doorstep of knocking 2-time UEM champions out in the quarterfinals. I know we should never, you know, say it's over until it's over, especially with Kid, but compare this to game 1, I don't think AGH ever got this much of a lead.
No, they most certainly did not. It was within 1,000 gold the entire time in the last game, whereas in this one, all of a sudden, it's so much closer. A fantastic fight coming out of AGH. We were expecting them to be difficult for Kit to win against. They have so much momentum coming through the last chance qualifier, coming through the preliminary round, whereas Kit, we haven't seen them in 2 months. They have not played since 4 patches ago. You know, we were not sure how they were going to come out. They came out swinging in game 1, didn't quite win it, came out swinging in game 2 and dismantled AGH, but AGH have proven they have adaptation. Once they get back to what they like to play around Magister on this Cillian, things are going fantastically.
Well then, Kid, all the pressure's on them, and let's think about what happens if this game goes longer, right? Because Kid are not going to win this in the next 5 minutes for sure. So, what really are your chances? Because it very much feels like scaling is going the way of AGH, and as I say that, Gentleman Hero, he's just destroyed by life.
Well, you said that Kid are not going to win this in the next 5 minutes, but AGH may well do. They pick themselves up the Drake, they are going to pick themselves up these towers, and they have the Baron buff pushing towards the base. There's super minions running down into the middle lane. Now they've got a push on here, and some of the big team fighting pressure that came from Gentleman Hero is gone. This could be a second inhibitor falling, if not more. AGH would be very bold to keep pushing, but we know this team is bold.
Look at the strength of the carries on Kid. You've got 1.5 items on Matthew. That Jhin is a null factor. You've got Redeemed on 2 items, but he has got the Chrono Shift stolen. Down comes Call of the Forge God, and it might be the call to go home for Kid. As the first Nexus Stars falls, Redeemed will be brought back up to life. The Curtain Call is trying to do anything at all, but it just won't do. The Crescendo finds the stun on 2-2. It's a double kill picked up by Crazy, and it's a slaughter of Kid in the base by AGH. And Kid, the 2-time champion, will fall to last year's runners-up as AGH complete their revenge, and they move on to the semi-finals.
AGH knock out Kit Esports. It is going to be Poland versus Germany in the semi-finals, and oh my god, what we were not expecting today was Kit Esports to be knocked out. They are gone. Nobody has to worry about the boogeymen anymore because AGH have disposed of them.
What a win! An upset to be sure, but I mean, we said this was going to be close. I feel like this series lived up to it. Last year it was KSC coming away with a win. This time, AZS AGH, and I mean, it all started with, as every single game, just a lot of Fiesta.
Oh yeah, so many fights, but this was the key. More pressure going down into the bottom side. It meant that Matthew was not able to scale up and be aggressive, and that all of a sudden Life and Tomage were able to get back into this game. So much better a performance of Life on this Lucian than it was on the Karthus. Even though Karthus is a signature of Life, you could see even in these very close fights, Crazy dealing so much damage, looking to get that mark that was sat on top of this. Mundo, so very close, finally ends up taking it out, and oh boy, what a close fight the whole way through.
But it was much more, I feel like, sustained from AGH than the previous game. There have been fights where they were losing. I honestly don't even remember if they won or lost this one in the mid lane. I feel like, oh yeah, that was the crazy one. That was the one where it was 5-4-2 the way of Kid. So you can see, even when they're ahead 3,000 gold prior to the fight, Kid are still a great team.
Oh yeah, they are a fantastic squad. We knew that they'd won 2 previous consecutive UEMs and came second in the one that they didn't win before that. Such a fantastic team, but it doesn't matter when it's all so very close. So you can see this fight just kept going the whole way through. Redeemed just about surviving. What a ridiculous, ridiculous game. Kid Esports were doing their absolute best, but it was not enough versus AGH, who just played together as a team better.
And this game round, some things just didn't happen that were there before. Gentleman Hero, notably, not really the threat that we have known him in the game 1 and 2, and it just allowed AZS AGH to come out on top. They take down Kit, who were the tournament favorites coming into this one, and they will get themselves a match against AIX, who I'm just excited for this for multiple reasons, but definitely one of them is that they come from the same group.
Oh yeah, what we are looking for tomorrow then is who wins between Esports Team 20 and UDL Esports Sigma. If it is Esports Team 20, which, sorry to UDL, but they've not been playing the absolute best of all the playoff teams, and Esports Team 21 in the group of death, that will be 3 out of 4 teams coming from one group. Group D, we knew it was insane when we were watching it, but at this point it's proven itself to be possibly the most stacked team, stacked group that we have ever seen. Absolutely fantastic out of all of these teams. We've already seen the matchup, as you said, between AGH and AXI. We'll see it in the finals weekend as well. So very hype. And, you know, we've got even more games coming tomorrow.
I feel like one question that we can already prime everyone looking forward to the semifinals is, after AIX won, we said every team facing them has to answer the question, how do you shut down Relative? Is Magister going to be enough with his supportive picks in Zillion?
Possibly. It will definitely be a priority in the pick ban phase, possibly in the bans specifically. You do not want to give Magister the Zillion. Magister is so good on the Zillion. It doesn't look flashy, it doesn't look great. I mean, occasionally there were bombs put on to, you know, Matthew that was doing so much damage, but it's not the big flashy pick. It's just such a rock solid base that the rest of the team is built on. If you do give over that Zillion to Magister. I don't know. Maybe that is actually the way that you managed to beat out Relative. Relative is so good, but it's such a neutralizing force.
Yeah, and I mean, one other matchup to look forward to definitely will be Crazy versus Shades.
Oh,
I
yes.
mean, both of them today have popped off, and oh boy, honestly, I'm kind of sad that Kid aren't here fighting for their third possible title, but AGH, they are the better team today, and they
Oh, yeah.
absolutely deserve this win.
Yeah, absolutely they do. We really need to say a big congratulations to AGH. I always like to say a little bit of a goodbye to the team that we've had locked out. So, Kid SC White, we knew how good they were. They've once again got themselves into a quarterfinal, so nothing to be ashamed of. But for teams with such high ambitions of winning the whole thing, taking home a third UEM crown, it's a little bit sad right here. But all the praise to AGH, they played fantastically.
I believe we have interview lined up with Crazy, if I recall correctly. Hello, Crazy, can you hear us?
Hello, hello. I can hear you guys really well.
Stick, hello. So, how are you feeling after taking down Kit SC White?
It obviously feels really great. We got our revenge from the last year. Now we won. We've had 2-1. Pretty convincing win on the first hand. I mean, on the first maybe not, but on the third map, pretty convincing win. So I'm really happy, and we are happy to go further in the bracket.
I mean, I'm excited for you as well. I guess the first question might be, what's different today than it was a year ago? Like, how did you manage to actually beat out Kid SC?
Right now, we are a more mature team because we are playing with each other like for the next year. So we have better preparations for the games. We had a like overall better knowledge of the game and what we should do. We have like good leader Tom H, our leader for drafts. He were drafting pretty well. He like we all gave ideas and he like connected everything together and it worked out. So this year it was less chaotic in the draft stage and in game like we had our plan. We had good execution on it, I guess, and it worked out.
Fantastic. Well, could you take me through the sort of feelings of the team before the series, then after you beat out Kit SC in the first game, then after you lose to them in the second one, and then finally come through to actually take the victory? Was it a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, or did everybody keep level heads?
We kept our heads up because we knew that in the second game we played a different playstyle than in the other than in the first game. So in the third game we came back to our first playstyle and it worked out better against Kit today. Yeah, we were like optimistic. We knew that we can win if we repeat the draft from the first game. So we did it and we won. So it's fantastic.
Congratulations.
Simple as that. I want to maybe hear more about what your role in the team is, because I think it's evident from game 1 and 2 that you like to go into the bot lane a lot, you find the leads this way. So is this your call? Is it a team call? And how are things looking maybe more internally?
Well, like I'm the main shot caller. I basically shot call the whole game, I think. But we like everyone has ideas, but the best for the team is if one person like gets the main voice and can like everyone can listen to him, to her, to the person, because like when I call something, my team trusts me. We go for the one thing. We finish the tower when we can. When I see it, they trust me, and it works out. And we are on the same page always. So we always have a higher chance to finish our place, and everything goes well. And I'm really happy.
No, fantastic. And I think we could really see that you guys were playing together as teams fantastically. I mean, when you look at your squad specifically, who do you think is the main carry right now? Because you were sort of the catalyst for everything, but coming forwards, do you think Alchemic's going to get more playtime as really the main carry, or is it more Life?
I think it depends. Like, Life is always on carry. Mid is sometimes supportive, top is sometimes tanky. I'm also sometimes tanky, so like always Life is a like damage carry for sure, but like it's only damage, like there are things more important than that, like the plan, the setups and stuff. So everyone has a role in a team, in our team, and everyone knows how to do it well, like we all, after this, it's like our second year now together, so we all like know our roles in different team comps, and we we know how to execute things now. So I think we're a really mature team right now and pretty ready for the semifinals.
Yeah, great to hear, and honestly, it did show through today. That being said, your opponent, as you might know, AIX, how do you feel about them? What do you think? Can you give us some spicy predictions, or how you think that's gonna go?
I don't want to be too cocky, but I think we are a better team overall, and I think that like in the groups, we had them in the groups. So in the groups, like in the first game, there was a really unlucky incident when on the first play on Invade, administrator by accident dropped me from my account because he thought I'm a coach because I'm playing on two accounts, on microphone account and video audio account. So I got dropped, and then the game went pretty bad. Sorry. And in the second game, it was like, I think it was a close match. Like we choked a bit, but we thought about this game, and we thought like, okay, we know their strengths now, we know their weaknesses, and I think that if we prepare well for the match and get our strategy ready, like we're likely gonna win this. Like I'm optimistic because it's also like the thing is like it depends on the day if we have a good day or bad day. But if we don't choke, I think we are a better team to win this.
Fantastic. Love the fighting talk right there. Thank you very much for your time. Is there anything that you would like to say overall to anybody who's been following you through all of the last chance qualifier, the whole gauntlet that you all have run? Been a long road and you've come out on top so far.
Yeah, I want to thank especially to Tom H, to our support, because he's giving his whole heart to this tournament. He looks on the drafts all the time. He spends his whole time just looking at the best scenarios, and his impact is really huge in the team right now. I also want to say hello to my family who watches. They support me really well, so it's obviously really nice. And also to the lost team from today's match, the Politechnika Gdańska Lions. It's a sad incident for them. We won't meet together in the semis, but yeah, it happens.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it does, unfortunately. Thank you very much for the interview, and congratulations on the win. We'll see Crazy and the rest of AGH in the finals weekend. And do we have an updated bracket or we don't? Okay, we do. There we go. AIX Sherry versus AZS AGH taking each other on in the semi-final. What a match to behold.
Yeah, that one's going to be absolutely insane. Very excited to see this happen. We've seen these two teams face off against each other during the group stage, as, you know, was just said. It wasn't going very well for AGH, but I think this team has revamped itself, has come together much better after having gone through the gauntlet. We've seen AXI as well as AGH play a ton recently, so we are well aware of how these teams like to play. It's another Germany versus Polish matchup, which is going to be absolutely insane. But that is the semi-final set out for the left-hand side of the bracket. If we take a look over at the right-hand side of the bracket, I'm going to talk about UDL Esports Sigma versus Esports Team 20 first. Esports Team 20 came through the Group D as well. They won it out. They are a fantastic team. UDL Esports Sigma had a pretty close time versus KTU. The really interesting matchup here is Yeno Misler versus Bobcats UOL.
Because Yeno Mesler, they have destroyed Braves UMA, who are the second seed from Group B, and now that KDC White is out, no more Group B teams. And Bobcats, they came top of Group A. This one is... I mean, I don't really even know where to begin placing my expectation, because Yeno Mesler full run through the lower bracket, clean stomp in the preliminary round, now going into the quarterfinals. I think they're a very scary team, and Bobcats also without a loss yet.
Yeah, Bobcats, the other undefeated team, the other one obviously being Kit SC White, who have now lost out 2-1 in this quarterfinal. So, Yeno Misler, they have been labelled the Chaos Gods. Absolutely insane playstyle, very fun to watch. Bobcats, also a fantastic team. That's going to be great to watch. UDL Esports Sigma versus Esports Team 20, interesting as well. I'd say, especially because will UDL Esports be able to do well for themselves, or will it be 3 teams from Group D?
Yeah, I mean, you look at how AIX and AGH did today, and you're looking at the Group D and you're like, yeah, this was the group of death. Yeah. Esports Team 20 won this group. They beat out both AIX and AZS AGH, so UDL, they've got a tough job ahead of them tomorrow. And exciting stuff.
Yeah, overall a fantastic day. Everything was fantastic. Really enjoyed both of these matchups. A big congratulations to AIX as well as AGH, and commiserations, you know, to Kit SC as well as PG Lions. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them again.
We will not indeed, but I think this is time to wrap up this stream. Of course, one more shout out to our sponsors, Twitch Student and Intel, that make the Amazon University Esports and Masters possible. Blankboxer, anything else to say before we throw it off?
Thank you very much to production for what was a little bit of a hectic day behind the scenes. Absolutely beautiful all the way through. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to the viewers for watching. You guys are what is making this possible and allowing us to cast over such incredible League of Legends.
But tomorrow there will be more League of Legends. It won't be us, it will be another pair of casters bringing you all of the action, so make sure you watch it and know which two more teams will make it to the semifinals. We'll see you tomorrow.